I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Li Jianshan drew the musket from behind his horse and shouted loudly, "Prepare." At his command, several thousand muskets fired simultaneously at the enemy forces in front, the sound of gunfire echoing together. This time, there was no violent wind mixed with blizzards to obstruct them. They could clearly see the enemy and had enough time to aim and shoot. The number of enemies struck down was far greater than before. However, before the battle, they had only brought 3 muskets each. Once this round of bullets was spent, all they could do was charge forward again. Li Jianshan still led the charge, brandishing his weapon and directly rushing at the enemy's vanguard officer. This person was easy to identify. He wore the heaviest armor among the enemy and was fighting at the front line. From the previous clash, Li Jianshan had already seen that this man was extremely brave, leading by example. If he could be killed, it would greatly crush the morale of the Tubo, Tibetan, people. Li Jianshan urged his horse straight at him. Of course, the Tubo vanguard officer was not to be outdone. Both their horses accelerated simultaneously. Before their formations clashed, the 2 men were already ahead of their armies, directly engaging each other. The Tubo vanguard officer raised his weapon and swept at Li Jianshan, but the latter didn't dodge at all. Instead, he threw his battle axe directly at him. The vanguard officer never expected that his opponent had such strength, able to hurl a heavy battle axe so far and so powerfully, with great force. The officer had no time to dodge. Instinctively, he turned his weapon to block, but the heavy axe bent his weapon on impact and continued with force, striking his chest directly. The vanguard officer was smashed off his horse on the spot. The axe even pierced through his chest and embedded into the ground. As Li Jianshan rode past, he grabbed the axe handle and lifted it. The officer who had been killed was trampled like a dead insect by the charging horses that followed. The vanguard officer was slain on the spot, and the effect on the morale of the Tubo troops was obvious. Many of them even slowed their charge, their fear of the Tang army, and especially of the leading Li Jianshan, intensifying rapidly. Then, wielding his battle axe, Li Jianshan charged even more fiercely into the enemy lines, killing as he went. The Tang soldiers behind him, inspired by his bravery in killing the vanguard officer, were also filled with fighting spirit. In this round of charge, the number of Tubo soldiers killed far exceeded that of the previous encounters. The Tubo formation clearly showed signs of chaos and collapse. At that moment, Qingxiu, who was observing from the high ground, keenly noticed the situation changing. He immediately ordered flag signals to be sent, instructing Li Jianshan to fight to the death and absolutely not allow the Tubo forces a chance to regroup. This suited Li Jianshan perfectly. He didn't even give himself a chance to rest, leading his troops in repeated charges, even though the formation was no longer as orderly as before. Still, no one retreated. Instead, they fought more fiercely, gritting their teeth and holding on despite exhaustion. They knew the Tubo forces were at their breaking point. If they kept pressing, they could shatter their formation completely. If they stopped now, the disciplined Tubo army might regroup, and the battle would drag on longer. They already had few numbers. Now was the time to seize the opportunity and break through in one go. Just then, the cold wind rose again, and this time, it blew directly in the faces of the Tubo troops. They now had to endure the wind pressure and freezing cold that the Tang army had faced earlier. But unlike the Tang soldiers, they had no cotton armor to protect against the cold. The intense cold was unbearable. Frost and snow immediately formed on their faces. The wind made their bodies stiff and caused intense pain, like being cut by blades. Many cavalrymen fell in the wind. Those who remained in their saddles could not resist the cold. As they raised their weapons to fight, they were already shaking from the cold and could only watch helplessly as axes struck them down, unable to dodge, killed in one blow. Li Jianshan knew this was his chance. Far from relaxing, he ordered his men to stay on the battlefield and keep fighting. Then, with a few hundred men, he turned his horse around and charged toward Songdua Zanzan, who was commanding from the rear. He actually planned to take advantage of the delay among the enemy cavalry to launch a decapitation strike. Songdua Zanzan had initially been unconcerned. In his eyes, there were only a few hundred attackers. Even if they charged at him, they posed no real threat. But when he ordered infantry to block them, he realized the Tang cavalry's strength was undiminished, while his own infantry grew increasingly exhausted. The cold wind weighed them down, and they could barely respond due to the chill. Block them. Don't stop. Hurry up. Archers, what are you waiting for? Faster. Songdua Zanzan watched arrows rain down, but the Tang cavalry's speed wasn't slowed at all. The arrows couldn't even pierce their cotton armor. Now he was truly panicked. The Tang army's resilience was far beyond his expectations. Even though his soldiers were still desperately trying to stop the cavalry with their bodies, the distance between Li Jianshan and Songdua Zanzan was visibly shrinking. As the fierce man with 2 battle axes drew closer, Songdua Zanzan grew increasingly fearful. If that man reached him, he would surely die. At first, Songdua Zanzan tried to muster courage, but as his soldiers were slaughtered and blood splattered, his last bit of courage crumbled. He truly did not dare to face Li Jianshan. Just as Li Jianshan was about to reach the central army, Songdua Zanzan finally gave in to fear. He turned his horse and fled. Even his guards were stunned. His Majesty the King was fleeing in the face of the enemy. They had followed the king into battle for years and had never seen anything like this. The king has fled. Quick! Someone follow His Majesty, or he'll be in danger. Protect His Majesty. Don't let anything happen to him. The news spread quickly. Soon, the entire Tubo army on the battlefield knew Songdua Zanzan had fled. This news was a devastating blow to morale. No one could believe the king, usually so brave and leading from the front, was now so weak. He didn't even dare to face the charging enemy. The Tubo army's high morale and combat effectiveness had largely come from Songdua Zanzan's bravery and the unity he brought to the battlefield. Now, with the enemy approaching, he fled, instantly destroying all morale. For the soldiers, it was like a collapse of faith, and with it, everything else vanished too. When faith collapses, the consequences it brings are absolutely deadly. No one wants to keep fighting. Those who cared for the king immediately spurred their horses to follow him, afraid he would be left alone and fall into danger. As for the soldiers still fighting on the battlefield, some stood dazed, frozen in place unsure what to do. Some were killed by a Tang soldier's axe without even reacting. But more people turned and fled on the spot. They no longer had the will to continue fighting. Li Jianshan struggled to reach the central camp and saw only the king's remaining banner and throne. Damn it! Full of contempt, he brought his axe down on the throne, preparing to face the enemy surging in from all sides. But when he looked back, the Tubo army had already completely collapsed. Few remained dead on the battlefield, most were running in all directions. At this moment they did not care whether they could win the battle, they only wanted to live. However, the battlefield was unbearably cold. Even if they fled, they could not run far. Some froze stiff after only a few steps. Those a little clearer-headed immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered on the spot, no longer resisting. Thus, the remaining task in this battle was merely cleaning the field. Li Jianshan was full of killing intent when the war suddenly ended, which left him greatly disappointed. But when he came to his senses and looked at the ruined battlefield and the surrendered enemies and corpses, his heart filled with wild joy. This was the first large-scale battle he had ever fought, and with such a high number of kills. Whether prisoners taken or enemies killed, these were achievements he had never even dared to imagine before. With these merits, what am I afraid of, not getting promoted? Li Jianshan could not help laughing out loud. Qingxiu, who had been watching the battle from the high ground, finally showed a smile. Li Jianshan had not disappointed him. In both on-the-spot decisions and combat ability, this man was truly a good general. He was still not on the same level as Shui Rengui, but that was normal. Top generals like that might only appear a few times in a dynasty, they cannot be mass-produced. Qingxiu looked at the Tubo nobles and officers who had accompanied him. The expressions on their faces were all remarkable in their own ways. After this battle, their shock was understandable. Only 3,000 men, and each soldier fought like iron troops who knew no cold or fatigue, killing their way down without their combat strength weakening at all. Before this, they never thought this battle could be won. They assumed Qingxiu only used some tactic to temporarily delay Songdua Zanzan's advance, or to have these veterans charge forward and be worn out to death, buying time to think of other plans. But instead, Qingxiu used the most unimaginable method, forcing a breakthrough of over 20,000 elite troops with only 3,000 men. Such a terrifying number was beyond their imagination. These 20,000 troops had campaigned across the Tubo lands, wiping out countless rebels. They had never been defeated. Now, before Qingxiu, these 20,000 were utterly routed and worthless, truly unimaginable. They looked at Qingxiu in fear and trembling, glad they had never tried to test his army's level in a real fight. Duke Qing is mighty, the Tang army is mighty. After standing stunned for a moment, they finally knelt to Qingxiu, without any extra thoughts as before. At this moment they felt only extreme shock and fear, and would not dare to move a single rebellious thought. They resolved that from now on, whatever Qingxiu ordered regarding troop movements, they must obey fully, without any disobedience. If his 3,000-strong army could destroy Songdua Zanzan's central army, destroying them would no doubt be easy. Qingxiu looked at them coldly, knowing in his heart that these people were sincerely convinced. But it did not matter. Songdua Zanzan had already been routed in this battle, and those behind him could not pose any threat or be of use to him. He ignored those kneeling on the ground and led his attendants down from the high ground to meet Li Jianshan below. At that time Li Jianshan was carefully combing the battlefield so as not to miss anything. Seeing Qingxiu approach, he hurried forward to greet him. "Sir, we made a big haul this time. Look, just the prisoners number 7 or 8,000, and more than 5,000 were killed on the battlefield. This achievement will shock the court." Li Jianshan was extremely excited. This was his first major battle and he had achieved such outstanding results. "What is this?" Qingxiu bent down, picked up a piece of broken tubo armor from the ground, and examined it carefully. If Li Jianshan knew Qingxiu's past achievements, he would understand that this victory was nothing to boast about. Qingxiu's records of winning without bloodshed might far exceed these few thousand people, with even greater impact. But since Li Jianshan was excited now, let him enjoy it for a while. "Bring them all here." Li Jianshan called, and the captured prisoners came forward one after another in a daze, half dead in appearance. It was hard to imagine that these men had been elite soldiers on the battlefield who fought to the death, but this was normal. Their spiritual idol had collapsed. How could they maintain fighting strength? They had long since lost any will to continue. Li Jianshan looked at them and thoughts began to rise in his mind. Their marching ration was not much and was allotted per head. Now that so many were captured at once, the rations would be insufficient, and they might have to squeeze some out of each prisoner to feed the captives. To Li Jianshan this was unimaginable, being captured and still having to eat their rations. Why? Moreover, Tang military law also stipulated that rewards for killed heads were far greater than rewards for capturing prisoners. It was simple: if you take prisoners, the court must provide rations to feed them. If you capture some valuable officers, that is one thing, but those poor foot soldiers are not worth much, at most they are used as labor. Rather than have soldiers bring back a pile of useless people who only eat dry food, it is better to encourage them to kill enemies on the battlefield. Therefore, Li Jianshan looked at the tubo men sitting on the ground in a daze and began to form a plan. If we directly deal with them and finish them all, we save rations and get more military merit. Isn't that great? Li Jianshan voluntarily approached Qingxiu and proposed this hair-raising idea. Clearly, Li Jianshan had the thought of killing the prisoners. This proposal initially surprised Qingxiu, but when he remembered it was Li Jianshan, he quickly understood. Li Jianshan, historically, was indeed brave and skilled in battle, but also extremely bloodthirsty, never showing mercy to enemies. He had also killed surrendered troops multiple times. Qingxiu didn't care about these people's lives. The issue was that the overall situation was not yet stable, and killing surrendered enemies recklessly could easily cause unrest. If they were killed here today, regardless of whether future enemies would still dare to surrender, the royal nobles who had surrendered were watching from behind. What they would see was the execution of these prisoners, but what they would think was that the Tang army was cruel and indifferent, not caring at all about those who surrendered. How could they then continue to provide stable logistical support to the Tang army without worry? They would always be uneasy, afraid the Tang army's blade would one day fall upon them too. The situation was still unstable, nothing could be risked. Qingxiu couldn't help but knock Li Jianshan on the head and scolded, "You brat really are willing to do anything for money and promotion. Your money counts as money, but other people's lives don't count as lives." Li Jianshan looked confused. "We're already on the battlefield, it's life or death. If I had lost and fallen into their hands, even if they killed me and took my head to claim merit, I could accept it. The victor is king. All you know is, the victor is king? You really don't know enough." Qingxiu shook his head and immediately ordered all the prisoners to be gathered together. Not a single one could be killed without reason. Bringing these people along on the march was certainly troublesome, but Qingxiu cleverly came up with a solution. He selected weapons and armor from the loot seized from the Tubo people, and divided the money and rations into two parts. One part of the money and rations was distributed on the spot to his soldiers as a reward for this overwhelming victory. The other part was, as usual, distributed to the surrendered soldiers, allowing them to take money and dry rations and leave to find a new path on their own. These Tubo people never expected Duke Qing to be so generous and kind. They had just been fighting to the death on the battlefield, but now he was voluntarily letting them go. This move truly struck to the heart. They had deeply resented the Tang army, but after this experience, that resentment suddenly vanished. Some compared it to how Songdwa Zanzan would always carry out mass slaughters after suppressing rebellions. The Tang army was clearly a righteous and merciful force. Thank you, Duke Qing. You are truly a great and kind man. Thanks to your mercy, otherwise we'd have no way to survive. We will always remember Duke Qing's great kindness. They all took the money and food, bowed in thanks to Duke Qing, and left. Little did they know, this outcome was exactly what Qingxiu intended. If they had followed the army as prisoners, they would have eaten all the way on the march. Before settling, the amount of food consumed would far exceed what they were given. Though they now had more money, on a battlefield where supplies were scarce, silver and gold were worthless compared to edible dry rations. There was no place to buy food, so Qingxiu used this illusion of wealth to trick them away, saving a huge amount of rations. As for whether they would regroup and be re-enlisted by Songdwa Zanzan to rebuild the army, Qingxiu wasn't worried at all. These people had lost all their spirit. The more they had admired their king before, the more despair they now felt. They would never again be willing to fight and die for him as they once did. In other words, these people were no longer capable of going to war. Qingxiu had no concern about them. Later developments proved Qingxiu's thinking absolutely correct. After leaving the battlefield, these people scattered in all directions. Some, having eaten all their rations on the way home, starved to death with their arms full of money they couldn't spend. Some barely made it home with the rations and focused on farming from then on, never participating in outside affairs again. In short, not one of them ever returned to the battlefield. That said, although this battle was a great victory, it didn't mean everything was over. Winning this battle was only the beginning. Now that Songdwa Zanzan had fled in defeat, Qingxiu's plan could finally proceed smoothly. Rather than kill the man, he would prefer him to escape. This would cause the morale of the Tubo people to completely collapse, ending everything. After the prisoners were dismissed, the various nobles came forward to congratulate Qingxiu on his victory, all with smiles on their faces. Some even offered to return and throw a grand feast for Duke Qing. Others suggested this was the best time to pursue Songdwa Zanzan and not let him escape. Qingxiu ignored all of their proposals. He immediately ordered the entire army to rest briefly, then march again, heading directly to the more prosperous regions of Tubo to occupy them. Compared to others, Qingxiu was the one who truly understood the nature of war. War was about seizing population and destroying the enemy's living forces. After Songdwa Zanzan's defeat, his prestige across Tubo would inevitably collapse. The wavering cities could then be taken over by Qingxiu. Whether Songdwa Zanzan lived or died no longer mattered. Entire army, march forward. Speed up. No need to wait for logistics from the rear. Once we take the next city, we'll eat whatever the city has. Though nearly all their gunpowder had been used up in this battle, Qingxiu was not worried at all. With his current prestige, who would need to lay siege to cities? Just show his banner, and cities would surrender without a fight. Every problem would be solved. The nobles hadn't expected Qingxiu to be so confident, but now that his orders were given, they had no choice but to follow him on the march. They were already freezing in this climate, and now had to force themselves to march with him. Their suffering was obvious. But this time, no one doubted Duke Qing's words. If he said they would win, then they would win. If he said the enemy would surrender, then the enemy would surely surrender. Songdwa Zanzan fled in panic, losing many of his guards along the way. When he reached the next city, fewer than 100 guards remained by his side. Even after resting and resupplying there, he feared the Tang army would arrive at any moment, so he didn't dare stay. He fled again immediately. Before leaving, he ordered the city's garrison to hold the city well. An officer cautiously asked if the front line had been lost. Upon hearing this, the king was enraged and immediately drew his sword and cut off the officer's head. A bloody human head rolled to the ground, instantly frightening everyone into complete silence. Songdwa Zanzan stabbed the blood-stained sword into the ground and said through gritted teeth, "Remember this. The front lines cannot be defeated. It's just that the weather is too cold and not suitable for fighting. I've temporarily pulled the army back. When the weather warms up in a few days, we'll fight again. Before the next battle, you must guard this city well. If the city is lost and you flee, I'll cut off your heads." Songdwa Zanzan's fierce threats frightened everyone into hurriedly nodding in agreement, not daring to say another word. After issuing the order, Songdwa Zanzan took the few loyal attendants he had left the city gates, mounted his horse, and rode off. The king had turned and fled, while those left behind started complaining in their hearts. Not only had they lost the battle, but now they were left here to block the Tang army. Those terrifying Tang soldiers, even the king couldn't stop them. How could they possibly stop them just by staying? The front lines must have been defeated. The news we got can't be false. Otherwise, why didn't the king inform us ahead of time to prepare food and supplies? Exactly. And now we have to risk our lives. All of you shut your mouths. Tired of living, are you? Eventually, a military officer had to shout to silence everyone. Even if the king was defeated, he was still the legitimate king. He still held power. One word from him could determine life or death. Of course, if they didn't recognize this king, then Songwa Zanzan's orders would be meaningless. Fact was, these men knew how to judge the situation. As soon as Songwa Zanzan left, they immediately received word that the Tang army was about to arrive. Everyone in the city didn't hesitate. As soon as they heard the news, they slaughtered cattle and sheep, prepared wine and water, and threw open the city gates. As soon as the Tang army arrived, they were greeted with a full surrender process, smooth and effortless. Even Qingxiu didn't expect them to surrender so cleanly. This only confirmed his previous judgment. The Tubo people had completely lost faith in their king. Even if some still had loyalty, the king had already played all his cards in the last battle. Now that he had lost military power, whether he could still be recognized as king depended entirely on local loyalty. The frontline situation changed daily, but the Western Region army that had looped around into Tubo from behind didn't know what was happening up front. Shui Rengui only knew that Qingxiu was holding down most of the Tubo army at the front. He didn't know whether Qingxiu could hold out. The only thing he could do was lead his army in a forced march, avoiding battle whenever possible, heading straight for Tubo's capital. Along the way, Shui Rengui had already scouted all of Tubo's military deployments. If he could avoid fighting, he would. If he had to fight, it would be with overwhelming force, using supplies freely to crush the enemy quickly. This forced march tactic proved effective. They cut through enemy territory without alarming too many enemy forces. Of course, that was largely because most enemy troops had been pulled away. Even if they knew the Tang army had entered, they dared not intervene. After all, it was the Tang army. With only the troops at hand, they had no hope of fighting the Tang. The only smart move was to send them off quickly. Thus, all the way to the capital, Shui Rengui encountered no real resistance. When his forces arrived at the capital, the defenders finally realized what was happening. But by then, the capital had few defenders left. Though elite central troops, they were too few in number. Shui Rengui barely exerted himself before subduing the city's defenses. When he fired a cannon and blasted through the gate, the Tang cavalry stormed in. The remaining irregular troops dared not resist and surrendered. The civilians had nothing more to say. At first, Shui Rengui was quite proud. This was his first time capturing another nation's capital by himself. But when he entered the city and looked around, he immediately burst into curses. This was their capital? The entire city had just over 300,000 civilians, about 100,000 slaves, and food stores enough for only half a year. Apparently, years of warfare had already drained Tubo completely. These pitiful supplies were laughable to Shui Rengui. Looking at the sparse inventory list, Shui Rengui felt it was a joke. If Tubo keeps fighting like this for a few more years, they'll starve to death before we even attack again. He tossed the list onto the table. The motion reminded him of Qingxiu. He remembered how Duke Qing always reviewed official documents and made decisions like this. If the boss were here, even with just 6 months of rations, he could find a way to stretch it out for everyone. Pity I don't have that skill. Shui Rengui truly had a headache. With so little food, he not only had to supply the entire army but also feed hundreds of thousands of people in the city. Doing the math, he could only last 1 or 2 months at best. He'd hoped that reaching the capital would solve their supply crisis, but now he found himself in an even tougher spot. Clearly, he had overestimated Tubo's resources. As Shui Rengui was worrying, Ho Junji came forward with a timely suggestion. He proposed placing all civilians and soldiers under supervision and feeding them minimal rations, just enough to stay alive. No. If we do that, and Tubo's main army returns, they'll collude with inside forces. We'll never be able to hold the city. We only have a little over 5,000 men, we can't all fight 10 to 1. Shui Rengui had learned many strategies from Qingxiu lately, especially regarding understanding people's minds. Now when leading troops, he too had to consider public sentiment. Ho Junji snorted coldly. In his mind, he was already being merciful by not suggesting killing everyone outright. Then what do we do? Really feed all these people well and wait for the enemy army to return, so we'll fight starving? Shui Rengui thought hard, hesitating on what to decide, when a soldier outside came to report news. Before Shui Rengui could summon him in, Ho Junji impatiently barked, "Whatever it is, wait. Can't you see we're busy?" Shui Rengui stared at Ho Junji in disbelief. This man didn't respect him at all, acting as if he were the superior. Come in, I told you to come in. Though Shui Gue usually gave Ho Junji plenty of face, at this moment he didn't give an inch, and summoned the soldier directly. Shui Gue understood that Ho Junji was expressing dissatisfaction to his face. Clearly, in Ho's view, all his arrangements were a waste of time. If they weren't deep in enemy territory where acting impulsively was unwise, Ho Junji would probably have already led his troops to split off on his own. This was also due to Qingxiu's effective military leadership. Even when disagreements arose, there was no disorder. But at this moment, Shui Gue had no time to continue playing the game of restraint and balance with Ho Junji. After summoning the messenger, he directly ordered Ho Junji to leave. General Ho, you have your own matters to handle. Don't waste time here with me, go take care of your business. Shui Gue ordered bluntly. It wasn't that the messenger's news couldn't be shared with Ho Junji, Shui Gue was deliberately driving him away, as a show of strength. Ho Junji's face twitched. Of course he understood Shui Gue's intention, but with rank being higher, even though he was annoyed inside, he couldn't say anything. Ho Junji gave Shui Gue a casual salute and turned to leave, completely ignoring the look of displeasure in Shui's eyes. If Duke Qing were here, he'd assign you to stand guard at the gate again, maybe then you'd finally learn your place. Shui Gue thought to himself. Then he turned to the waiting messenger. Speak. The messenger had been holding his breath from the start. Once permitted, he immediately said, the defeated Tubo King's troops have retreated. Upon hearing this, Shui Gue's expression became very animated. After a moment, he asked, is this confirmed? How far are they from here? No more than 2 days' march. Hearing this, Shui Gue immediately smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. He had been worried that if they stayed too long here, they would run out of supplies. But now, there was no need to worry. If they could capture the king early and end the war, the logistics problem would be solved. He originally thought the king was bringing his whole army to retake the capital. But when he heard the confirmed report, he was stunned. Moments later, Shui Gue summoned all military officers and generals for an emergency meeting. Though Ho Junji was displeased, the military had strict ranks, he had to follow orders. They thought Shui Gue called them together to discuss food supply arrangements. But when they heard the news, everyone was shocked. They had just learned that Duke Qing had defeated the main Tubo army, and now the king had only a few dozen followers left, fleeing in panic. And right now, with poor communications, it seemed the king still didn't know the capital had fallen, blindly returning and walking into his death. But this was a great opportunity. Ho Junji immediately offered to personally lead over 100 men to intercept and kill Sangdua Zanzan. If I fail to complete the mission, the commander can cut off my head. Ho Junji pledged with his hand to his chest. Shui Gue had initially wanted to go himself, but Ho Junji volunteered, clearly greedy for the credit. Whether capturing alive or killing a foreign king, either would be a massive merit. Shui Gue had no intention of fighting for credit. After all, Duke Qing had tasked him with keeping the army stable first. Merit could wait. He didn't want to ruin things for the sake of a single achievement, so he readily agreed, fine. But the general must capture him alive, he must not be killed. Ho Junji smiled calmly, of course. Capturing the king alive was great merit, he wouldn't ruin that. Ho Junji even left immediately after receiving the order, not waiting for Shui Gue's next command, leaving him quite awkward. Some of Shui Gue's old subordinates were displeased by this and started criticizing Ho Junji. General, this man clearly thinks that just because he's older and been in the army longer, he doesn't need to respect your rank. If Duke Qing were here, he'd never be this arrogant. You're the commander, who does he think he is, acting like that? Shui Gue waved them off, we all serve Duke Qing. Whoever earns the merit, it's the same for all of us. Also, everyone make proper arrangements in the rear. No chaos. Shui Gue followed Qingxiu's example in rear-line planning. After returning to camp, Ho Junji immediately gathered over 100 of his most capable men and assigned them the fastest horses. He repeatedly emphasized, once battle began, the king must be captured alive, under no circumstances was he to be harmed. Once everything was ready, Ho Junji ordered the army to depart at once. They had to capture the Tubo king before he realized the capital had fallen. At that moment, Sangdua Zanzan still didn't know the capital was lost, and was still galloping toward it without pause. He was so busy fleeing that he didn't even stop to rally defeated troops he passed along the way. Not until he was completely exhausted did he choose a ruined city to rest in. Looking back, he had over 100 guards when fleeing. Now fewer than 20 remained. His heart was full of sorrow. He had left with 20,000 elite troops, all strong warriors. Now, the 20-some men left were covered in dirt, their armor damaged, their weapons barely held. Everyone, in that battle, it was just bad luck, the weather changed suddenly. The Tang army's luck is only temporary. Even if they push into our heartland, as long as we regroup and prepare a new army, we can still defeat them. No need to worry. Songdo Zanzan even stood up with fake confidence. Those few soldiers who stayed loyal to him still believed him and loudly cheered, "Long live the king! May heaven bless Tubo!" But in truth, Songdo Zanzan had little confidence left. As king, he could see far more than these foot soldiers. His elite army being destroyed wasn't just the loss of troops, it meant his prestige was gone. This meant many tribes would rush to surrender, the best outcome would be neutrality. He could no longer raise troops from these tribes. His title as king would become meaningless. By then, even if his country still existed in name, it would just be a minor local power, and the Tang army could destroy him with ease. How could he possibly talk about driving the Tang out of Tubo? But of course, he couldn't say this to his men. For now, all he could do was take it one step at a time, with no better plan. Songdo Zanzan had been fleeing all the way, with almost no time for his mind to rest, constantly thinking about how to stay alive. Now that he had finally stopped for a moment, when he thought carefully, he was truly terrified. The weather was just his excuse to shift the blame. No one knew better than him that even without the weather's interference, he would still have lost. The Tang army's combat strength, discipline, and even their weapons and equipment were far superior to Tubo. The best possible outcome would have been the Tang army charging repeatedly on the battlefield until every last one of his soldiers was killed. It was his first time seeing such a powerful army that made people feel hopeless. There wasn't even a chance to resist. These 3,000 men are probably as effective as 30,000. Why are the Tang army's weapons and equipment so powerful? As he was overwhelmed with sorrow, suddenly a soldier came to report. From the northeast, a cavalry unit of around 100 men was approaching quickly. Upon hearing this, Songdo Zanzan was overjoyed. News from the capital came so fast, they've come to receive the king. But the messenger hesitated. "Your Majesty, the current situation isn't as before. We don't know if they're friend or foe. Maybe we should." Rubbish. They came from the direction of the capital, how could they be enemies? The front lines are still holding, how could the capital possibly have fallen? Songdo Zanzan scolded him harshly, frightening the man into silence. Still, what he said made some sense, so Songdo Zanzan asked, "Their flags and equipment are off?" The man replied, "Not at all. They are all wearing our Tubo army's armor, and flying the capital's banners. But their marching is extremely fast, yet still orderly. They look well trained." Songdo Zanzan laughed and cursed, "Nonsense. The elite troops I left at the capital are naturally well trained. If they were a group of scattered soldiers, how could I have trusted them to guard the capital?" Without saying more, Songdo Zanzan immediately ordered everyone to tidy their appearance and prepare for a formal reception. Even at this moment, he knew he couldn't lose his royal dignity. Dozens of people lined up properly on both sides, while Songdo Zanzan adjusted his posture and sat among them, maintaining his usual dignified expression. Soon, he saw the cavalry rapidly approaching from the front. They were indeed wearing Tubo army armor and flying Tubo flags. But for some reason, looking at their orderly formation and their expressions, Songdo Zanzan began to have doubts. This unit did not seem like his capital's garrison troops. The cavalry got closer and still didn't slow down. They showed no respect toward the king standing before them. On the contrary, the closer they got, the faster they marched. Even when the royal guards shouted for them to stop, they didn't respond at all. "Something's wrong, run." Songdo Zanzan immediately realized the danger. Cold sweat poured down his back as he jumped up from his chair and ran, completely ignoring his kingly dignity. At that moment, one of the soldiers leading the charge tore off his felt hat, revealing his Han-style hair and face beneath. At this moment, their identity was completely exposed. They were Tang soldiers in disguise, personally led by Ho Junji. Ho Junji had anticipated that the Tubo side might send scouts ahead, so he specifically chose Tubo armor and flags to disguise his men, preventing Songdo Zanzan from fleeing too soon. The Tubo soldiers were horrified. They never expected the disguise to be so thorough. As Songdo Zanzan turned to flee, his soldiers bravely leapt forward, willing to die to buy even a moment's time for their king to escape. Originally, the Tang soldiers had no interest in these minor foes, but they had no choice when the enemy blocked their path with their bodies. They had to draw swords and kill them before chasing after Songdo Zanzan. However, the king had already taken the chance to flee. He was about to cross a ravine and disappear from view. Ho Junji, eager for military merit, could not let such a great reward escape. If he let Songdo Zanzan go, he would regret it forever. How could he watch such a prize fly away? He immediately grabbed his bow and arrow, aimed at Songwa Zanzan, and let the arrow fly. His archery wasn't great, and he hadn't had time to aim carefully. He didn't even know if the shot would miss, but there was no time to hesitate. He would rather accidentally kill him and claim credit with the body than let him escape. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air and hit Songwa Zanzan in the thigh just as it descended. He screamed in pain and fell headfirst to the ground. Trying to get up, the injury made him lose balance and fall again. Now, he couldn't stand no matter what. Even crawling was nearly impossible. Seize him, quickly! Ho Junji's eyes shrank. He immediately gave the order to capture the king. Nothing must go wrong. The soldiers didn't want to miss this opportunity for glory. Several broke through the line of guards, rushing forward. They swarmed the crawling Songwa Zanzan and restrained him on the spot. He had been thinking of escape, but now that he was held down, his face turned ashen. He knew, even if he wanted to die now, that wasn't up to him anymore. Songwa Zanzan tried to draw his dagger to commit suicide, but was completely restrained, unable to move. Your king has been captured, surrender immediately. If you continue to resist, we will kill him on the spot. Ho Junji shouted, drawing his sword and stabbing it into the ground to show he meant it. Seeing their king captured, the guards' faces went pale, and they began crying bitterly. Your Majesty! It's our incompetence. We failed to protect you. Please forgive us, if we had done better, this wouldn't have happened. Songwa Zanzan listened to their cries in a daze, as if it had nothing to do with him anymore. Your Majesty, we failed you. In the next life, we'll serve you again. One soldier drew his sword and slit his own throat, blood spraying everywhere. This act clearly triggered the others. In their grief, these loyal guards saw suicide as their way to atone. One after another, they followed his example, drawing blades and killing themselves, blood staining the ground. Ho Junji never expected such loyalty from these guards, but he didn't care at all. They were useless anyway. Let them die. Songwa Zanzan looked at the guards who had committed suicide on the spot, dazed for a long time, and finally let out a helpless sigh. From now on, even his life was no longer his own. Half a month later, Qingxiu, leading his cavalry and a group of surrendered nobles and officials behind him, entered the capital of the Tubo kingdom with great pride and arrogance. Before this, Qingxiu had been step by step accepting the surrender of all the cities and tribes along the way. Although his reputation had already spread far and wide, the process of accepting surrenders and taking control of each city still took a considerable amount of time. Even appointing officials on the spot and stamping a few seals took no small effort. But while he was steadily advancing, news suddenly came from the front lines that the Tubo king had been captured and the capital had fallen. The shock of this news was unimaginable. No one in the entire kingdom wanted to continue fighting for the crumbling Tubo. One after another, they sent letters to Qingxiu requesting permission to surrender. Originally, he would have had to slowly manage and plan each step, but now it seemed there was no need to waste so much time. Qingxiu paid no attention to those who declared their intent to surrender. Instead, he led his army straight across the vast land of Tubo, heading directly for the capital. To his surprise, along the way, the chiefs of various tribes and officials of various cities, upon hearing that Duke Qing was passing by, all voluntarily came out of the city to surrender, bringing grain and supplies. It was Qingxiu's first time witnessing such eagerness to surrender. But since he was indeed in urgent need of resupply, he gladly accepted their submission without refusing anyone. Because of this, by the time he arrived outside the capital gates, several thousand Tubo tribal leaders and officials were already voluntarily following him. When Gue saw the scene from the city wall, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had seen defeated soldiers become prisoners of war before, but officials voluntarily fleeing with the army, this was a first. Without hesitation, Gue immediately ordered the city gates opened and personally led his officers to welcome them. Greetings, Duke Qing. Gue and the other officers knelt before Qingxiu, as always. Qingxiu looked at the officers kneeling before him, feeling deeply moved. When he had left the western regions, he had indeed worried whether Gue could handle the situation. After all, at that time, he had mostly intended to use this as a training experience for Gue. If things went well, the young man would gain much. But if he failed, even with a small mistake, the situation in the western regions could have gone very badly. But now, it was clear the man had done an excellent job. Looking at Ho Junji and Gue standing side by side, Qingxiu could roughly guess what had happened between the two. But he said nothing about it, simply stepping forward and ordering them to rise. I originally thought you all would be fighting the main force at the rear, while I took the chance to enter the capital and end the war. I didn't expect you to be even faster and take the capital ahead of me, saving me a lot of effort. Gue laughed. Boss, what are you saying? You held them at the front, which is the only reason we were able to win so easily. And before we entered the capital, we already knew you had engaged the enemy's main force. The officers around him were stunned when they heard this. They never expected Gue to confess this openly. It was essentially admitting to Qingxiu that they had used him as a decoy to draw enemy fire, knowing he was in danger but offering no reinforcements. Hou Junji couldn't understand why Gue would be so honest. If Qingxiu blamed them, how would they explain? But to Hou Junji's surprise, Qingxiu didn't say a single word of blame. Instead, he burst out laughing and patted Gue on the shoulder. You brat really had a plan, using me as a meat shield while you cleaned up in the back, huh? What if I hadn't held the front line? Everyone felt a chill for Gue. But the guy just laughed. Others might not know, but I know boss best. Even with only 1,000 men, you'd win the front line. If I didn't use that chance to circle behind and end the war quickly, wouldn't that be a waste of time? Haha. The two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly, like old friends. No one expected Qingxiu to be so open-minded. They couldn't imagine what would have happened if it were them doing what Gue had done. Qingxiu wasn't surprised by Gui's response. This was exactly the kind of general he had trained. On the battlefield, what matters is maximizing gains, not constantly thinking about how to please superiors. Gue could have chosen to immediately march and save Qingxiu, even if the capital was within reach. But if he had done that, it would have truly disappointed Qingxiu. Fortunately, the guy didn't. Qingxiu signaled that the conversation was over, then led the main force into the city. The surrendered nobles behind him, although entering as captives, all wore smug expressions, completely unconcerned about the so-called Tubo honor. Songtsen Gampo forced us into unity through war back then. Wise men said it wouldn't work, and look, here we are, back to freedom. Exactly. This is karma. Why should Songtsen Gampo tie us into unity? In the end, his family stayed on top. Damn it, when they built this capital, they dragged labor from my tribe. We lost a lot of people. The tribal chiefs talked among themselves, clearly pleased with this outcome. After Tubo was unified, none of the promises made to them were kept. And now they were being crushed by Tang forces, unable to even raise their heads. Such a unification might as well not exist. When Qingxiu entered the capital, Songdua Zanzan, already tightly bound, was brought before him and made to kneel. Qingxiu looked at the man before him, not surprised in the least by the current situation. He had never seen this man as a true opponent, more like a rabbit being hunted, bound to die in his hand sooner or later. Looking down at him from above, Qingxiu declared, "This campaign was launched because I heard that the people of your kingdom were suffering terribly. It was a just war to relieve the people and punish the guilty. Now the Tubo dynasty is no more. Heaven's mandate lies with Tang, not with you. Do you finally understand today where the destiny of the world lies? Tubo's destruction today was destined by the heavens. It had to be by my own hand, leading my army." Qingxiu's speech was firm and powerful. Though it sounded like a formality, at this moment, it strangely resonated with everyone. He spoke of punishing the wicked to save the people. Indeed, rebellions had been breaking out one after another across Tubo, unrest everywhere, total chaos. One could say that from commoners to tribal chiefs, no one wasn't hoping for Songdua Zanzan's death. At this moment, Songdua Zanzan was already a stray dog. He knelt on the ground without saying a word. It wasn't until Qingxiu finished listing all his crimes that he asked, "Do you admit your guilt?" Songdua Zanzan lifted his head in a daze, only to see that all around, whether commoners, soldiers, or nobles, were watching him with schadenfreude. His final illusions completely crumbled, and he understood. It was all over. "I surrender." Songdua Zanzan lowered his head in humiliation, closed his eyes, and accepted his fate. From today onward, the world that Songtsen Gampo had built was destroyed. No one could have expected that Tubo, this rising power that was supposed to be in its prime, would collapse after only 3 generations in Qingxiu's hands. And even those 3 generations had lasted barely 10 years. As the victor, Qingxiu naturally entered the capital's palace and took control of everything there. But once inside, he was shocked to find the palace far more magnificent than he had imagined. Even after traveling across Tubo, he hadn't seen a second place that could compare. In resource-scarce Tubo, the palace walls were painted in brilliant colors. Even the inner palace walls were coated with milk-based paint. The amount of gold and pearls placed inside was countless. These were all extremely rare in Tubo, yet inside the palace they were readily available. Upon inquiry, Qingxiu learned that the palace had been under continuous renovation and expansion since the time of Songtsen Gampo. Back when Tubo was newly unified, many places hadn't yet truly submitted to Songtsen Gampo. His rule wasn't stable. Fearing rebellion, He preemptively collected all rare treasures from across the land into the capital, thereby weakening the local economies. Thus, over 3 generations, the capital had swallowed the wealth of all of Tubo. By now, it was unimaginably rich. Although the Tang army had entered the capital earlier, Xuerengui had feared that rushing into the palace might result in lost treasure and make it hard to report to Qingxiu. So on the day the city was taken, he immediately sealed the entire palace, forbidding anyone to enter. Of course, the royal family members inside were also well protected, fortunately avoiding the chaos of war. When Qingxiu entered the palace, Cangdua Zanzan's consorts and serving maids knelt nervously along the sides of the path, trembling with fear. Clearly, they were afraid of being punished or dealt with by the Tang army. Didn't expect it, you 3 generations really knew how to enjoy life. Xuerengui marveled at the palace garden, where even the lampstands on both sides of the path were made of solid gold. Now he understood why Tubo's local regions had become so estranged from the central authority. After being exploited this severely to supply the capital, who wouldn't rebel? Inside the palace, Qingxiu looked at the Tubo king's throne and merely patted it lightly without sitting down. Then he turned to the others and asked, "Everyone, how do you think we should handle the palace's women and the treasures here?" Ho Junji and Xuerengui each gave their opinions, and they completely disagreed. Ho Junji believed that since the soldiers had fought hard in the siege, the women should all be rewarded to them. Xuerengui, however, disagreed. In his view, these women were all part of the Tubo nobility and should be escorted to Chang'an as prisoners. After all, Emperor Taizong loved collecting nobles from defeated states and locking them in Chang'an, treating them as living trophies. Sending this many people over would certainly delight him. Their views on the women differed, but on the treasure, they fully agreed. All of it should be handed out to the soldiers as reward. As for the palace, they believed it should be demolished, to crush the Tubo people's morale and hope. As long as this palace exists, it proves Tubo was once unified. In the future, rebels will use it as a symbol to revive Tubo. It must be destroyed. Qingxiu understood that their opinions made sense. This palace did have symbolic significance. But after careful thought, he rejected their proposal. The soldiers did fight hard, and most of the palace wealth should indeed be used to reward them. The rest will be kept as reserves. As for the women, if we send them to Chang'an, many will die from the journey. They can't withstand the hardship. Just disperse them here in Tubo. Qingxiu stood and looked at the magnificent palace, speaking lightly, "This palace must not be torn down." Though it holds symbolic meaning for Tubo, relatively speaking, the Tubo people are more afraid of restoring the empire than hoping for it. So the symbolism isn't that strong. Xuerengui was confused. Just that reason is enough to keep the palace? Not exactly. Forget it, even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. His decision not to demolish the palace involved much deeper considerations. Though living in a feudal era, he still carried many postmodern ideas in his mind. This palace was built with the blood and sweat of the Tubo people, and given the high altitude and harsh conditions, its construction was a rare feat. Preserving it wasn't just a mercy to the Tubo people, it was also leaving behind something future generations could witness. Throughout Chinese history, dynasties rose and fell. After every major upheaval came destruction. Countless relics were lost, never to be passed down, which was truly heartbreaking. Now that Qingxiu could intervene, he wouldn't just stand by. If he could preserve even one thing, he would. Though Xuerengui didn't understand Qingxiu's thinking, since it was his leader's command, he would support it without question. Seeing that neither of them had objections, Qingxiu suddenly ordered everyone else to leave the hall, leaving only Ho Junji and Xuerengui. "Wang Xuanzi, you stay. I have something to discuss with you shortly." Seeing Wang Xuanzi preparing to leave, Qingxiu immediately stopped him. "Yes." Wang Xuanzi said nothing more and stood quietly to await instructions. Now that only they remained in this palace, Xuerengui and Ho Junji both immediately felt the atmosphere become awkward. Especially Ho Junji, he already vaguely anticipated what might happen next, and couldn't help feeling uneasy. Yet even so, in his heart he had some dissatisfaction. He himself had, in the past period, also worried much about the army and expended countless efforts. Although over this time he and Xuerengui had some friction and unpleasantness, it was far from reaching the point that his merits could be erased. Qingxiu slowly sat down, but for a long while did not speak, merely gazing coldly at Ho Junji. The latter felt goosebumps all over, and finally had to ask first, "Duke Qing, if you have any arrangements for me, just speak." Qingxiu looked coldly at his face. "Why would I dare arrange you?" Those words made Ho Junji tremble all over. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and he stammered, unable to speak a word. "Xuerengui holds a higher rank than you and still cannot control you. Now by rank I haven't yet been reinstated, am not your direct superior, so cannot command you. Ho Junji hurriedly replied, if Duke Qing has arrangements for me, just speak. Rank or no rank doesn't matter. Even if I'm not a top commander now, to command me is just one word. Qingxiu sneered, since my words are so effective, why is it that when I assigned Shui Rengue to relieve me, you repeatedly disobeyed his orders? My humble self did not know that relieving you with Shui Rengue was the Duke Qing's idea. Ho Junji still tried to play dumb. Qingxiu only responded with a cold laugh, seeing the back of the man's head go numb, he did not dare to meet his gaze. General Ho, we're all old hands in the officialdom, why pretend ignorance? You truly didn't know. If you continue to play the fool, then let us consider I said nothing today, just leave now. Ho Junji was so completely suppressed by those words he could only lower his head, my humble self understands. Qingxiu looked down on Ho Junji, expression cold. No one could guess what Qingxiu was thinking. Ho Junji dared not breathe heavily, and Shui Rengue likewise frowned tightly and said nothing. Only Wang Xuanzi kept looking at their expressions, and in his heart guessed what might be going on. At this moment, Qingxiu was indeed somewhat disappointed in Ho Junji. It was hard to change his nature, this man just could not give up the rebellious ideas hidden deep in his character. Or to say, he desired to step to the top so much that it blinded him. He insisted on competing with Shui Rengue, even ignoring that all these arrangements stemmed from Qingxiu. That he got to where he is today is precisely because of Qingxiu's many arrangements, otherwise he would hardly have been given chances to go into battle. He did want to cultivate Ho Junji as one of his own, but unfortunately this man's scheming was far too heavy, and knowing that Shui Rengue was Qingxiu's closest ally, still repeatedly disobeyed him. If he let this pass, his own authority in the army would surely suffer. General Ho, your merit in this expedition against Tubo is not small. After this battle you should return to Chang'an to rest properly, don't let your health suffer for it. The meaning of this sentence couldn't be clearer, it was sending Ho Junji back to Chang'an and stripping him of all his military posts. Ho Junji stood there in disbelief looking at Qingxiu, never expecting himself to receive such an arrangement. Duke Qing. I have repeatedly led from the front in the army, even capturing the Tubo king myself, why such an arrangement? I know your merit. Rest assured, I will faithfully report to the court. Not one bit of your merit shall be missing. Qingxiu said calmly. But, no need to say more, General Ho. Qingxiu lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his tone heavier yet again. Undoubtedly. Ho Junji was frozen in place. He looked at Qingxiu in this demeanor and knew the matter was perhaps beyond reversal. My humble self obeys. Ho Junji got up and left the palace, somewhat stunned. Although at this moment Qingxiu didn't have formal authority to dismiss Ho Junji, as soon as he remonstrated to His Majesty, even if Ho Junji was very able, he would still have to stay in Chang'an until retirement. He now truly regretted himself, when he clearly knew Shui Rengue was Qingxiu's trusted, yet he constantly opposed him. Shui Rengue watched Ho Junji leave and just felt a little regretful. General Ho is still in his prime, letting such an outstanding general stay in Chang'an, isn't it somewhat wasteful? Qingxiu glared at him, what's this? You repaying malice with kindness now? Of course not. Though I have long disliked him, old Ho is really capable. Shui Rengue shrugged, indeed, one should keep things in perspective. Then we can only blame him for lacking vision. Even if you beat the dog, you must watch the owner. Today it's just helping you vent a little. Qingxiu said with a smile. Shui Rengue heard this and found it unpleasant no matter how he heard it. Of course Qingxiu wasn't suppressing Ho Junji simply out of a moment's dislike, he was acting from the bigger picture. This man, once out of Qingxiu's direct control, kept making various small moves. Recalling what he did historically, there was a high probability he would cause a big problem on the battlefield. Actively suppressing Ho Junji was also meant to curb his arrogance. If he could correct himself from now on, all the better. But if his temperament remained the same, and even he held a grudge against Qingxiu, then Qingxiu could only say goodbye. Qingxiu noticed Wang Xuanzi at the side watching eagerly. The latter, noticing Qingxiu's gaze, immediately masked his expression with indifference. Any thoughts, Lord Wang? Qingxiu jokingly asked. Dare not. Wang Xuanzi quickly lowered his head, then changed topic. Duke Qing just said that leaving me here has an arrangement, may I ask what it refers to? Qingxiu was direct, didn't you see just now? I need you to go to the western regions. They are short of personnel. Only then did Wang Xuanzi understand why Qingxiu left him behind for witness. He was sending Ho Junji away, and assigning him the duty in the western regions. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzi's first reaction wasn't excitement but astonishment. Though he had exerted great effort in Tubo to get most of the tribes to defect, it didn't mean he was skilled at commanding troops. Especially in this area, he was totally inexperienced. Suddenly being given so high a task was almost unimaginable. Lord Wang, you always spoke of serving the state, but now that you're entrusted with a major responsibility, you're hesitating? Qingxiu saw Wang Xuance's hesitation and half-joking half-serious said so. Wang Xuance forced a smile. Duke Qing, how can I say that? If the court needed it, I would gladly give my life. It's just that leading troops into battle is no trivial matter. I fear making a mistake. Commanding troops in war is different from infiltrating behind enemy lines and inciting defection. Although incitement is also dancing on a knife edge, even if a mistake is made, he dies only his own life. At worst he can remain silent and leak no intelligence. But fighting at the front is truly no trivial matter. Every order given is accompanied by casualties. Even if the plan is brilliant, it only reduces the casualties to the minimum. The test for the commander is very large. Wang Xuance does not mind risking his own life, but if he lets others' lives hang on him, given his usual bold, risky style, he truly cannot guarantee no one will die because of him. To put it plainly, he still has never been on the battlefield, doesn't know his own weight, yet Qingxiu has full confidence in him. Others may not know, but he understands the gold value of one person destroying a country. Since I have chosen you for this matter, it means you are capable. This matter cannot be declined. Qingxiu spoke without giving him a choice, immediately entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. Wang Xuance heard this and felt completely bewildered. When things reached this point, Wang Xuance couldn't refuse. He stepped forward, saluted Qingxiu, and indicated he accepted. General Shui, from now on you'll be looking after him a lot. Wang Xuance said quietly to Shui Rengue beside him. Shui Rengue made a gesture indicating, he's on me, yet however he measured Wang Xuance he didn't feel this person was the kind to lead troops into battle. No matter how you looked at him, he was a textbook civil official type, afraid even of holding a sword. How could he command an army? Anyway, it's the boss's choice. His vision probably won't make a mistake. Once all the arrangements were made, Qingxiu personally ordered the Tang army's banners to be raised above the palace, and he released all the attendants and palace maids there, making them commoners. As for the consorts, Qingxiu permitted Songdua Zanzan to choose some to accompany him to the Tang, and the rest were detained in the capital, never to be released. At the same time, Qingxiu also ordered the release of all civilians previously imprisoned for rebellion, and freed a large batch of slaves, giving them large tracts of land so they could live properly. The Tubo people never expected Qingxiu to be so benevolent toward them, distributing money and land, abolishing all those exploitative regulations of Songdua Zanzan, replacing them with the Tang's relatively more moderate laws. For a time, the Tubo populace exulted. No one did not cry out in gratitude to Qingxiu, claiming he was a divine envoy sent by heaven to save them. The commoners were jubilant, and those Tubo nobles naturally did not want to miss this chance to curry favor with Qingxiu. They rushed to strike when the iron was hot, personally finding Qingxiu to ask him to go to the sacred mountain for a pilgrimage, to be witnessed as a god. Be witnessed as a god? Qingxiu threw the booklet in his hand onto the table, looking at them in disbelief. A monk of their faith immediately spoke. Someone of your great merit must surely be a divine person sent from heaven. In our religion there is a ritual. If one is to become a god, one must undergo a baptism on the sacred mountain, witnessed by the people. Stop! Qingxiu hastily told him to shut up. So what you're saying is, let me go act out some pose, do a show, and then you tell the people this is heavenly mandate and deify me? The monk smiled knowingly. What Duke Qing says is correct. After all, you are still tricking the common people, aren't you? Haha, Duke Qing, you are also a person high in the court. You should know, to control the people, how could you tell them the truth? Isn't the emperor of the celestial country also claiming heavenly mandate? The monk was suddenly poked by someone next to him, and only then realized Qingxiu's face was dark. He hurriedly shut his mouth. The emperors of the central plane with the heavens mandate are true overlords of all under heaven. You are nothing but tongue-wagging tricksters. What qualification have you to compare yourself to the central plane emperor? The monk was struck as by thunder, immediately dropping to his knees before Qingxiu and begging forgiveness, trembling. I did not mean to offend the holy emperor, only wished to honor Duke Qing so you could better govern Tubo. I truly harbor no second thoughts. In years past the rulers of Tubo have done similarly. The high priest also hurried forward to beg forgiveness. Duke Qing, please do not blame us. Our original intention was good. Please don't argue with him. Qingxiu originally intended to immediately dismiss them, but on second thought, this might be a good opportunity. You say, the common people of Tubo, they exactly accept this kind of thing? Duke Qing, they not only accept this kind of thing, but beyond that they have no one else to trust. That high priest said this, his expression immediately growing extremely confident. The Tubo Plateau's climate is harsh, even survival alone is extremely difficult. In such punishing conditions, if one does not hold some belief in the supernatural or hope, it is hard to survive. Their native religion in Tubo was born for precisely that reason. They governed the populace in the name of religion, claiming that all their sufferings now were repayment of sin, and thereby exploited them heavily. Over time, this religion deeply rooted itself in Tubo, and day by day became more ingrained. Even after Songtsen Gampo unified all of Tubo, though he held absolute force, he still had to grant these monks high ranks in religion so that they would recognize his rulership. Only then could he govern Tubo. Know this, believers in this religion were not only the ordinary commoners or poor serfs. Even among high officers and nobles in Tubo many were loyal adherents. One might say that this religion was Tubo's foundation. To establish long-term stable governance, controlling this religion was more important than anything. Qingxiu listened to the high priest's description, then nodded as if deep in thought. I see. Although Tang has many religions, it does not hinder the imperial authority. Haha, the situation in the Central Plain is not the same as ours. To borrow a Central Plain phrase, when in a foreign land, follow local ways. Unexpectedly, the high priest knew quite a bit. Qingxiu, with interest, studied the high priest, then suddenly posed a question. In that case, do you believe this religion yourselves? The high priest did not expect Qingxiu to ask this. He and the other monks and clergy exchanged glances, then could not help laughing. This question, Duke Qing, do you not already have the answer in your heart? Why ask us? Qingxiu gave a cold laugh. The man was truly clever, his mind was not ordinary. No wonder he could become high priest and manage all the restless clergy. All right, then you make arrangements for me. I will be deified on your sacred mountain. The high priest was secretly pleased and quickly responded along the line, I understand. Since it is the request of the Duke of Qing, then I shall follow your will. I will do my utmost to arrange everything for you, to make you the most grandly honored chosen one in history. Qingxiu merely let out a cold snort, not taking this person's words seriously at all. A few days later, Qingxiu set out with his soldiers, as well as the accompanying monks, priests, and clergy, heading together towards the Holy Mountain. The so-called Holy Mountain they spoke of was actually the snow-covered mountains on the far western border of Tubo, the peak of the world, Mount Everest. In order to maintain the mystery of their religion, the priests of Tubo claimed this nearly unscalable high peak as their holy mountain, and declared to the outside world that gods resided at its summit. But Mount Everest was truly too high, and in this era without any mechanical assistance, not to mention oxygen tanks to survive the thin air at the summit, no one could possibly reach the top. Precisely because of this, the lie of their religion was passed down for hundreds of years, and no one had ever been able to expose it. On the contrary, as time went on, this myth became more and more deeply believed. Qingxiu knew the journey would be long, so he did not bring too many subordinates, just 300 cavalrymen and a few military officers. Hou Junji was specially left behind in the capital by Qingxiu and was tasked with managing the city, strictly ordered not to make any mistakes. Even though Shui Rengue strongly objected, fearing that Hou Junji might harbor resentment and mess things up, Qingxiu knew that Shui Rengue was still too young, or rather, he simply didn't understand how to read people. Hou Junji valued military merit and status above all else. After being severely reprimanded a few days ago, he was already deeply unsettled. Now that he was entrusted with an important duty, he certainly would not dare to make any mistakes in this regard. Otherwise, his future would truly be sealed, with no chance of rising again. The capital was not close to Mount Everest, and the entire journey was extremely harsh. The closer they got to the snow mountains, the more difficult and steep the path became. Fortunately, there were many cities along the way, allowing them to replenish supplies at any time. If someone fell ill, they could be treated in time. Otherwise, even with iron bones, it would be hard to endure the entire journey, let alone those pampered, well-fed clergymen. As they traveled, Qingxiu did not feel it was too difficult. His constitution could easily handle the hardship. Although the cavalry under his command were not as physically strong as he was, at least they had thick cotton armor and could endure even the most extreme weather. Moreover, they never lacked clothing or food along the way. A large number of cattle and sheep were always available, so there were no casualties on the road. On the contrary, the clergy suffered greatly. They hadn't expected the Tang army to march so quickly, and they simply couldn't keep up. Shui Rengue watched these clergymen complain daily and found it rather amusing. He already despised these god-men and couldn't understand why the Duke of Qing associated with them or even accepted some ridiculous baptism. But he also believed that the Duke of Qing was not a senseless man, and that he likely had a plan in mind, so he refrained from further comment. However, what surprised Qing Xiu along the way was that many Tubo civilians or believers were also trudging with great difficulty toward the holy mountain. Even though many of them wore only thin clothes, and would freeze stiff and fall into the snow after just a few steps. Yet they still moved forward like moths to a flame, heading toward the so-called snowy holy mountain, even if it meant dying in that direction. These pilgrims who died along the way either stood frozen like statues on both sides of the road, or lay face down on the ground frozen into the ice. Any living pilgrim who saw these corpses would respectfully bow or quietly chant scriptures. But the high-ranking clergy and monks, when they saw the corpses, showed undisguised disgust and disdain. Some even deliberately avoided the frozen pilgrims, as if even one glance would dirty their entire body. Qing Xiu saw all of this and felt increasingly that these people were frivolous and deserved death. However, the high priest and others didn't mind Qing Xiu's contempt. On the contrary, they repeatedly tried to talk to him along the way, thinking their exchanges were going quite well. "Duke of Qing, did you see those pilgrims along the road? When we reach the holy mountain, they will all witness your ordination as the chosen one and spread the news throughout Tubo. Don't underestimate them. It's thanks to their word of mouth that news spreads, sometimes even faster than the Tubo government." The high priest enthusiastically spoke to Qing Xiu, and although Qing Xiu remained cold-faced, he continued to flatter and chat on his own. "These pilgrims believe your nonsense with their whole hearts and lives, and you just treat them as tools. How can you bear it?" Qing Xiu asked. The high priest chuckled. "Duke of Qing, you can't put it that way. It's precisely because of these people that we have our current status." He glanced at the soldiers marching firmly behind Qing Xiu and lowered his voice. "Aren't you also relying on these people to pacify Tubo? Aren't they also so devoted because of their admiration for you?" Before he could finish speaking, Qing Xiu suddenly raised his hand and whipped out, the movement so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The high priest didn't even know what happened before a fierce whip landed across his face, knocking him off his horse, screaming in pain on the ground. The monks hurried forward to help him up, only to see a deep bloody welt across his face, with flesh turned outward. "Duke of Qing, please do not be angry. This is the foot of the holy mountain, you must not strike clergy at will." Everyone was terrified, and the monks trembled as they pleaded with Qing Xiu not to be angry. Though he had been viciously whipped in the face, the high priest knelt on the ground without uttering a word of complaint, not even daring to look Qing Xiu in the eyes. "I had intended to give you some face, but you repeatedly provoked me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I fear you truly won't know your place." Qing Xiu looked down at the man, his expression full of disdain and authority. The soldiers behind him were able to brave the blizzards and fight bitterly at his side, giving their all, precisely because he always led from the front and commanded effectively. Soldiers are willing to follow a general because they believe that with him, they will win, and because the general is also willing to lead from the front. This man had the nerve to reduce these loyal soldiers' dedication to mere brainwashing, that insulted not only Qing Xiu, but the soldiers as well. "I know I was wrong. I understand." The high priest knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to Qing Xiu. Even though his mouth was so swollen he could barely speak, he still desperately kowtowed to plead for forgiveness. Every time he spoke, fresh blood seeped from his mouth and dripped onto the snow, the intense pain making it nearly impossible to open his mouth. Qing Xiu didn't spare him another glance. When he looked back, he saw his accompanying cavalry had surrounded him, clearly thinking something had happened. "It's nothing, everyone. Let's keep moving." Qing Xiu looked at the bloodstains on his whip with disgust and directly threw it away, replacing it with a new one as they continued on their journey. The high priest was helped up by the people around him. Watching Qing Xiu walk away, he truly didn't dare to show a trace of anger or complaint. This man held the power of life and death over him. Unlike the Tubo rulers, Qing Xiu didn't need the clergy to establish authority. Killing him would take no more than a single word. "Keep moving? Hurry up and bandage me." The high priest could only vent his anger on his own people. The monks hurried to prepare herbs for treatment. Fortunately, they soon reached the next city, where they could rest and resupply. Otherwise, the wound on the high priest's face would likely have frozen and become necrotic. This so-called city was in fact just a crude settlement built by a remote tribe. The city wall was merely hardened mud, very low and barely effective for defense or insulation. When they heard that the high priest was bringing people, they immediately came out to greet them and prepared all the food they could offer. They had only recently learned that the Tubo kingdom had fallen, so now welcoming the Tang army, they were extremely anxious, afraid of doing anything to upset these powerful men. Qing Xiu didn't ask much, he just told them to arrange accommodations and prepare food. But when Qing Xiu saw the local people's clothing, worn and ragged even in such freezing weather, with many peasants walking barefoot in the snow with frostbitten feet, he was truly distressed. At first, Qing Xiu wanted to distribute some supplies to the local commoners. But he changed his mind, thinking that once he left, those supplies would likely be taken away by the local lords. While the serfs were helping the Tang army set up camp, Qing Xiu suddenly noticed a serf with only one foot, still struggling to carry supplies. This man is already disabled, and you still make him work. Qing Xiu truly didn't understand. A landlord beside him quickly explained, this man wasn't born disabled. He made a mistake earlier, so one foot was cut off as punishment. Of course he still has to work. Qing Xiu stared at him in disbelief. Though he had heard that slaves in Tubo were not treated as humans, chopping off limbs for minor offenses and still forcing them to work was truly horrifying. Looking around, he saw many others missing hands or feet, and some even had their eyes gouged out, treated entirely as non-human. Qing Xiu felt deeply disturbed. Though he wanted to teach these heartless landlords a lesson, the reality of these disabled serfs couldn't be changed. No matter how upset he was, it was useless. Shui Rengue stood dumbfounded, watching the disabled serfs setting up tents. In the end, he shouted, "Everyone get up! All of you help set up tents. Don't just stand around being lazy." He was addressing his own soldiers. He couldn't accept that these half-disabled serfs were working while they just stood by doing nothing. When the serfs were sent away, they looked confused, and the landlords were clearly unhappy seeing their slaves idle. One landlord raised a whip to drive the serfs back to work. Just as they were about to move, Qing Xiu stepped in front of them. "No need for them to work. We'll set up our own tents. They don't need to help. Let them rest." The landlord didn't understand Qing Xiu's meaning and still smiled ingratiatingly. "Sir, you can focus on your business. Don't mind these lowly slaves, their lives are cheap, not worth your attention." Qing Xiu's expression darkened, and in the end the landlord didn't even dare to meet his eyes, retreating cautiously while still wearing a fawning smile. He truly had no idea how he had offended Qing Xiu. "Release all these slaves. Let them return to their fields," Qing Xiu said coldly. The landlord was even more confused. "Sir, there's no need to worry about them. Honestly, every winter a bunch of slaves die, it's just how it is." "Bullshit." Shui Rengue couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to slap the man across the face. The slap was powerful, knocking the man to the ground, nearly knocking him unconscious. While the man writhed in pain on the ground, Shui Rengue kicked him over and stepped on his chest, nearly suffocating him with that one stomp. The man looked at Shui Rengue in terror, unable to speak, while Shui Rengue pointed and cursed, "You bastard! When the Duke of Qing speaks to you, are you deaf? You didn't hear a single word? When the Duke says release them, you release them. What the hell are you rambling about? If you don't let them go, I'll kill you. They'll still be free men." The man, despite the pain in his face, hurriedly nodded, "Yes, yes. I'll let them go. I wouldn't dare not to." He quickly ordered his servants to release the serfs, leaving not one behind. The servants didn't dare delay. When Shui Rengue merely glanced at them, they were nearly scared out of their wits, immediately rushing forward to remove the shackles from the serfs. The slaves looked numbly at the shackles being removed, showing no joy at gaining freedom, only dazedly looking at each other, unsure of what had happened. "Everyone, don't be confused. You're all free now. You don't have to be slaves to those bastards anymore." Shui Rengue clapped happily, but no matter what he said, they just stood there blankly, seemingly unable to accept that they had become free. Shui Rengue was baffled. They had gained freedom, so why didn't they look happy? Qing Xiu patted Shui Rengue on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside. He could see that these serfs had been born into slavery. They simply couldn't accept the shift in identity in such a short time. It's not that anyone is born wanting to be a slave, it's just that they've been forced to turn this kind of life into a habit. How could they change that overnight? Looking at the people, for a moment, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he simply said, "Everyone, disperse. Go wherever you want. Come back here tomorrow, and I will distribute land to you. From now on, all the crops you harvest will belong entirely to you. I will speak on your behalf, no one will take a single grain from you." Only when Qing Xiu said this did they finally snap out of their daze and instinctively try to kneel and thank him. They truly understood that receiving land and regaining their freedom was a good thing, but they still couldn't believe they had escaped from that hellish life. "Stand up. No kneeling allowed." Qing Xiu grew anxious when he saw this. He immediately drew his sword and stabbed it into the ground, shouting angrily. The sound of the sword being drawn startled the serfs so much that they quickly stood up and scattered. Only then did Shui Rengue release the landlord he had pinned down. The man was helped up by his attendants, didn't dare say a word, saluted Qing Xiu and Shuiren Gue, and was led away. Looking around, Qing Xiu saw that many people in the city still carried the status of slave, working the land. He felt deep sorrow. Originally, he had thought that conquering Tubo was only for the sake of the Tang Empire's border security. What kind of life the local people lived, how they were exploited and tormented, had nothing to do with him. But after seeing these people treated worse than pigs and dogs, it was hard to remain indifferent. Shuiren Gue, deliver a command for me, make sure the whole city hears it. Qing Xiu called Shuiren Gue over, tell them to release all the serfs before noon tomorrow. No one is allowed to keep a single slave. Otherwise, they'll face the law. Shuiren Gue responded immediately and rushed off to carry it out. Qing Xiu then ordered someone to bring the land registry of the city. Since he was already doing a good deed, he decided to go all the way and start redistributing land to the poor. By evening, Qing Xiu was checking the city's population and land registry, and found that Tubo's land distribution was shockingly unequal. This city had a population of 50,000, but only a few hundred landlords. Ordinary civilians numbered fewer than 5,000. That meant aside from those landlords and civilians, the rest were all serfs. Even those ordinary people held very little land, barely enough to survive. In years of poor harvest, they would probably also end up as serfs. Just then, Qing Xiu heard a commotion outside, followed by the sound of swords being drawn, filling the air. He frowned slightly, opened the door and looked outside. There, soldiers had formed a line, blocking a group of people trying to barge in. If you refuse to back off, you'll be treated as enemies and executed on the spot, no mercy. The captain of the guards held his blade and blocked their path, shouting fiercely. If it were Shuiren Gue, he probably would have already started cutting people down. Sir, please let us meet the Duke of Qing. His Excellency doesn't know our situation. If this really happens, it will anger the gods, and we'll all suffer. Just let us speak to him. Please, make an exception. Qing Xiu recognized them, most of them were the city's landlords and slave owners. Clearly, they had come together to plead their case. While begging, they kept trying to push their way in, enraging the guards who were ready to draw blood. If Shuiren Gue were here, several heads would have already rolled. Wait! Just as violence was about to break out, Qing Xiu stepped in and spoke up. The Duke of Qing is here. When they saw Qing Xiu, they stopped trying to force their way in and immediately knelt to greet him. Usually, Qing Xiu would forbid people from kneeling to him. But seeing these men kneel, he didn't stop them, only stared coldly at them. Speak quickly. Say your piece and get out. One of the leading slave owners stepped forward with a flattering smile and said, Your Excellency, we heard that you plan to free all the serfs in the city. That's true. You're not willing? Qing Xiu pointed at his soldiers. When I sent my men to inform you, the message was very clear. If you disobey, you'll meet the sword. Are you here now to die willingly? No, we wouldn't dare. The slave owner shrank back in fear. I just want to say that the serfs absolutely cannot be freed. It's not that we're unwilling, but freeing them will cause chaos. What? Qing Xiu thought he'd misheard. The man quickly explained in a serious tone, saying that these serfs were of low birth because in their past lives they broke the law or offended the gods, and were now paying for those sins. They live like this as punishment for sins from a previous life. It's their way of atonement. If your Excellency frees them, their karmic debts remain unsettled. The gods will be enraged, and divine punishment may fall on you. So the best course is to let them continue being slaves. That way, they can pay their debt early and suffer less in their next life. This is for their own good. These people seemed convinced of their own logic, and others quickly chimed in with agreement. For a moment, Qing Xiu couldn't tell if they were seriously deluded or just spouting nonsense with a straight face. Qing Xiu snorted coldly, You don't need to worry about that. You're afraid of divine punishment? I'm the one freeing them. If there's punishment, I'll take it. His words left them speechless. Their faces flushed, but none could respond. They were used to rulers who feared the unknown, afraid to disturb any cosmic balance. They had never seen anyone like Qing Xiu, who didn't care at all. The slave owner scratched his head in panic and finally stammered, Sir, I still want to advise you. These people carry karmic burdens, you must not release them. Didn't I just say it? Whatever karma there is, I'll bear it. The slave owner became anxious. That's not what I meant. Could you let me explain in detail? Qing Xiu was actually curious what nonsense he might spout next, so he calmly had someone bring him a chair and sat down, ready to listen. Seeing that Qing Xiu was interested, the slave owner quickly said, Perhaps you don't know, among these slaves, some have already offered their souls to the heavens. Releasing them would be disrespecting the gods. Offering to the heavens? Qing Xiu found this strange after hearing it. Aren't these people all alive and well? I didn't see anyone dead. How have they offered their souls to the heavens? This is a rule of the holy mountain. You haven't been here before, so of course you don't know. The slave owner quickly explained to Qing Xiu, how about this, tomorrow morning, you come with us to the Grand Temple. Then I'll show you a few things, and you'll naturally understand. The more this man said, the more curious Qing Xiu became. No need to wait for tomorrow. Why can't you say it here? No, no. The slave owner shook his head repeatedly. You don't understand. Without seeing those things, it's hard to explain clearly in a few words. Qing Xiu didn't know why this man was being so mysterious, but seeing his demeanor, he didn't push too hard. Fine, then as you said, come tomorrow morning, I'll go with you. Make sure to explain things clearly to me. If I find that I cannot refuse, the slaves will remain yours. But if you can't explain it clearly. Qing Xiu didn't finish the sentence, only gave him a cold glance, then turned and went back into the tent. Only then did the slave owners breathe a sigh of relief. At least they had gotten Duke Qing to ease his stance. Clearly, they were confident that they could show something tomorrow to make Qing Xiu change his mind. And they didn't believe Qing Xiu could actually abolish all the serfdom in Tubo. This wasn't a system formed overnight. Slavery had existed in Tubo for nearly 1,000 years. Abolishing it suddenly was unimaginable. Besides, Duke Qing had come here to ask the heavens to grant him godhood. They had seen many people in power like this before. All of them would rather believe in the existence of divine punishment than risk defying it. Once persuaded properly, they would get scared. Just as Qing Xiu returned to his residence, someone knocked on the door. Boss, it's me. Can I come in? Shui Rengui's voice came from outside along with the knocking. Qing Xiu signaled for him to enter, and Shui Rengui immediately said, these people are outrageous, even daring to gather here. I say we kill a few of them first, teach the blind ones a lesson. Qing Xiu waved his hand to tell him not to rush. That's enough. You don't need to worry about this. Tomorrow I'll go with those people to the temple and see for myself. There's still time to deal with them afterward. Shui Rengui patted his head, not understanding why Qing Xiu kept delaying action against them. In his eyes, it seemed like Qing Xiu was constantly sparing these people. You still don't get it. You'll understand tomorrow. Now go do what you need to do. Qing Xiu waved him off. Shui Rengui still didn't understand, but with Qing Xiu saying this much, he couldn't say more. He only bowed deeply and left. Early the next morning, the slave owners were already dressed up, coming specially to receive Qing Xiu. They even prepared a sedan chair to carry Qing Xiu, but he gave it one look and immediately showed disgust. Take it away. Qing Xiu didn't hate the sedan chair itself, it was because he saw a few skinny, weak serfs assigned to carry it. These people were so short and thin, it looked like they might collapse after a few steps. How could Qing Xiu allow them to serve him? Sir, the road to the temple isn't short. There's mountain climbing too. If you don't take the sedan, it'll be very tiring. Yes, please take it. The journey is long and exhausting otherwise. The slave owners hurried to persuade Qing Xiu to ride the sedan. Not that they really cared about his comfort, if he refused to ride it, how could they dare to? Qing Xiu didn't bother with them. He simply ordered them to lead the way and not waste time. None of them dared disobey. Bitterly, they hurried ahead to guide the way. The temple wasn't far, but the road was bumpy and steep. These pampered lords were not used to such hardship. They had only climbed halfway up the temple steps and were already panting, but still didn't dare ask for help or use sedan chairs. They forced themselves to climb. By the time they dragged their fat bodies to the top, Qing Xiu had already been waiting there for a while. So, how was the climb? Qing Xiu asked with interest. The crowd dared not complain, only smiled and said it was fine. If you're not tired, of course we aren't either. You're still holding up well? They could barely stand but still kept smiling to please Qing Xiu. Qing Xiu ignored them, pointed to the temple and asked, what do you want me to see? The slave owner hurried to the front to lead the way and pushed open the temple doors. Though the temple was large, it was built facing away from the sun, so no sunlight could enter. Even in broad daylight, torches had to be lit inside to see anything clearly. Although it was a temple, the eerie atmosphere made Qing Xiu feel uneasy. On the offering table were many strange ritual instruments, some looked like drums, some like prayer wheels. The lighting was too dim for Qing Xiu to see clearly, so he had Shui Rengui bring more torches. Look, these are the sacred instruments used to worship the gods. Each one was personally used and blessed by the gods. Qing Xiu waved his hand to silence him. What do these instruments have to do with what you want to tell me today? The slave owner quickly said, these instruments were made from parts taken from those slaves. They were carefully carved into tools to communicate with the gods. That's why every slave's body is directly connected to divine communication. If they are no longer slaves, then these instruments lose their power. The gods would naturally be angry. Qing Xiu had just been touching one of the drums, but upon hearing this, he immediately pulled his hand back and looked at the slave owner in disbelief. You're saying these instruments were made from body parts cut off from those slaves? Qing Xiu asked sternly. The slave owner even answered boldly and openly, of course. This man was even enthusiastically explaining and introducing everything to Qing Xiu one by one. This drum is made from the scalp of a slave. The drumstick is a leg bone. It sounds very loud when struck. And this prayer wheel is made from the finger bones of several people. It wasn't easy to make. He spoke vividly and even occasionally held up the instruments made from human parts to show Qing Xiu. He was completely unaware that Qing Xiu's expression was growing darker and darker. You crippled those serfs just to make these human body instruments? Qing Xiu asked coldly. The slave owner sensed something wrong in Qing Xiu's tone but still replied cautiously, this is to give them a chance to offer themselves, to ask the gods for forgiveness. Bullshit. Qing Xiu could no longer hold back. He flung his sleeve and his war blade appeared in his hand. Even though he hadn't used this war blade for a long time, it still felt familiar in his grip. Before the slave owner could see clearly what Qing Xiu was doing, a flash of white light streaked by, and the next moment his throat had already been slit by the war blade. The man collapsed in terror, fell in a pool of blood, his body still twitching. He opened his mouth to call out but could only make faint whimpering sounds. Xueren Gue, who was outside preparing torches, heard the commotion inside and immediately rushed in to check. He was shocked to see the slave owner already lying dead. You came just in time. Qing Xiu wiped the blood from his blade and pointed outside the temple. Those slave owners and landlords, are they all waiting outside now? Of course. Xueren Gue vaguely guessed what was going on. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and Qing Xiu gave him a confirming nod. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Qing Xiu looked at the corpse on the ground, his face full of disgust. He had defeated countless enemies in his life, but it was rare for him to still feel such loathing after killing someone. This dead man truly repulsed him to the core. Xueren Gue had been wanting to do this already. He immediately drew his sword and walked straight out of the temple. At that moment, the landlords and slave owners outside still had no idea what was about to happen. They were sitting there chatting and even laughing. General Xue, has the Duke of Qing made a decision? Upon seeing Xueren Gue, they quickly came forward to greet him and tried to strike up conversation. Xueren Gue didn't look at them. He just gave the waiting soldiers an order, kill them all. The soldiers didn't hesitate. They drew their swords and charged toward the group, full of murderous intent. At first, those men stupidly stood in place, not understanding why the soldiers were approaching them. Only when the killing intent was right in their faces did they suddenly realize. There was no time to think, they turned to run, but the soldiers were already upon them, raising their blades and cutting them down without mercy. Soon, the area outside the temple was filled with screams. Some people desperately ran to knock on the temple doors, begging the Duke of Qing for mercy. But they were dragged back and executed with a single blow. The screams were unbearably shrill, but Qing Xiu's expression didn't change, he just found the noise annoying. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, heads rolled outside the temple and the screams stopped. Xueren Gue pushed the door open and exchanged a glance with Qing Xiu, who instantly understood. Let's go. Qing Xiu resisted the urge to burn the temple to the ground and ordered everyone to leave with him. Aren't we going to burn this place? Xueren Gue was ready with torches, just waiting for Qing Xiu's signal to reduce it to ashes. No need. Leave it. And those human bone instruments, the drums made of human skin, don't destroy any of them. They're all evidence. Qing Xiu knew that the reason these people had been able to rule Tubo for so long and oppress the common people without resistance, even to the point of death, was not just about power. This religion had already taken root in people's hearts. The slaves truly believed that all the suffering in this life was to atone for sins from a previous life. Some of them probably even hoped to be reborn in the next life and become masters themselves. When Qing Xiu and his group returned to the city, the slaves were still waiting obediently at the foot of the mountain. Qing Xiu ordered all slaves and commoners in the city to gather beneath the city wall to hear his address. Naturally, no one dared delay. But somehow, they only saw the Tang soldiers return, those landlords and slave owners were nowhere to be seen. Qing Xiu looked at the crowd below the wall. At his command, the soldiers threw down one sack after another from the city wall. When the sacks were opened, the slaves and civilians leaned in for a look and were instantly terrified. Inside the sacks were piles of severed heads. And these heads looked frighteningly familiar. Upon closer inspection, weren't they their masters? What happened? Weren't they going up the mountain for a ritual? Why are they all beheaded now? This general sure has guts, he even dared kill the lords. What did they do to anger him? The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Qingxiu had to signal for silence. Everyone, these so-called nobles and masters are just like you, flesh and blood. There's no such thing as suffering in this life for blessings in the next. That's all made-up nonsense they used to keep you enslaved. Today, I show you with your own eyes, I was chosen by heaven. These people who enslaved and mutilated others to make ritual instruments, today, I've made them pay with their heads. Qingxiu's voice was powerful and commanding. Everyone listening was too stunned to even breathe. They didn't know why the Duke of Qing dared to do such things. But looking at the pile of severed heads, the fear they once had for those lords was clearly fading. So those masters were just like them, hit them and they bleed, cut them and they die. With that realization, all the teachings that had been drilled into them by the church, that masters were superior, blessed by the gods, were shattered in their minds. Qingxiu then had a large chest brought up and opened it in front of everyone. Inside were land deeds, documents used to back the lord's claims. Cries and wails rose again from below the wall. The crowd instinctively stepped back, only to see the Tang army escorting the wicked servants, sons, and daughters of those noble families, all kneeling at the base of the wall. These people, who had always looked down on the slaves, beating and cursing them without restraint, always wore an air of authority. But now, facing the sharp Tang blades, they trembled uncontrollably, begging for mercy, far more terrified than the slaves ever were. There was no need to talk about "don't involve the innocent," because Qingxiu had already investigated earlier. The families of those landlords and slave owners weren't good people either. Although killing them all might not mean every one of them was guilty, if only some were killed and others spared, there would surely be those who slipped through the net. These people were all in the same boat, and Qingxiu didn't bother to distinguish anymore. From today onward, throughout all of Tubo, not just this city, but all of Tubo, serfdom is completely abolished. From now on, there are no slaves, only free people. The land and houses of those slave owners are now unclaimed and will be equally distributed among all of you. No one gets more, no one gets less. Qingxiu gave the order to burn all the house and land deeds on the spot, every single one. Flames roared high into the sky. The serfs and commoners watched in shock. These documents had been certified by the monks of Tubo's native religion, they were seen as divine. Destroying them like this was surely going against the will of the gods. Don't burn them. Don't burn them. Duke of Qing, please show mercy, this is our family's legacy for generations. How could it be burned away in one fire? Your Excellency, have mercy. The children and relatives of the slave owners were heartbroken seeing the deeds burned. But they had no idea what Qingxiu was planning next. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had time to mourn these material possessions. Qingxiu glanced at Xueren Gue, who immediately understood. He ordered a pile of weapons to be thrown from the city wall, scattered in front of the slaves and commoners. These weapons had been taken from the city's armory. They were of such poor quality that the Tang army wouldn't even use them. But at least they could be used to kill, and right now, that's what mattered. As the slaves and commoners looked at the swords and blades in confusion, Qingxiu personally stepped forward and shouted, "All of you! These slave owners and their families humiliated and oppressed you for so long, how can you tolerate it? Today I give you a chance, pick up these blades and slaughter those nobles right here to relieve your hatred." As soon as the words landed, the whole place was in an uproar. The slaves were trembling all over. They never expected such a thing to happen today. The landlords' families couldn't believe it either. Qingxiu's goal today was to kill them all. In the past, other rulers had come here to reform and redistribute land, but never had anyone dared to wipe out their entire class. Qingxiu kept urging them, but no one stepped forward to take a blade. They still found the idea unimaginable. That they hated those people, of course they did. After all, they had been cruelly abused for so long, no one could bear it. But the idea of being a slave and servant had taken deep root in their minds, how could they break free of it so suddenly? Seeing that no one moved, Xueren Gue grew impatient. He offered to lead soldiers to kill the nobles himself. Qingxiu immediately stopped him. These people must die today, but not by our hands. The slaves must kill them themselves. Qingxiu wanted the slaves to fully, completely sever ties with these people. Otherwise, they would always remain in the slaves' hearts, making it hard to achieve true liberation. They had to be the ones to strike the blow, to unleash nearly 1,000 years of hatred and bring closure. Kill them! The soldiers on the wall shouted loudly, startling the slaves below. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to imagine a scene like this. But now, the weapons were right in front of them. The nobles who had always pressed down on them were kneeling. All they had to do was pick up a blade and strike, no consequences at all. To say they didn't hate them at all was impossible. The chance for revenge was right there. Fear is hard to overcome, but they no longer had anything to fear. Someone finally stepped forward and picked up a sword with trembling hands. At that moment, one of the nobles shouted, "You filthy thing! Don't forget who saved your whole family from starving to death in the snow back then, if it weren't for my father." It was a spoiled young master. At that moment, he no longer feared the Tang soldiers, only scorn and rage filled his eyes. Even now, he still couldn't let go of his pride over these servants. "You bastard! Who let you speak?" A Tang squad leader, seeing this person still acting arrogant, punched him hard in the face. The spoiled young master was knocked down, lying on the ground groaning in pain. The squad leader went up and beat him further, cursing nonstop. "The Duke of Qing told you to kneel, you better stay down and shut the hell up. And you still dare to talk back, you dog." The beating grew fiercer, and the screams weaker, soon the man couldn't even beg for mercy. "Stand down." Qing Xiu, seeing that it was enough, gave the order to stop. He didn't mind if the man died, but today was special. These scum had to be left for the slaves to kill. The slave who had picked up the blade saw that the arrogant noble was barely conscious and couldn't say a word. He finally summoned his courage. He gripped the sword tightly and stepped forward. This time, no one dared speak a word. He reached the young master who was half dead from the beating. Even then, the guy managed to glare at him. The slave could no longer hold back. He raised the sword and slashed down, though not fatally, just leaving a long cut. The noble screamed in pain. That first blood broke the last restraint in the slave's heart. He immediately hacked wildly while cursing loudly. "My father only owed half a measure of grain, and your father skinned him alive. His skin is still hanging in the temple as a drum. And you still dare speak of my father? I swear I'll skin you today and make a drum too." He chopped more and more furiously. His eyes turned blood red. Even when the noble was already dead, he didn't stop. The corpse was reduced to pulp, but the fury in his chest hadn't weakened, only intensified. The other nobles, seeing this, no longer looked down on the slaves. Their eyes were filled with pure fear. All the high and mighty ideas that had been planted in their heads crumbled completely. Even after the blade was so dull it broke on a stone, he finally stopped. Even so, he looked up, eyes still bloodshot, body still trembling. In the crowd, his gaze locked onto another person. This one was also a son of his former master. Judging from his expression and demeanor, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot from this person in the past. When that young man noticed the slave staring at him, he immediately trembled all over and tried to hide in the crowd. A nearby soldier grabbed his hair and threw him out directly. As soon as he hit the ground headfirst, the slave drove the knife into his chest, killing him cleanly and decisively. 2 people had now been killed on the spot. This scene might have been nothing new to the Tang soldiers. But for those slaves who had endured abuse every day, the shock was unimaginable. Normally, they were the ones being beaten and killed. Now it was happening to their oppressors. The joy and satisfaction they felt was self-evident. Immediately, a second person stepped forward and picked up a blade, roaring as he rushed toward the noble lords and began hacking madly. This time, he wasn't alone. A third, then a fourth followed behind, each grabbing a sword and charging. The nobles tried to flee in panic, but the Tang soldiers herded them back like driving ducks, along with a fierce beating. The slaves rushed in without hesitation. Those who saw their enemies went straight for them and began cutting them down. If they couldn't find their personal enemies, they didn't care who they hit, they swung their blades at anyone. Whoever they killed counted, none of those people were innocent anyway. Soon, the sound of screaming and roaring filled the air. Outside the city wall became a blood-soaked hellscape. Some even felt it wasn't enough just to kill, they beat their enemies violently before delivering the final slash. Either they beat them to death, or kept hitting until they were too tired to swing anymore, then finished with a beheading. Qing Xiu coldly watched it all from above, with no intention of stopping it. As long as the innocent inside the city weren't affected, he let them do as they pleased. This brutal massacre continued for over an hour. Only when the last head rolled did it finally end. Looking at the blood and corpses all over the ground, the rage in their hearts seemed to ease. After the catharsis, some stood there lost and confused, others sat down and wept loudly. But most of them looked up and laughed wildly. Their pain was unimaginable until today. At that moment, their only regret was that the noble lords who had been killed outside the temple by the Tang army hadn't been slaughtered by their own hands. "Go up." Qing Xiu waved his hand, and the Tang army moved forward to clean up the bodies. "Everyone, after this moment of killing, do you feel that your pent-up hatred has been vented? Do you feel satisfied and relieved?" Qing Xiu came down from the wall, smiling faintly at the group of slaves. More accurately, they were now all free men. From this moment on, there would be no more serfs in Tubo. Only after a long while did they fully return to their senses, and immediately wanted to kneel and thank Qing Xiu. Stop right there. Seeing them about to kneel, Qing Xiu sternly shouted and stopped them. You've only been free for half a day, and you already want to go back to being slaves? Then those people died for nothing. These words finally woke everyone up completely. Thank you, Duke of Qing. They were deeply grateful. Though they couldn't kneel, they followed Tang customs and bowed deeply to Qing Xiu. At that moment, they truly felt the Duke of Qing's kindness, and were grateful to have lived to see this day. I only hope that all of you remember this, live for the present. Don't keep dreaming about gods and emperors. You can only rely on yourselves. Even if there is reincarnation, that's not something you should worry about now. Living well, making life better for yourself and those around you day by day, that's how you earn virtue for the next life. These words from Qing Xiu truly convinced the crowd, and they broke out in loud applause and cheers. With this, he had completely won over the hearts of the people in the city. However, what Qing Xiu wanted to do was far more than just what he had accomplished today. Even though these people had hacked those slave owners to pieces, it didn't mean they had completely abandoned the religion they had believed in for nearly 1,000 years. Qing Xiu's goal was to completely root that religion out of Tubo. Just then, the priests and clergymen came panting from inside the city. When they saw the ground covered in corpses and blood, they were all stunned. They had come to try and stop Qing Xiu from killing everyone, but they were too late. A sin, such a sin. The priests didn't even dare look directly. The monks were so frightened that they only kept their heads down and quietly recited scriptures. This must not be done. Absolutely not, Duke of Qing. The priests came up to Qing Xiu, their hands trembling violently. They weren't mourning the dead. It was the fear of, if it could happen to them, it could happen to us. If nobles could be killed so easily, then in Qing Xiu's eyes, the clergy might also be nothing more than fish on the chopping board. Qing Xiu didn't respond. He simply glanced at them coldly, and they instantly shut their mouths, faces full of fear, not daring to speak again. I know what you're worried about. Don't be afraid. Qing Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to leave. He appeared as if he wouldn't trouble them further. Tell the high priest to rest well. Once he's recovered, I still need to go to the foot of the snowy mountain to be ordained as a god. Yes? Everyone exchanged nervous glances, lowered their heads, and left. Qing Xiu stayed in the city for several more days, and he did not waste time. During these days, he had all the land and grain in the city tallied up and redistributed according to the population. Regardless of social status, anyone who could work got a share of the land. Families with more elderly, sick, or children received more grain. These newly freed civilians had only known hard labor before. Any food they harvested never belonged to them, they only received rations from the slave owners. Now, not only did every one of them get a large amount of grain, they even received the homes of those former nobles. Their joy was beyond words. No sooner had the land been distributed than the people, on their own initiative, gathered materials to build a shrine in Qing Xiu's honor. Qing Xiu was shocked and quickly ordered them to stop. I'm still alive, why build a shrine to me? What's more, his goal was to eradicate the native religion from Tubo completely. If people started building a shrine to him, it would go against everything he had just done. He not only forbade the people from building a shrine to honor him, but also banned any new religious structures or sacrificial ceremonies. If anyone does, it will be treated as rebellion against the Tang army and will be punished severely. When Qing Xiu left again with the clergy and priests, the city had already undergone a complete transformation. Those previously lifeless serfs were now full of spirit. Not only did they own land, but each household also had enough grain to last through the winter. Moreover, all the noble masters who had been oppressing them were completely wiped out and executed. This was the first time Qing Xiu had carried out such a massacre in a Tubo city that hadn't resisted at all, killing off all the submissive noble masters. It wasn't that he broke his promises, it was just that the Tubo nobles were far too shameless. Even as he left, his mind was still full of thoughts about how to completely purge the Tubo aristocracy. Since he intended to overthrow serfdom in Tubo, it was only a matter of time before he acted against these people. After this incident, the monks and clergy who accompanied him became even more fearful of him. They didn't even dare to try to cozy up to him anymore. It wasn't until they reached the foot of the snow mountain that they timidly came forward to suggest where to rest and prepare. After hurrying all the way, they had finally arrived at the base of the so-called Holy Mountain, which was Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. Although at the time, no one in the world knew so much about geography, the views of both the Central Plains and Tubo people were surprisingly consistent. They all believed that this mountain was the peak of the world, standing high above everything, and both sides believed immortals resided at its summit. Qing Xiu had never climbed Everest in his past life, But he knew better than anyone, there were no gods at the summit, nor any divine will for apotheosis. There was only silence and snow at the mountaintop. The climate at the foot of Everest was extremely harsh. It was almost impossible for any person or creature to survive there, yet pilgrims still came from all over Tubo to worship the holy mountain. Surprisingly, there were many monks living in the temples at the foot of the mountain, enjoying offerings brought by pilgrims from all over Tubo, and living quite well. When they arrived, they saw streams of pilgrims coming from all directions. Of course, many died from exhaustion or cold along the way. All of them ignored the corpses at the foot of the mountain, whether monks or pilgrims, their eyes were fixed only on the snow mountain. To them, its significance was even greater than that of the living. When they learned the Tang army had arrived, the high-ranking monks of the temples immediately changed their attitude, humbly rushing down the mountain to greet Qing Xiu. These monks, who usually didn't even kneel before kings, now knelt before Qing Xiu in fear and reverence, tearfully lamenting why their wise ruler had arrived only now. We have long heard that the Duke of Qing is a hero of the Central Plains. Seeing you today proves it true. With you here, Tubo will surely prosper. Long ago, we divined atop the mountain that a sage would come from the east to save Tubo. Now we know, it was you. Today we will bear witness for you and testify that the gods will descend and ordain you as a deity. Their flattery flowed endlessly. Qing Xiu didn't even look at them, he simply walked toward the summit on his own. At that moment, the temple gate was open, and the pilgrims all stepped aside when they saw the Tang army, afraid of getting in the way. The high priest quickly came forward. The ceremony is not held here. We need to go to an altar at the foot of the mountain. Qing Xiu frowned. Must we go there? There seem to be plenty of people here. Even so, once the pilgrims and believers hear that the ordination ceremony is happening, they will come on their own. There's no need to gather them. Qing Xiu didn't refuse and let him handle it. He didn't care about the ritual, he only needed enough people to be present. With Qing Xiu's permission, the high priest immediately began preparations and widely announced the ordination ceremony. In this land full of fanatics, the high priest declared that Qing Xiu was a saint sent by the gods. Today would be the moment for all to witness divine will. The deeply devout believers naturally swarmed in. They truly wanted to witness the descent of divine will with their own eyes. The last person to undergo such a ceremony was Songtsen Gampo, who had unified Tubo with extraordinary feats, so no one dared to question his divinity. He had indeed needed to create a sacred identity for himself. Qing Xiu's existence also held historic significance. He was the first person in centuries to fight his way up from the Central Plains. Whether for Tubo as a nation or its religion, this act was just as astonishing. The monks and clergy, who were used to going with the flow, wouldn't miss this opportunity. The grand altar at the mountain's base had been built during Songtsen Gampo's reign specifically for his apotheosis ceremony. Though many years had passed, the inscriptions from that ceremony could still be seen on the altar. They were written in the Tubo script, mostly about the deification of Songtsen Gampo. Qing Xiu refused to let them dress him in ceremonial robes. He kept on his military armor and strode straight to the altar. From atop the altar, he could clearly see the crowd below, which included many religious believers pushing forward desperately to witness the event. The high priest solemnly began chanting scriptures, while the pilgrims below slowly knelt, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Qing Xiu glanced at the interpreter who understood Chinese, then suddenly flicked his wrist. His war blade appeared in his hand. Before the man could understand why Qing Xiu had drawn his blade, the sharp edge was already pressed against his throat, scaring him so much he almost fell to the ground. Duke of Qing, please, let's talk. I've never offended you. Qing Xiu said coldly, enough nonsense. I don't want to hurt you. Just behave yourself. When I speak, you translate exactly, word for word, no falsehoods. Got it. Most of the pilgrims and believers didn't understand Chinese. They had to rely on this man to translate for them. Terrified and confused, the man nodded repeatedly. Only then did Qing Xiu put his blade away, satisfied. According to the high priest's original plan, Qing Xiu was supposed to recite a speech about receiving divine mandate and being chosen by the gods. But Qing Xiu didn't follow any of the planned words. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, stand up." The interpreter quickly translated. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone at the altar stared at Qing Xiu in shock. This wasn't what they had imagined at all. Especially the high priest, he couldn't understand what Qing Xiu was trying to do at such a moment. Looking down from the altar, Qing Xiu declared loudly, "Today's so-called divine ordination is nothing more than a farce created by these frauds. I've never heard any so-called command from a god." The interpreter stood dumbfounded on the spot. He hadn't expected Qing Xiu to say this. If those words came out, wouldn't he be dead? Originally he hesitated and was afraid, but when he noticed Qing Xiu's gaze locking on him, he quickly spoke honestly. As soon as the words came out, the high priest was even more stunned. "What are you trying to do now?" The high priest tried to rush toward the altar to speak to Qing Xiu, but the next moment a bullet from a fired musket struck the step in front of his foot. Startled, he stumbled and fell off the step. That shot had been fired by Shui Rengue. Seeing the high priest roll off the step, he couldn't help but smirk. This man really is cowardly. However, that shot still caused considerable disturbance, especially given how humiliating the high priest's fall looked. It terrified the believers. When had they ever seen these gods behave like this? Qing Xiu continued, "The Tubo king acted against heaven and humans alike. I personally led the Tang army here. This is neither divine will nor heavenly fate, it is to punish the wicked and relieve the suffering of the people. These cultmasters now want to take advantage of Tubo's upheaval, grab a new leg to ride on, continue preying on the people, and deceive you with their bullshit. You should never have believed those cultmasters, let alone risk your lives to worship them." Qing Xiu gave a big wave of his warblade and the soldiers, already prepared, immediately moved in and seized the monks and priests. Especially those temple elders and power people, they could never have imagined that soldiers would act against them one day. From the crowd below there were frightened shouts. Qing Xiu didn't understand the language, so he looked to his interpreter. "They're saying, these are people ordained by the gods. If you kill them, heavenly punishment will surely fall." Bullshit. Qing Xiu held no respect for that kind of talk. The high priest, restrained by two soldiers and unable to move, struggled violently but got punched hard in the face, almost losing consciousness. Even so, he kept shouting to the people that the Duke of Qing had been deceived by evil spirits, that if the clergy were killed, Tubo would face great disaster. This man was smart. He had seen Qing Xiu's style all the way here and knew his life was likely forfeit. His first reaction wasn't to plead with Qing Xiu for mercy, but to try using the commoners to beg for his life. Little did he know, even that would not stop Qing Xiu's resolve to kill him. No, he didn't just want to kill that one man, but the entire gang of tumors. "Everyone, these people say if you kill them the gods will punish you, right?" Qing Xiu sliced his finger with his warblade, letting fresh blood drip on the altar underfoot. "I swear in blood, if there is real divine punishment, then when their heads fall, it all comes to me, no harm to others. If there is no divine punishment, if I cut off their heads and the snowy mountain remains, Tubo remains, without a single change, then they were full of lies and deception, these cultmasters." No one had thought Qing Xiu could have such determination. But even so, they were still trembling. Especially the believers. They weren't paying attention to Qing Xiu's oath. They only believed one thing: never anger the gods. They shouted in all directions, begging Qing Xiu for mercy. The more they begged, the more Qing Xiu became resolute in cleansing the cult completely. If they remained, sooner or later they would be a calamity for the Tang. "Begin." At Qing Xiu's order, Shui Rengue personally wielded the blade and chopped off the high priest's head. The head rolled on the ground. The believers were shocked and speechless. But the Tang soldiers did not pause. Under the pleas of the men, they swiftly cut and killed again. The monks and elders of the temple, who previously looked down on everything, were now cut like pigs or dogs, laid out on the altar. Ironically, that altar had been built by divine mandate. Now those self-proclaimed servants of God were being executed, but there was not a trace of divine power at all. Only screams and pleas. "Duke of Qing, have mercy. We will serve you faithfully from now on, no more lies, take all the temple's gold and silver, we leave nothing." The temple official who was about to have his neck hit by the blade cried and wailed, banging his head on the ground to beg. Qing Xiu looked at him with contempt and said quietly, "Why don't you now call on your gods? Recite your scriptures 10,000 times, maybe their power will descend and save you." Hearing this, the official broke into tears and stuttered, "And no, not like that. We just used the people's faith to make money, enjoy luxury. We didn't commit any great crime." As soon as the words dropped, the official suddenly realized he had spoken wrongly. He turned to the commoners and believers below, but saw them looking at him in shock. "Continue speaking." Shui Rengue pressed, but the official obviously sensed the danger. He dared not continue. Shui Rengue didn't waste time. He lifted the blade to the man's neck, frightening him into spilling everything. "I'll speak. I'll speak. The scrolls, all of them we forged. Actually there was no divine decree, everything was made by us. And over the years." He revealed in full detail the lies this religion had told its Tubo believers. What's more absurd, some among them had really believed it all. Those who spent their lives serving deities were utterly shattered. As for the believers and commoners below, they reacted differently. Some were furious, they realized that after giving so many donations to this religion, they had been deceived. Some were secretly delighted, maybe finally freed from being under a god's thumb. They already lived hard lives. They feared divine punishment. Now they had somehow lost a creditor, how could they not be happy? But most of the believers sat silently. Many had treated religion as their spiritual anchor. If someone else had told them their religion was a scam, they would never believe. But now the top people in the cult themselves admitted it. And no divine punishment had fallen. You should know, the doctrine of this religion once stated that if anyone slanders the religion, they will certainly suffer heavenly punishment. But now the Tang army has opened a great slaughter, handling these clerics like pigs and dogs. There really is no heavenly punishment falling, everything is completely different from what the doctrine mentioned. Even if they totally cannot believe it, the fact is already like this, no need for more words. Qingxiu saw that those people did not step forward to defend those religious charlatans, and knew in his heart that his goal had been achieved. To make those people completely abandon their thoughts and faith in that religion, it truly requires the religious charlatans themselves to expose their scam. Otherwise he would flatten this holy mountain, let them see with their own eyes that there is nothing on the summit, nothing works. After the official spoke out all of these scams one by one, he went completely limp, lying there begging for his life. Bullshit. Shui Rengue cursed scornfully, then raised his sword and fell it, directly chopping off that man's head. These religious charlatans had done a lot of harm, Shui Rengue hated them with all his bones. Today even if heaven falls, he was going to slaughter them all. The one blow seemed to become a command that moved everyone. The Tang soldiers immediately started, without mercy drawing swords and killing these priests and clerics one by one until clean. If this had been earlier, if they had slaughtered religious people like this, the believers and common people would have panicked. But now they merely looked on numb, some even cried out in praise, said, "Good kill." In just a short moment, those men were all killed clean. They then ordered the bodies to be thrown onto the altar, even the altar could no longer hold them. Everyone, from now on, no one can use those dog religious rules to bind you. You are free men, apart from our great Tang court, no one can govern you. Qingxiu ordered that the so-called baptismal robes, human body ritual instruments prepared by those priests be all thrown onto the altar. Then he himself took fire torches and in front of everyone threw them down. All the skeletal remains on the altar, together with those religious ritual instruments and scriptures, all burned to ashes with one fire. Flames roared to the sky, even the foot of Everest became a little warmer because of it. Then Qingxiu ordered all the gold, silver, bronze coins in the temple to be taken out, none left, and distributed on the spot to all the believers and commoners present. If until now most of them did not care about this comedy, at this moment with the white silver in their hands they immediately sobered up. No matter how you say it, today they got a benefit, they really had large amounts of money in their hands. After all, that is better than continuing to believe in the so-called religion and continuously paying money to support it. Qingxiu dismissed all the believers and commoners in the place, and wiped out all traces of the religion there completely. The only things left were the temples built at the foot of the mountain. These things were not easy to build. Qingxiu also did not have the heart to destroy them, let them be a witness for today's matter. After everything was finished, Qingxiu ordered the whole army to immediately move and return to the Tubo royal capital. He decided that before leaving the place, he would thoroughly reform Tubo from head to foot so that the great Tang could govern it long and peacefully. The great army broke camp and set out, but on the day of departure, many local commoners turned out, lining the roads with food rations and supplies to send them off. Even among them, many could not bear Qingxiu's departure, begging him to simply stay there. "Your Excellency, you are wise, nothing in under heaven hides from you, but if you leave, what will we do? If another aristocratic lord rises up to press on us, then our days will again be hard. Why don't your Excellency stay here in future, just as someone to rescue us?" The local Tubo people could not bear Qingxiu's leaving, trying all means to persuade him to stay. Of course Qingxiu could not stay there forever, but before leaving he also made a promise to them. One day, when Tang officials come to take over this place, they will be honest and capable and will let you live good days. The news that Qingxiu eliminated the religion and began cleansing the noble lords quickly spread along the paths the believers took. When local nobles heard this news they were alarmed and fearful, even the rumors they got became more vivid, saying that as soon as Qingxiu returned to the royal capital, he would immediately deal with them. If it were only one or two nobles executed, or even the landlord of a single city, they would not take it seriously. But Qingxiu directly struck at the religion, this was directly destroying their foundation. Their ability to be lords and have commoners who dared not resist had been because the religion endorsed them and tacitly approved their high status. Naturally, they could not accept the religion being eliminated. Before Qingxiu returned to the capital, those noble families who had already surrendered rebelled again, declaring that Qingxiu violated divine will and they no longer submitted to him. They thought this could force Qingxiu to retreat, but little did they know this was exactly Qingxiu's plan. He wanted to force these people to rebel, so that he would have a legitimate reason to deal with them one by one, to fully purge these nobles. Now they were once again in opposition with the Tang army, not the unified bloc of times when Songtsen Gampo was alive. They could only fight individually, they could not coordinate, and facing the Tang army like wolves and tigers, they could not possibly resist. This time Qingxiu on his way to the capital killed as he went. The places where he arrived were simply not places those inferior armies could resist. In some cities, as soon as he reached outside the gate and declared that after taking the city he would release the serfs inside, internal rebellion broke out, and surrender followed naturally. In just over a month, even faster than his last sweep of Tubo, he again pacified the entire Tubo region. Unlike last time, this pacification of Tubo had no negotiating surrender parties in between. Qingxiu could fully rationally control everything there. After he had those defeated and captured lords and nobles all executed and purged, he decided to immediately raise the army and leave that place, return to the Great Tang. On leaving, he also did not forget to transport large amounts of supplies and farming tools from the border into Tubo territory for future development. On the return journey, Qingxiu was constantly thinking about how he could maximize controlling Tubo and make this land truly yield positive returns. Although Tubo had land that could be farmed and could graze livestock, the actual output compared with the fertile farmland of the Central Plains was almost negligible. After all, this place was still cold, mostly snowfields, and the number of settled herders and farmers scattered here and there was countless. Tubo was so vast, and much of it was barren land, that there were often commoners or tribal groups who could not bear the heavy exploitation and fled to more desolate areas to survive. These were the small tribes scattered across various regions, and even during Songtsen Gampo's time, it was impossible to completely control all of them. But if they were left alone in various places, these people might form new, nomadic tribes in the icy wilderness, and to deal with them, Tubo might have to sacrifice all the output of its land. Qingxiu's expansion of territory was of course not just to meaninglessly increase the map size. Only land that produces is considered territory, land that requires constant input and consumption is a burden. On the way back, Wang Xuanzi kept making suggestions to Qingxiu, offering various ideas for improvement. However, Qingxiu mostly disagreed with his views. Those were methods used to govern the Central Plains and were completely unfit for the snowy plateau. Actually, if you ask me, we don't have to go through all this trouble governing. Tubo is just a barren land. It'd be better if all the locals just died, managing them is really a hassle. Wang Xuanzi rarely complained. As soon as he said this, Qingxiu, who had been quietly listening, suddenly lit up. That's actually a good suggestion. How come I never thought of that before? Wang Xuanzi was stunned on the spot and quickly explained, that's not what I meant, I was just complaining. Duke Qing, please don't take it seriously. Saying they should kill all the Tubo people was just an angry remark. Even if they really wanted to, with millions scattered across the plateau, how could they kill them all? The only reason Qingxiu had been able to march from one place to another and win battle after battle was because of his great prestige in the region. If they got bogged down in a struggle with the millions of locals, the killing would never end. He couldn't even imagine how many troops it would take. Of course I know we can't just go on a killing spree. You think I'm Songzhu Zanzan? Qingxiu scolded jokingly, what you said just reminded me of something. Now I finally understand how to handle these herders. Qingxiu's expression turned spirited, all his earlier frowns gone. Wang Xuanzi was dying of curiosity, but since Qingxiu didn't offer details, he didn't ask. It was during the Qingming festival. The last time Qingxiu left the pass to go on campaign was shortly after the Lantern Festival. After months of warfare and travel, before they knew it, several months had passed. When he returned, the Guangzhou region was already covered in continuous light rain. Most of the returning soldiers wore heavy cotton armor. Even the spare clothes they had were thick cotton garments. Now that they were back in Guangzhou, these outfits made them unbearably hot. Some even stripped down, wearing only thin inner garments. After coming all the way back from distant Tubo, they were not used to the climate of the Central Plains. Many had also become accustomed to the low-oxygen environment of the plateau, and upon arriving in the Central Plains, they actually experienced symptoms of oxygen intoxication. Qingxiu knew that switching back and forth between these two drastically different climates was physically taxing. Out of concern for the soldiers, Qingxiu didn't assign them any new burdens and directly gave them a half-year leave to rest and recover. Otherwise, if they went straight back to battle before healing the hidden injuries sustained on the Tubo Plateau, those wounds might never recover with just rest. Upon returning to court, Qingxiu's list of conquered states gained another entry, and by now, the civil and military officials were almost numb to his achievements. Almost every time he went on a campaign, he would return having destroyed a state. Tubo was still a tough nut to crack, but all the states Qingxiu had previously destroyed had been even harder. Emperor Taizong, Li Er, felt the same, though what puzzled him was Wang Xuanzi, this unexpected variable. He had paid particular attention to Wang Xuanzi's career before. He was a talented man, but in the talent-rich Tang court, he wasn't outstanding. Yet somehow, on his very first envoy mission, he dared to act so boldly. Not only did he change plans on his own initiative, but he even embellished his identity and managed to incite rebellion in the enemy camp, and actually succeeded. This Wang Xuanzi is quite something, haha. Li Er set down the list of merits Qingxiu had submitted and passed it around for the ministers to read. Wang Xuanzi, standing in court, blushed at Li Er's words. Though he had indeed made contributions, he had falsely reported his rank at the time and made a host of promises to the Tubo nobles. Even though all those nobles were later executed by Qingxiu during the large-scale rebellion, it was still a major diplomatic taboo. Making promises in the name of the court while abroad was essentially spending the court's credit. Sure enough, someone with no sense immediately brought it up, saying that if every envoy acted like Wang Xuanzi, wouldn't it ruin the Tang dynasty's credibility abroad? Qingxiu looked displeased and was about to retort when Li Er laughed and said, "First, Minister, it's not that the court made promises to them. They surrendered and rebelled again. How could the court fulfill promises to those who turned traitor before the benefits were even delivered? And regardless of anything else, helping Duke Qing destroy Tubo is a great merit in itself. His intention was good from the start, and moreover." Li Er paused briefly. "Even if I allowed all of you to act like him, could you achieve what he did?" Everyone fell silent on the spot. If it were them, they probably wouldn't even have dared take the mission to Nepal and India as envoys. Let alone suddenly changing plans mid-mission and assisting Duke Qing in inciting rebellion among the enemy. That was instigating rebellion in Tubo's own territory. One wrong move and they'd be dead. Li Er immediately ordered a commission of appointment and was ready to grant rewards, but Qingxiu then volunteered to take Wang Xuanzi to the border. The western regions are currently expanding and developing. It's the perfect time to employ talented people. Wang Xuanzi is capable. I think he should lead troops into battle. It'd be a waste for him to serve as a mere civil official in court. Li Er was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Qingxiu to make such a suggestion. But since Qingxiu proposed it, Li Er did not oppose it and agreed on the spot. Qingxiu continued, "In addition, General Ho has been campaigning for many years. He now suffers from various chronic ailments. If he remains in the western regions, his health may deteriorate. I ask your majesty to allow him to stay in Chang'an to recover." As soon as he said this, almost everyone present turned to look at either Qingxiu or Ho Junji. Everyone there was a savvy political operator. Without needing explanation, they all understood that Ho Junji must have offended Qingxiu in some way. If Ho Junji really needed rest, why didn't he say so himself? Why did Qingxiu bring it up instead? Everyone knew Ho Junji valued military merit like his life. Would he really choose to retreat and recover in his prime? In the end, wasn't it just that Qingxiu wanted to put him on the shelf in Chang'an? To Ho Junji, this was no different than taking half his life. Wasn't this Ho Junji promoted by Duke Qing himself? Why is it that now Duke Qing wants to shelve him? He must have offended him over something, isn't it obvious? Speaking of which, do you all still remember that not long ago Duke Qing had Shui Rengue temporarily take over his position in the western regions? That's right. Exactly. Let's be honest, how could Ho Junji tolerate Shui Rengue, a young brat, suddenly becoming his superior? That Shui Rengue isn't even older than his eldest son. The crowd kept discussing. Ho Junji initially remained expressionless, but in the end, he had no choice but to go along with Qingxiu's words. "Indeed, I have been feeling physically tired lately. Perhaps I really do need some time to rest." Li Er looked at the two of them. He understood faster than anyone what was going on. He knew clearly that Qingxiu would never remove Ho Junji without reason. He valued the bigger picture more than anyone. Since Qingxiu believed he couldn't be used, it meant that forcing him to continue would surely lead to trouble. Very well. General Ho has indeed worked hard lately. I will soon send imperial physicians to attend to your condition. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ho Junji gave thanks, his expression turning extremely dejected. He was now truly a bit regretful. He knew perfectly well that Shui Rengue was Qingxiu's man, yet still insisted on opposing him at every turn. Then Li Er had someone read aloud the list of titles and honors. The one with the greatest merit was, of course, Qingxiu, and second to him was Wang Xuanzi. The rank awarded to Wang Xuanzi was surprisingly high, clearly showing Li Er held him in high regard. After the awards were handed out, Li Er asked Qingxiu the question he cared most about this time. What to do about Tubo? As a highly capable ruler, Li Er, after getting a general understanding of Tubo's situation, made a judgment in his mind. Tubo was even harder to manage and absorb than the grasslands. Though its resource output was slightly better than the grasslands, the harshness of its environment was 10 times worse. Even the furthest place where the army could be stationed was just the capital of Tubo. Going any deeper into the environment was something the people of the Central Plains could not endure. And considering the logistics and material transport, the consumption along the way would likely exceed Tubo's output several times over. If it weren't for the strategic threat it posed at the rear, Li Er would never have agreed to let Qingxiu launch an attack on this place. Qingxiu had long anticipated this question from Li Er, and it was something he had been pondering over repeatedly on his return journey. Your Majesty, no need to ask further, please look at this. Qingxiu took out a booklet from his robes and handed it to Li Er. The latter eagerly took it. It was somewhat thick, clearly filled with many of Qingxiu's plans. This was exactly what Li Er needed, the more detailed, the better. Since the morning court had gone on for a long time already, and administrative departments needed to resume work, Li Er dismissed the court and asked Qingxiu to join him in the Taiji Hall afterward. Naturally, this matter had to be thoroughly discussed with Qingxiu. Wang Xuanzi was just about to leave when Qingxiu called out to him. Come with me to the Taiji Hall in a bit to see His Majesty. Wang Xuanzi was startled, but His Majesty didn't summon me. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go? Qingxiu said calmly, there's nothing inappropriate. His Majesty values capable people. Getting things done well matters more than saying 10,000 nice words. Then, allow me to go back and prepare a bit? No need to prepare. We'll go have breakfast first, I'm starving. Qingxiu couldn't help but complain, I hate morning court the most, getting up so early, not even time for a bite to eat. After returning to the Taiji Hall, the first thing Li Er did was open the booklet Qingxiu had given him and carefully read its contents. He then realized that Qingxiu had thought things through even more thoroughly than he had. The first point Qingxiu raised in the booklet was that under the current circumstances, it was impossible to govern all of Tubo. In this memorial, he divided Tubo into 3 main parts. The first part was the region around the wrinkled mountains. This was Tubo's most fertile and rich area, suitable for farming and herding, and also the source of the Yellow River. It must be managed with the same importance as Tang territory. The second part was the area from Defichuan to the capital. Most of the land here was used for herding, with some areas suitable for farming. It could support most of Tubo's population, but the environment was harsh, and people from the Central Plains would surely suffer from altitude sickness. According to Qingxiu, a small number of Tang troops should be stationed there, but officials must be assigned to govern the area, gradually assimilating the Tubo people into Han culture. The third part was the snow-covered plateau farther west in Tubo, a deadly zone where the herders lived in extreme poverty. For this area, Qingxiu suggested abandoning it entirely and relocating all the local Tubo people to the second region for centralized management. As for the vast snowy plains, soldiers recruited from Tubo locals would be tasked with guarding and patrolling it. There was no need to worry about losing this region. Neighboring India or Nepal had no ability to contend for it. Although Qingxiu understood the strategic value of this region, it wouldn't become useful until the industrial age. Given the current level of productivity, trying to maintain a long-term presence there was pure fantasy. Just as Li Er finished reading the booklet, Qingxiu and Wang Xuanzi arrived on time. Once the two sat down, Li Er took a look at Wang Xuanzi and said with some surprise, Minister, I didn't see clearly at court earlier, but now I notice, you look quite different from when you went on your mission. Though some time had passed, Li Er still remembered that Wang Xuanzi looked fairly normal before setting out. Now, his face was flushed, his skin rough, and his black hair had quite a few strands of white. Compared to before, he looked 10 years older. It was clear that life on the Tubo Plateau was not something ordinary people could endure. Wang Xuanzi gave a bitter smile, I'm just one body, hardly worth your Majesty's concern. The ones truly unfortunate are those who died on the plateau. Li Er hadn't expected Wang Xuanzi to say this, and his opinion of him rose greatly. No wonder Qingxiu valued this man. Good, I'll remember you. In the future, let's see how you perform. If you do well, I won't treat you poorly. Qingxiu gave a light cough, signaling to Li Er that it was time to talk business. So, your Majesty must have finished reading my memorial. What are your thoughts? Qingxiu asked. Li Er thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, Can you guarantee that, if I send officials to the area, they can handle the local troublemakers? Of course. But we need to make proper preparations in advance. Qingxiu's brows relaxed. He already had a complete plan in mind. In Qingxiu's view, the fundamental reason why those unruly people in dangerous mountains and treacherous waters were hard to control was because they had no farmland and could only live a nomadic life without a fixed residence. On the land of Tubo, although herding had historically been the main mode of life, after contact with the Central Plains, they learned farming techniques and immediately tried to open up land and move toward a farming pastoral lifestyle. The output of farming was far more stable than herding. Anyone with the means would try to cultivate land. It was only those who couldn't obtain land who had to graze livestock on the fringes just to barely make a living. But in fact, Tubo had plenty of fertile farmland, at least enough to sustain several million people on the plateau. The reason most people previously couldn't get farmland was none other than the monopolization by the local religion and various nobles. In Qingxiu's opinion, it would be better to directly mobilize all Tubo people, redistribute farmland to them, and open up all arable land. As long as all this land is developed, it will be enough to let Tubo people live prosperous lives, and there will even be enough manpower to maintain our military presence in the first zone. And as long as they have enough food to live on, they will naturally be loyal to the Great Tang. Then, there will be no fear of rebellion. Qingxiu's strategic plan was indeed the best option for now. More importantly, this entire strategy required no material support from Tang territory. It also perfectly aligned with Li Er's thinking. Who wouldn't want to profit immensely from controlling such a vast region? He immediately approved Qingxiu's plan on the spot. I will immediately transfer skilled farming households from the Ministry of Works to go to Tubo and help open up farmland. At this moment, Li Er suddenly realized the benefit of Qingxiu's civil examination reform. Otherwise, when professional technicians were needed, gathering them would take a lot of time and effort. Now, he could just go to the Ministry of Works and find them. It saved both time and effort and was very convenient. After thinking carefully, Qingxiu also suggested, Your Majesty, there's another matter. The Tubo people are good at herding and especially skilled at raising horses. We can select those skilled in horse breeding and assign them to the Ministry of Works as a talent reserve. Good, that's an excellent suggestion. Li Er agreed on the spot. As expected, Duke Qing had thought things through thoroughly. After this matter was settled, the two chatted casually about other political affairs. Wang Xuanzi felt rather awkward listening from the side. He couldn't get a word in and had to keep listening to their discussion. Wang Xuanzi was extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't excuse himself early, so he had to endure and look for opportunities to speak. Oh right, this year I've expanded the cotton planting area by 20%. By next winter, the price of cotton cloth should drop again, Li Er suddenly recalled and mentioned casually to Qingxiu. Qingxiu naturally agreed entirely, but he still reminded Li Er not to lower the dumping price of cotton for export. This product was meant to improve the living standards of the Great Tang's people. When sold abroad, the price must not be too low. He was relying on this product to keep extracting gold and silver from foreign countries, so it had to retain its status as a luxury item. The only thing that saddened Qingxiu was that the Central Plains couldn't produce pepper. Otherwise, with proper use, he could squeeze even more wealth out of foreign countries. Cotton cloth? Wang Xuanzi murmured upon hearing this. It seems Tubo's climate is too cold, they really need this stuff. What Wang Xuanzi said immediately made Li Er realize, Minister Wang is absolutely right. Tubo's climate was extremely harsh, and they really did need something like this to stay warm. If a large quantity of cotton cloth were sent to them, it could make the local Tubo people more grateful to the court. But just as Li Er had this thought, Qingxiu immediately spoke up, that must never be done. Why not? Li Er was somewhat surprised. Qingxiu solemnly replied, cotton is a hard currency in the western regions. It is extremely valuable. The Tubo people are poor. If they get cotton, they'll surely sell it for more food and supplies. That would definitely cause a large outflow of cotton outside the Great Tang, which would easily lead to cotton devaluation. That cannot be allowed. Neither Li Er nor Wang Xuanzi expected Qingxiu to say that. They had thought Qingxiu was doing all these good things for Tubo out of pity for the local people. But now it seemed all his arrangements were for his own economic strategy. But thinking about it, it made sense. Qingxiu had put in so much effort expanding territory, of course it wasn't to hand out benefits to outsiders. In the end, it was all for the Great Tang. In that case, we'll go with your plan. Li Er originally thought that after Qingxiu returned to Chang'an, he would prepare briefly and then head to the western regions. He had even finished preparing the farewell ceremony for him. But unexpectedly, after Qingxiu returned, he didn't mention going to the western regions again and instead stayed at home resting for many days. Li Er understood this too. After all, Qingxiu had fought outside for so long, he truly needed to recover. He knew about Tubo's conditions, even the strongest soldiers would become extremely weak over there. Wang Xuanzi had only stayed in Tubo for a little over a year and already looked 10 years older. Although Qingxiu didn't seem different from before his campaign, Li Er believed he must have suffered serious internal injuries too. But in this, Li Er was wrong. Qingxiu had simply been separated from his wives and concubines for a long time and wanted to spend some intimate time with them. After all, once he went to the western regions again, who knew how long it would be before he could return? In Chang'an, Qingxiu felt time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During this time, he completely ignored all court affairs and just spent time touring the mountains and rivers with his wives and concubines or enjoying intimacy. Of course, he didn't forget about the Fujiwara lady who had been kept under watch in the West Street district. He visited her from time to time. Having not seen Qingxiu for so long, the Fujiwara lady missed him terribly. Every rare moment of intimacy made her reluctant to let him leave. Each time, Qingxiu could only slip away after she had fallen into deep sleep. He didn't expect that after all this time apart, she had become even more dependent on him. After spending over a month like this, Qingxiu felt he had enjoyed enough peace in Chang'an. He once again began paying habitual attention to the western regions and repeatedly reviewed intelligence sent from the front lines. Sure enough, ever since he sidelined Hou Junji, Shui Rengui's prestige in the western regions had risen significantly. His authority was absolute. Even Hou Junji had been dealt with. How could anyone else dare to step out of line? If someone like Hou Junji could be shelved, others might not even keep their lives. In this way, Shui Rengui handled matters in the western regions more and more smoothly, and as time passed, his ability to manage government affairs indeed grew steadily. At first, in the western regions, he would write letters to Chang'an every 2 or 3 days to consult with him. Now, over a month had passed, and he no longer asked for advice. He had finally become capable of managing things on his own. It was precisely because of this that Qingxiu dared to give himself a short vacation and not concern himself with western region affairs for over a month. But now that so much time had passed, it was time for him to return to the western regions. Just as he was arranging for preparations to return to the western regions, Hou Junji came to see him. There was no need to guess Hou Junji's intentions. Qingxiu could figure it out with his toes. Before this, Hou Junji had come privately many times, but Qingxiu had refused him every time. This time, the fact that Hou Junji got to see Qingxiu was already a rare instance of him giving face. Since we returned to Chang'an, I haven't seen Duke Qing in quite some time, haha. Hou Junji sat down and even personally placed a wooden box in front of Qingxiu. These were brought from the Shandong region. It wasn't easy getting them here, but if they reached Duke Qing's hands, it was worth it. The wooden box was finely made, but Qingxiu could faintly smell a slightly fishy odor from it. By all rights, something Hou Junji personally delivered should be valuable, but the smell was hard to tolerate. Under Hou Junji's expectant gaze, Qingxiu personally opened the box. He had expected something exciting, but the contents greatly disappointed him. Inside were just some very ordinary shrimp, shellfish, and other common seafood. There were a few ice cubes inside to keep them fresh, but the weather was hot, and no matter how well sealed the box was, most of the ice had melted. At a glance, these things weren't special at all. Qingxiu had nearly grown sick of them before he crossed over. But in this era, especially in a place like Guangzhou, this box of shrimp and fish might be more valuable than its weight in gold. This place wasn't coastal and was thousands of miles from the sea. Seafood would die soon after leaving the ocean, and it was hard to keep it fresh until it arrived here. Unless a large quantity of ice was purchased in advance and people were dispatched on horseback to transport it, switching ice along the way to keep it cold. Even Li Er didn't dare eat seafood often, for fear it would be too extravagant and add to the people's burden. During the grain and ear season, the value of ice was self-evident. The money Hou Junji had spent along the way could be imagined. Although Qingxiu no longer cared for such things, the amount of effort and money Hou Junji had spent showed his sincerity. Does Duke Qing like it? If it's not to your liking, I'll bring some Liaodong sea cucumbers next time. Hou Junji had a broad smile. Have you ever heard of Liaodong sea cucumbers? It's a seafood specialty from Liaodong, extremely delicious. Back when we campaigned in Liaodong, did you taste it? Qingxiu replied flatly, I've had it once. It's okay. General Hou, what brings you to me today? Hearing Qingxiu call him General, Hou Junji felt embarrassed and said, I'm just an idle man now, not worthy of that title. Qingxiu looked at Hou Junji with a faint smile. Seems after some time off, General Hou has come to understand quite a few things. Ho Junji was silent for a while, then gave a heavy sigh. I'll speak plainly. Before, in the western regions and Tubo, I disobeyed military orders. I truly deserved punishment. The fact that you only suspended me for a while was already lenient. In the past month, I've thought through many things. I earnestly asked Duke Qing to let me return to the battlefield. Even if it's only as a soldier, I will not disobey again. Ho Junji spoke sincerely, his eyes full of longing. Though he'd had free time for a month, he felt uncomfortable every single day. Especially when he looked at his completely useless sons, he increasingly felt that if he couldn't accomplish anything, after his death, the Ho family would surely decline. It was exactly because of this that even if he had to lower himself to the dust, he still hoped to return to the battlefield. Of course, saying he was willing to be a common soldier was just for show. If Qingxiu really allowed him to return, he wouldn't actually be made a foot soldier. Seeing him lower himself so much, Qingxiu couldn't help but smile. General Ho, if you'd known this day would come, why act that way in the first place? You're someone who leads troops, you know what disobeying orders on the battlefield leads to. Do I need to say more? Ho Junji quickly said, I'm willing to accept any punishment from Duke Qing. Qingxiu didn't speak for a while, and finally said slowly. General Ho, I can't send you to the front lines as an ordinary soldier, but don't think about returning to your former post either. Just right, I've discovered a talented person recently, very capable in leading troops. You can assist him. The person Qingxiu referred to was Wang Xuanzi. Hearing this, Ho Junji was overjoyed. At this point, how could he still be picky? He immediately said he would accept. This item, General Ho, you should take it back. I don't like it. Qingxiu pushed the box of shrimp and shellfish back to Ho Junji. Ho Junji smiled, this was prepared specially for Duke Qing. If I bring it back, my wife will say I don't know how to handle things. No need. I already got sick of this stuff back in Liaodong. Even if you give it to me, it'll just rot. Only then did Ho Junji awkwardly smile and carefully take the box back. This item had cost him quite a bit to transport, and even though Duke Qing didn't want it, at least it showed his sincerity. It wasn't a complete waste of money. Ho Junji left in high spirits, but his gift reminded Qingxiu of something. He had always paid attention to trade in various goods, but had never really considered fresh produce like this. Even if the profit margin was huge, such items had one fatal flaw: hard to preserve. In this era, there were no refrigerated transport vehicles. Ho Junji had spent a fortune just to deliver a small box of fresh shrimp and shellfish. Unless, like him, someone needed to show deep sincerity, no one would waste that much just to eat seafood. But Ho Junji had given Qingxiu a new perspective on solving the problem. Instead of struggling to transport from faraway coastal areas, why not raise seafood directly in inland regions far from the sea? At first glance, it sounded ridiculous. How could seafood survive without the sea? But what if he artificially created a sea-like environment to raise them? This idea, at first glance, did sound absurd. Creating an ocean, just thinking about it seemed unimaginable. But Qingxiu's idea wasn't to create a massive, real ocean. Even if it were just a small-sized pool, as long as it could hold salt water, then shrimp, shellfish, or some sea fish could be raised inside. In this way, the problem of seafood farming in inland regions could still be solved, and he could sell seafood on a large scale inland. This thought seemed crazy, but once it surfaced, Qingxiu couldn't get it out of his head. He really wanted to try farming seafood inland, not just to improve people's lives. More importantly, it could directly solve the problem of seafood farming and create a major source of revenue. Qingxiu's vision was broader. His plan to raise and sell seafood was not merely to earn some money. Solving the issue of saltwater farming would surely lead to accumulated techniques for aquaculture or even refining certain materials. Although Qingxiu could use his knowledge of machinery to create tools that closely resembled those of the industrial age, he still lacked many chemical products. These chemical products weren't something that could be simply copied, they required a deep understanding of the properties of various elements and materials in order to extract and purify them from nature. These chemical substances were extremely important, whether for producing yellow gunpowder, which was more advanced than black powder, or for further processing metal materials to enhance their properties, they were essential. Unfortunately, Qingxiu was not proficient in chemistry, and in many areas, he had to start from complete scratch. After thinking it through, he realized he could only begin with the material he had the most of, salt, and gradually accumulate chemical techniques. Qingxiu's mind jumped from thought to thought, and he momentarily forgot he had already arranged his departure. It wasn't until Urguzi came to remind him that Qingxiu snapped out of it. It's about time. Should we head out? I know. Qingxiu didn't delay any further and immediately stood up. Right, after I leave, arrange for more people to transport salt and follow behind me all the way to the western regions, the more, the better. Urguzi didn't ask questions. Qingxiu gave the order, and he followed it, quickly preparing as instructed. This time, Qingxiu had no more changes to the plan. Once everything was ready, he immediately left the city and ordered to speed up. They made haste all the way back to the western regions. After being away so long, he actually missed the scenery of the western regions. This time, he would probably have to stay there for quite a long period. Just as they reached the outskirts beyond the east suburb, Wang Xuanzi caught up on horseback, quickly joining Qingxiu's group. Apologies, something came up and delayed me. Duke Qing, please don't be angry. Wang Xuanzi caught up, apologizing continuously. Qingxiu laughed. I thought Lord Wang planned to head to the western regions on his own later. Haha, how could that be? I'd get lost on the way. The two joked and chatted as they continued heading west. But just as they passed the outer area of the eastern suburbs, someone suddenly rode in from behind to report, asking Qingxiu to slow down a bit and wait. Duke Qing, please wait. His Majesty just learned today that you plan to head to the western regions and is rushing here to meet with you. The rider reported in haste, afraid that if he was late, Qingxiu would already be too far away. Qingxiu was slightly stunned. He thought Li Er intended to give him another farewell ceremony and replied, Tell His Majesty, there's no need for such trouble. If the whole city of Chang'an has to revolve around me every day, then nothing else would ever get done. But the messenger quickly added, You misunderstand. His Majesty wishes to entrust someone to you to accompany you to the western regions for training. Qingxiu was momentarily surprised. He seemed to have a guess and signaled for everyone to stop and wait for Li Er. Moments later, Li Er's carriage slowly arrived under the protection of the imperial guards. Wang Xuanzi and others quickly got off their horses and paid respects when they saw the emperor's carriage. Qingxiu also stepped out of the carriage and saw Li Er dismounting, with someone following behind. The one following him was none other than the second prince, Li Tai. Seeing this person, Qingxiu immediately understood Li Er's intentions. No need for any more words. Duke Qing, I trouble you again to lead an expedition. How could you leave without informing me? I could at least see you off. Li Er greeted Qingxiu warmly after stepping down. Your Majesty, it's not that I didn't plan to inform you. I just didn't want to make a big fuss and waste your time. What are you saying? Li Er beamed and then called Li Tai forward. Hurry and greet your teacher. Teacher Qing. Li Tai knew his status was lower and hadn't dared to speak. With Li Er's cue, he immediately stepped forward and respectfully greeted Qingxiu. Qingxiu looked at Li Tai and knowingly asked, Your Majesty, what's the meaning of this? Li Er smiled. Now that Qingke is handling many affairs in the court, though he's learned much about governance, he still knows little about the front lines. I want him to gain some exposure and training, so that he may better assist in governing the realm in the future. There was no need to say more. Li Er clearly wanted Qingxiu to take Li Tai to the front lines for experience. It seemed he still hadn't given up on grooming Li Tai. After all, this son suited him perfectly. Qingxiu knew how messy this matter was and didn't want to get involved. He didn't even want to offer an opinion. This muddy water was best left to the Li family. Anyone who got involved would only be dirted. Your Majesty wishes to train Prince Wei, that's reasonable. But the western regions are very far, and it's hard to say whether he can endure the journey. Conditions there are quite harsh. Before Li Er could reply, Li Tai quickly spoke up. Teacher, no need to worry. I've long understood how hard life in the western regions is. No matter how tough it gets, I'll persevere and never give up. I also hope you'll guide me as much as possible. No matter how strict you are, I just want to learn as much as I can. Li Tai's determination was indeed strong, which was understandable. His elder brother was now the rightful crown prince. To rise above him, he had to work several times harder. In the court, most powerful officials had risen through military merit. Even nobodies could rise to great heights by accumulating merit. If he wanted to surpass his brother, he had to invest heavily in this area. If he could use this opportunity to gain military merit on the frontier, then there'd be nothing more to say. Qingxiu didn't mind taking Li Tai along. Even if the man turned out to be completely useless, at worst he could be thrown to the rear. Since he wouldn't be able to interfere with any decisions, there was no need to worry. His only concern was whether this young man, eager to earn merit, might cause trouble at the front lines and negatively impact the army. Qingxiu didn't respond to Li Tai directly. Instead, he looked at Li Er and said, Your Majesty, I can take Prince Wei, but… Li Er immediately understood what Qingxiu meant. He looked toward Li Tai, who firmly said, There's no need for Teacher Qing to treat me with any special favors. Once I reach the front lines, I will not interfere in anything. As long as Teacher Qing does not permit it, I won't touch even a single soldier. And from now on, Teacher Qing need not call me Prince Wei, just call me by my given name. Only then did Qingxiu nod in satisfaction. Good. Since you're so determined, taking one more person is no problem. Seeing this, Li Er finally sighed in relief. He had been worried Qingxiu would flatly refuse to take Li Tai along. If he had insisted, there would have been nothing Li Er could say. Li Tai was naturally overjoyed. He immediately said he would no longer ride in the carriage, and instead ride a horse alongside Qingxiu's. But Qingxiu rejected him outright, saying there was plenty of room in the carriage and that it wouldn't hurt to let him ride inside. It wasn't that Qingxiu was worried for Li Tai, but he was worried about the horses. With all that fat on Li Tai, whichever horse carried him probably wouldn't last long before collapsing. Qingxiu couldn't bear to let good horses suffer and lose weight. Instead, it was Li Er who acted like a father sending his child off to school, quickly ordering attendants to prepare supplies for Li Tai's journey. Several large carts of materials were brought out, not only necessary spare clothes, but also many specialty snacks and foods from the Central Plains. More importantly, there were numerous sets of armor and weapons, prepared in case he might one day charge into battle and kill the enemy. Whether he would get such an opportunity was uncertain, but Li Er still had it all prepared. At that moment, Li Er was not at all like a lofty emperor, he was more like a father sending off a son on a long journey, preparing everything he could think of. Qingxiu went up to take a quick look and randomly selected a few carts, then said, Li Tai, if you're truly preparing for the battlefield, there's no need to bring all these things. It's just a waste of horsepower and time. The items he picked out were mostly food, clothing, and even tools. Even the entire cart of spare weapons and armor was excluded by Qingxiu. Before Li Tai could say anything, Li Er spoke, Duke Qing, just consider it taking a little care of Qing Ke. There's not that much, is there? And those weapons and armor, they're essentials on the battlefield, aren't they? There should be no problem taking them. Qingxiu slightly shook his head. Your Majesty, you are a seasoned warrior. How could your concern cloud your judgment like this? With that reminder, Li Er suddenly realized that what he'd said really was excessive. Bringing so much specialty food, clearly different from the rations of ordinary soldiers, would easily impact morale. He was already receiving special treatment by traveling with the army as a prince. Now, even his clothes would take up several carts. Even bringing extra suits of armor to swap out, something even commanding generals tried to avoid. True, when Li Er had once led troops himself, he had such privileges. But back then, he was a battle-hardened general whose undefeated reputation made up for everything. Right now, Li Tai was just a prince, not even crown prince, and had no military achievements whatsoever. By rights, Li Er should have realized all this. But in his concern, his thinking had become muddled and incomplete. If it were Li Chengqian accompanying the expedition instead, would Li Er be this attentive? Hard to say. Qingxiu couldn't help thinking this way. After thinking it over, Li Er finally followed Qingxiu's suggestion and withdrew most of the supplies, only leaving behind a few necessary garments and items. But he still wanted Li Tai to take the armor. These armors are essential battlefield gear, the more the better, said Li Er. Qingxiu shook his head. The army in the western regions has plenty of padded armor, all suitable for cold weather and for defense against blades. We don't need that extra set, Your Majesty should take it back. His meaning couldn't be more clear. If Li Tai couldn't accept being treated the same as the soldiers, without any special privileges, Qingxiu wouldn't allow him to go to the western regions at all. As long as Teacher Qing arranges it, I'll follow everything without complaint. Li Tai was quick to declare. He even made a statement to Li Er on the spot, asking him to take all the armor back. Once he reached the western regions, he would eat and sleep alongside the soldiers. When Father the Emperor fought to unify the land, he also fought at the front with the troops. I may not be able to match Father, but I should at least try to follow his example. Li Tai's words almost moved Li Er to tears. Truly, his second son understood things best. If only Li Chengqian could be like Li Tai, he wouldn't have so much to worry about. Sigh. If life on the front lines is too harsh, come back. I do want you to gain experience, but the borderlands are very tough. The father and son exchanged emotional words for a while before Li Er reluctantly saw Li Tai off. Watching Li Tai ride off into the distance, Li Er was truly reluctant to part with him. Your Majesty, no need to worry, he'll be fine under Duke Qing's command, Wang Degue quickly tried to reassure him. Li Er slowly shook his head. Let's go. But then he suddenly remembered something and asked, what has the Crown Prince been doing lately? Wang Degue's face twitched slightly, and he responded awkwardly, the Crown Prince has been studying his lessons lately. Bullshit. You really think I don't know my own son? Li Er angrily shook his head. I know, you're all scared of his Crown Prince title. Afraid that if you say the wrong thing today, he'll take revenge later, right? If he weren't the crown prince, would you all still shield him like this, making up nonsense? I've known all along. Before he could finish, Wang Degue quickly raised his hands to stop him. Your Majesty, such words might be fine in private, but if someone overhears and misunderstands, the consequences could be serious. Lier was angry, but he still knew the importance of the matter. Wang Degue was right. Saying such things sounded like he intended to depose the crown prince. If someone twisted his words and spread it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lier threw his sleeve and got back in the carriage. Wang Degue quickly ordered the palanquin back to the city, afraid Lier would keep fuming. Western regions. This time, it had been nearly a year since his last departure. Before returning, Qingxiu had thought many times about what changes might have occurred in the western regions. But the transformation here far exceeded his expectations. All along the way, from Gaochang to Lulan, the people who once could barely survive above the subsistence line, now, with the kings who oppressed them gone and with the large amounts of land granted to them by Duke Qing, were finally able to unleash their productivity. They farmed while simultaneously reclaiming wastelands, developing all potentially usable land in the western regions, and channeling water for irrigation. Compared to the time when the two countries were conquered and destroyed, the cultivated land area had increased by more than half, and the granaries of the people were finally able to fill up. There was no need for any ideological work. So long as their granaries were full, they would naturally support the Tang court. Especially as Qingxiu traveled along the way, every commoner he encountered paid their respects, and even continuously sent him local specialties and food. Qingxiu's group was only a few dozen people. There was no way they could eat so much. But the people's enthusiasm was overwhelming and impossible to refuse, so Qingxiu had no choice but to prepare several additional carts to load all the gifts they received. By the time he arrived at Ding'an City, there were nearly 7 or 8 carts full of such items. Just as his carriages and horses arrived outside the gates of Ding'an City, Cheng Yaojin had already rushed out eagerly with his men to welcome him. They had been waiting far too long. You rascal, you really made me wait. Cheng Yaojin came up and slapped Qingxiu hard on the shoulder, laughing out loud. Uncle Cheng, I see you look even more spirited than before. Seems like retired life suits you well? Qingxiu laughed. Retired? I wouldn't call it that. Cheng Yaojin slapped his own head. Ever since I started working with your craftsmen, I've been swamped with tasks every day. It's driving me crazy. But you, brat, you just threw everything behind your back and ignored it all. All the work was dumped on us. Uncle Cheng, if Lord Tang said that, I could understand. But how can you say that? As far as I know, most of the Western region's government affairs aren't even under your control, right? The two burst into loud laughter as they spoke. At that moment, Tang Jian also came forward to greet Qingxiu. Duke Qing, the Western regions have truly been chaotic during your absence. But it's good that you're finally back. They had all already heard about Qingxiu sidelining Hou Junji, which, to be honest, brought them much relief. When Hou Junji was around, he and Shui Rengue would clash every few days, making things extremely difficult for them. They didn't deny Hou Junji's talent in commanding troops, but without someone like Qingxiu as a powerful leader to keep him in check, he was impossible to manage. In the end, Hou Junji's ambitions were too strong, and his capabilities too great. Cheng Yaojin looked somewhat wistful. It seemed he felt bad about an old colleague being sidelined, but he was also helpless. You did nothing wrong. It was the right decision. Old Hou has always been like this. In the end, it's my own son who didn't live up to expectations. But speaking of sons, Cheng Yaojin also felt a burst of frustration. His own sons were all troublesome, not reliable in the least. Skilled only in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, they were half useless in every other way. While they were talking, Hou Junji jumped down from the carriage behind them. He happened to see his old friends and stepped forward to greet them. Everyone, it really has been a long time. The crowd was stunned to see Hou Junji. Especially since their recent interactions hadn't been pleasant, seeing him now was more than a little awkward. Hou Junji could also tell the atmosphere wasn't quite right. He gave a light cough and said with self-mockery, "It was my fault in the past, but now that even Duke Qing has forgiven me, shouldn't you all do the same?" Cheng Yaojin quickly tried to lighten the mood with a loud laugh. "Haha. Old Hou, you made great contributions in Tubo this time. How did His Majesty reward you?" "It's in the past, no need to mention such things." Hou Junji gave an embarrassed smile. "Thanks to Duke Qing's forgiveness, I'm now able to return to the western regions and serve the country again." Qingxiu added, "I've arranged a special position for General Hou. From now on, all horse management duties in the western regions will be under his command." This announcement surprised Cheng Yaojin and the others. To assign such a battle-hardened general to the rear to manage horses? Though managing horses was indeed an important role, with authority not necessarily less than that of many generals, assigning it to Ho Junji still felt like a waste of talent. But thinking it over, they understood. Ho Junji had offended Qingxiu too deeply, being reinstated at all was already fortunate. If it were in the past, with old Ho's temper, there's no way he would accept such a task, Chang Yaojin whispered to Tang Jian. Tang Jian also muttered, if he kept stirring up trouble in the western regions, I'm afraid Duke Qing would never use him again for the rest of his life. I don't think so. Ho Junji's an old fox, he knows when to back down. As soon as Qingxiu entered Ding'an City, he saw that the townspeople were all lining the streets to welcome him, cheering with great excitement. Qingxiu initially thought they were gathered by Chang Yaojin, but after asking, he learned they had heard about his return in advance and had prepared themselves to welcome him. If there was any place in the western regions that revered Qingxiu the most, it was probably Ding'an City. The majority of the people in this city had once been slaves or landless refugees. It was thanks to Qingxiu that they found stability here. Now that he had returned, of course they would come out on their own to welcome him. Moreover, Ding'an City had changed drastically since he left. The population had nearly doubled, cultivated land had tripled, and after reviewing the reports, he found the food stores were more than 10 times what they had been when he left. How did you accumulate so much grain and fodder? Shui Rengue immediately responded, many merchants pass through this area. We collect some taxes or send troops to escort them and earn money to buy and store grain from other countries. Shui Rengue had always remembered Qingxiu's instructions, troops must have provisions before moving. Being isolated outside of Tang territory, they had to be extremely thorough with food logistics. Qingxiu roughly calculated that this reserve was enough to support over 5,000 elite troops in battle for a full year. Don't underestimate the number, most countries in the western regions couldn't even muster 50,000 troops, and even then, their combat strength couldn't compare to the elite Tang cavalry. It's no exaggeration to say that with these 5,000 men, whether led by Qingxiu, Shui Rengue, or Ho Junji, destroying a nation would not be a difficult task. I saw many newly built canals in the city. We can install some water wheels to raise productivity, Qingxiu said, thinking of the winding rivers outside the city walls. Shui Rengue suddenly realized, boss, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. A while ago, I had General Cheng start preparations for the water wheel project. I don't know how things are going now. Before he finished speaking, someone outside suddenly reported that Ho Junji was requesting an audience. Shui Rengue already knew about Ho Junji's return to the western regions. He had no opinion on it and only looked to see what Qingxiu thought. Shui Rengue glanced at Qingxiu, who paused slightly, then signaled to let Ho Junji in. Greetings to Duke Qing and General Shui. At this point, when Ho Junji saw Shui Rengue, he no longer saw himself as equal to them, or above them, as he once did. Shui Rengue held no grudge and simply nodded, then stepped aside. He knew Ho Junji had come to see Qingxiu, so there was no need to say more. If you have something to say, go ahead, General Ho, Qingxiu said. I wouldn't dare. Ho Junji quickly presented a booklet with both hands. Please review this personally, Duke Qing. There has been a rebellion in the rear, at the state of Jingjue. Upon hearing this, Shui Rengue's expression changed at once. He quickly asked, what happened? Shui Rengue knew quite a bit about Jingjue. He knew it was a key passage connecting to Tubo. If a rebellion broke out there, it meant their route from the western regions to Tubo would be completely cut off. It would become extremely difficult to reach Tubo. Qingxiu had thought even further ahead than he had. If enemy forces launched an attack from the western regions toward Tubo, they could directly strike its interior. That would seriously affect Tang's control over Tubo. Why did they rebel? Ho Junji quickly handed over the document for Qingxiu to read. As it turned out, back when Ho Junji passed through Jingjue, he had crushed it badly and forced it to surrender. But many people in the state remained hostile to the Tang army. Most of these people were the result of Jingjue's long-standing propaganda that promoted hatred toward the Tang, leaving them with deep-rooted resentment. After their defeat, they tried everything to drive the Tang army out, but the king of Jingjue, fearing he'd provoke Tang further, did all he could to suppress them. This, however, led to big trouble. These fanatical Jingjue citizens began stirring up unrest everywhere, claiming the Tang must be expelled from their homeland. They even tried to rally troops to fight the Tang army. The more chaos they caused, the more certain royal princes in the court saw an opportunity. Now the whole country was divided from the king. One prince took the chance to collude with regional powers and seized control of the army, eventually forcing the king to flee. The former king of Jingjue ran for his life, and the prince who seized military power naturally became the new king. Throughout the entire process, the Tang army never interfered in Jingjue's internal affairs, and they didn't give the new king any trouble either. As long as he continued to serve the Tang and acknowledge its authority, the Tang wouldn't remove him. But the problem was this: the prince who now ruled couldn't control the military and public support he had gained. All his talk about expelling the Tang army had only been a means to seize power. Now that he truly held power, he had no reason to be hostile to the Tang. But since he'd made those promises, he had to fulfill them, or he wouldn't be able to hold on to the throne. To avoid being replaced by another prince, he had no choice but to follow public sentiment, forcibly expel the Tang envoy stationed in the capital, and declare that he would no longer submit to the Tang court. After the conquest of Tubo, the Tang military had no troops stationed in Jingjue, so it was easy to expel the envoys. As soon as Jingjue declared its independence, the news spread quickly across the western regions, drawing intense attention from every local power. Not because Jingjue's move was seen as brave, anyone with half a brain could tell it was suicidal. What made it laughable was that this was Jingjue's second betrayal. Last time, it was Prince Xiao who declared Jingjue no longer served the Tang, only to be beaten into submission, then rebel again as soon as Tang troops withdrew. They weren't humiliating the Tang, they were just making themselves look like clowns. Qingxiu, after hearing the whole situation, found it all ridiculous. This Jingjue, from top to bottom, really something. Qingxiu tossed the document aside. He wasn't even angry. Small nations survive by knowing how to play both sides and stay alive in between. But the Jingjue people clearly never understood this. They acted like lunatics, doing whatever they pleased. Originally, Qingxiu's plan was to firmly establish Tang control in the western regions before absorbing Jingjue. But now, seeing how hard it was to manage its people, the best strategy was to seize control of the route to Tubo and occupy all the fertile land. Then leave Jingjue the scraps, the leftovers on the edge, and let them wither on their own. Boss, we must take Jingjue. Its capital is right on the route to Tubo, Shui Rengue immediately proposed. There was no need for him to say it, Qingxiu had already considered it. He would never allow such a vital route to be out of his control. Ho Junji saw the opportunity and quickly stepped forward. I request permission to personally lead the army to pacify Jingjue. I captured it last time, and I promise I'll do it faster this time. No need. Qingxiu rejected Ho Junji's request. I'll go myself. This, Ho Junji was slightly stunned. He thought Qingxiu doubted his abilities, but then realized, they had worked together for so long, there's no way Qingxiu would mistrust him. Duke Qing plans to lead the campaign personally? Ho Junji asked again. Something like that. But I won't personally lead the troops. Qingxiu instructed Shui Rengue to immediately notify all Tang vassal states in the western regions to prepare their armies and assist the Tang in destroying Jingjue together. Shui Rengue was puzzled. It's just a small Jingjue. Do we really need to make such a big show of force and call in allied troops? Qingxiu didn't explain, he simply told him to follow orders, and that everything had to be ready within half a month. By the way, let them know, if they can't gather troops within half a month, or don't intend to mobilize at all, they will be treated as rebels, with the same fate as Jingjue. Shui Rengue didn't understand why Qingxiu was making such a big fuss, but since the elder had made such arrangements, he would just follow them. How many troops do I need to bring? Shui Rengue asked again. Just over 100 men to accompany me. There's no need for our army to take action. Shui Rengue was puzzled at first, but after thinking it over carefully, he understood. Dealing with the kingdom of Jingjue was not Qingxiu's ultimate goal. He actually wanted to take this opportunity to test himself and see how well the reputation of the Tang army could work in the western regions. With a single call to arms, could he rally a powerful army that he could command at will? While at it, he would crush the kingdom of Jingjue completely, to intimidate the other western region kingdoms. I understand. I'll notify them immediately. Shui Rengue didn't waste words and immediately went out to prepare. Ho Junji opened his mouth to say something but had to swallow his words helplessly. It seemed he wouldn't get a chance in this battle. General Ho, I have something else I need you to do for me. Just then, Qingxiu suddenly spoke. Duke Qing, just give the order. Ho Junji didn't even wait to hear what the task was and immediately agreed. A few days later, the orders from Ding'an City quickly spread across most of the western regions. Among the 30-plus states in the western regions, half were vassals of the Tang dynasty. Upon receiving the orders, they didn't dare delay and immediately began assembling their armies. Although Duke Qing didn't explicitly require each state to send a specific number of troops, he knew exactly how much military strength each one had. They couldn't just send a few old, weak, or sick men to get by. No one wanted to end up like the kingdom of Jingjue. In no time, various countries began mobilizing their forces. Those able to gather 10,000 troops sent at least 1,000 to accompany the Tang army. Even the weaker states, barely able to muster a few thousand soldiers, had to grit their teeth and send their royal guards to the front lines. When Qingxiu personally led 100 cavalrymen to the oasis outside the kingdom of Jingjue, nearly 20,000 soldiers had already gathered there. The banners were of all kinds, the armor varied in style, and the languages between them were mutually unintelligible. They each camped separately, awaiting Qingxiu's orders. Over 20,000? This number surprised Qingxiu greatly. He had planned to destroy the kingdom of Jingjue with just 10,000 men. Now with double that force, it was a pleasant surprise. Chang Yaojin reined in his horse and observed for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Western region soldiers are still Western region soldiers. Just look at their spirit, they're nothing compared to our Tang army. Any one of our men could take on 100 of them. Doesn't matter, as long as they can follow orders and charge. Qingxiu didn't care. He rode forward, and Chang Yaojin shouted, "Duke Qing is here in person, you all must pay your respects." These men had been loitering about idly. Upon hearing the command, they were immediately nervous, quickly stood up, and formed ranks. Greetings to Duke Qing. Each of them lined up tensely, bowing in the direction of Qingxiu. The commanders from each state didn't even dare to look up at Qingxiu, only kneeling with heads bowed, waiting for orders. Qingxiu rode around inspecting them. Though he wasn't impressed with the quality of the troops, at least they seemed obedient enough, so he didn't worry too much. Everyone here, you are all from vassal states of the Tang dynasty, so by right, you are Tang citizens. As citizens, when the empire is in trouble, it is your duty to give your all, even your lives, for the country. As soon as he said this, everyone below loudly voiced their agreement, flattery echoing in unison. Qingxiu could tell they weren't very motivated. If they went to war with this attitude, it would probably turn into a long, drawn-out struggle with no end in sight. That was not the outcome he wanted. He aimed to end this war swiftly, not just to punish the kingdom of Jingjue, but also to send a warning to the other vassal states. After a moment's thought, Qingxiu said to the crowd, "After this battle, if Jingjue is destroyed, you will all be rewarded based on merit, and we will divide up their land and population." These words instantly energized the previously listless generals. But that wasn't all. Qingxiu continued, "Once the city is taken, I won't take any of the people or gold, divide them among yourselves. Take as much as you can." If before he was promising rewards to the generals, this time he was offering incentives to the common soldiers. He wouldn't take a single person or coin from the city, which meant once they entered, they could loot, burn, and kill as they pleased. Whatever wealth or women they seized would belong to them. In an instant, everyone was itching to act. This battle now looked like a golden opportunity. "May I ask Duke Qing, when do we set out?" a general asked eagerly. He could no longer hide the greed in his eyes. Qingxiu smiled, "I'm not stopping you. This is already the border of Jingjue. You can attack anytime." Before he finished speaking, the allied armies began preparing and launched a massive attack on the border of Jingjue from all directions. The border guards of Jingjue had long noticed the attacking coalition and were prepared to defend. But the city was too small, and even though the attacking forces were disorganized and chaotic, just charging with numbers was too much to resist. In just half an hour, after leaving behind piles of corpses, the allied army broke open the city gate and stormed in like wild beasts, slaughtering without restraint. Though the defenders fought desperately with high kill ratios, they couldn't change the tide of defeat. Eventually, all the defenders in the city were killed. Even those who tried to surrender didn't have time. The moment they dropped their weapons, they were beheaded. The allied army refused their surrender and, after killing all the defenders, turned on the civilians with brutal slaughter. This lawless and chaotic rampage was terrifying. Every house was ransacked, and any survivor was dragged out and killed. Even those hiding in cellars were found, no one survived. The city quickly became a living hell, while the soldiers looted and killed with enthusiasm. They didn't want to miss this opportunity for riches. Who knew when they'd take another city again? Outside the city, the Tang army remained uninvolved, allowing the massacre and looting to continue inside. Chang Yaojin took a long swig of wine, listening to the screams from the city, and sighed. Back in the Central Plains, it was the same misery everywhere. Come to think of it, it is truly emotional. If our great Tang's national strength weren't so vigorous, we probably would still have to suffer those Turkic people raiding the border posts now and then. When could the commoners ever feel settled? Chang Yaojin's words indeed earned Qingxiu's full agreement. Now precisely because they held strong military forces and national power in their hands, they could sit here safely and listen to the cries of agony. Otherwise the ones letting out those cries would be the people of the Central Plains themselves. Speaking of which, Uncle Chang, back when you followed His Majesty fighting across the land, you didn't spare the looting either, right? Qingxiu smiled. Hearing this, the other man's expression changed slightly, but he quickly laughed awkwardly. All old gossipy stuff, what's the point in bringing it up? Moreover, back then the Central Plains was so chaotic, who remembers what the exact situation was? Chang Yaojin obviously didn't want to admit it for sake of his face, but Qingxiu knew full well. Old Chang before becoming a regular army officer was from the Wagong bandit fort. They said they were righteous bushes bandits gathering in the mountains, but in fact they were just a bunch of robbers. In that kind of chaotic era where even surviving was hard, of course they couldn't do righteous acts of looting the rich to help the poor. There was plenty of burning, killing, and looting. Moreover, the fact that old Chang could fight his way step by step to where he was today meant he was no saint. As the two chatted idly, the screams and killings from within the city seemed to gradually quiet down. Not because they had a burst of conscience, but just because the first round of slaughter and search had ended. They temporarily couldn't catch more live prisoners, and the loot they had taken was so much they could barely carry it. Now was the time to first withdraw and load up the spoils, rest a bit, then at night launch another emergency search. Just when the hiding people in the city let down their guard, they would go in and loot again. These soldiers, as ferocious as tigers or wolves, were just as cruel to unarmed civilians. They drove carts loaded with stolen goods out of the city, and tied large numbers of captured women by rope around their necks and dragged them behind the carts. These women were mostly disrobed, their faces covered as they cried. In their wake, the streets were almost filled with broken corpses and puddles of fresh blood. One woman still held a child in her arms, moving slowly. The soldier behind her, angered, whipped her furiously and ordered her to drop the child. "Don't waste our time. Either drop the brat with you or we'll cut both of you down." That woman was whipped and bleeding, her wails rising to the sky, yet she still hugged the child tightly. Damn it. The soldier lost all patience, drew his knife and was about to slash the woman. But before he could swing, hooves rang behind them. He turned, utterly terrified, sheathed his knife, and knelt to pay respects. It was Qingxiu, who had entered the city with only a few dozen cavalry as his guard. These wild-faced soldiers, drenched in rage and blood, upon seeing Qingxiu all knelt at once, fearing they had offended him. Qingxiu coldly looked at the captured women and prisoners escorted by the soldiers, and ordered, "Bring out your leader." A general immediately stepped from the crowd, respectfully bowed to Qingxiu. "Greetings, Duke Qing. What are your orders?" Qingxiu said calmly, "It's not that I forbid your looting and burning. But how long do you intend to continue here?" The general laughed. "Don't look down on this little city, it still has tens of thousands of people. We haven't even flipped out half of their hidden wealth yet. Once we search a few more rounds, we'll dig them all out." Qingxiu frowned. "The opportunity of war slips away quickly, and you're stuck in this little city, unwilling to move on? There are so many territories of Jingjue remaining. If we conquer them all, the loot will be hundreds of times more than what we've found here. If you wait for Jingjue's people to prepare, then when you try to take their cities it'll be hard." The general was momentarily speechless. With the other allied generals from several states beside him, none knew what to say. Qingxiu dismounted his horse right then. Someone stepped forward to greet him, but he whipped his lash and drove them away. He pointed at the women behind him and rebuked loudly, "I permit you to loot, but all the items you seize are yours. That was meant to motivate you. Yet you're stuck here and can't leave? I'll give you just one night to reorganize your army. Tomorrow morning you move out immediately. If there is further delay tomorrow morning, don't blame me for showing no mercy." With that harsh sentence thrown down, Qingxiu whipped his horse and left. He did not have a saint's heart. He didn't care how many civilians or women these men harmed. After all, none of these people were Tang subjects, or instead of saying that, large numbers among them hated the Tang lord with deep roots. Letting the allied troops slaughter them instead was arguably a good thing. But he absolutely would not allow these men to delay his plan for the sake of a little profit. His intimidation clearly worked. After the allied troops loaded their spoils and left the city, they immediately reorganized and prepared to attack the next city. However, to avoid them again delaying due to looting and killing, Qingxiu specially reorganized them. The more than 20,000 troops were divided into 3 parts, ordered to attack from 3 directions and meet at Jingjue's capital in the end. He further promised, as long as they captured cities along the way, the land and population inside those cities would go entirely to the respective allied armies, divided evenly. Thus each of the 3 forces became rivals. Since they temporarily set aside looting and killing, they would attack swiftly and help him annihilate Jingjue. And indeed the arrangement proved useful. Once the 3 forces were divided, each fearing the others would take spoils first, Within just a few days, the Jingjue state's territory was successively captured at a fast pace. They were so eager to capture the next city that they didn't even bother looting the civilians in the taken city. They merely replenished supplies then dashed to the next region. Qingxiu himself had just entered a newly taken city when another notification arrived informing him the next city had already been captured. It was the first time Chang Yaojin felt such a peculiar sensation. Here were people dying and being killed for him on the front lines, fighting all the way down so the Tang army didn't have to budge. His only job was to take over city defenses afterwards. Speaking of it, giving all this land away to them, isn't that wasteful? Chang Yaojin scanned the map and felt some grief. Not wasteful, not at all. Qingxiu said nonchalantly. This conquest of Jingjue would turn into endless security warfare. There was no need to entangle the Tang army in it. The king of Jingjue carried out hate propaganda day after day within the country, yet little did he know that he had inadvertently pushed the national consciousness forward by more than 1,500 years, awakening a sense of ethnic identity across the entire nation. And it was no longer just a numb and indifferent populace. Although this was not the king of Jingjue's original intention, it had become increasingly difficult to continue suppressing and ruling the Jingjue people. To rule this region, one would either have to massacre all the Jingjue people or endlessly fight stability wars here with them. Rather than getting trapped in this quagmire himself, it was better to let them step on these landmines instead. At that moment, a messenger arrived hurriedly to report the frontline situation to Qingxiu. The frontline troops had advanced even more swiftly and aggressively than Qingxiu had anticipated. All the cities surrounding the capital had already been wiped out. Within 4 days, the Allied forces would converge at the capital and completely destroy the state of Jingjue. These guys sure are quick. Chang Yaojin was genuinely surprised. Qingxiu didn't show much excitement. He simply nodded slightly and then asked, "What's the situation in the cities that have been taken?" The messenger paused slightly upon hearing this, clearly having not specifically inquired about this aspect. "I didn't investigate it directly, but I've heard some rumors here and there. Those cities that were conquered, after being plundered initially, did remain quiet for a while, but just a few days later, unrest would break out. All the able-bodied men in the cities would join the riots, trying to drive the invaders out." Qingxiu pondered, once these civilians rebel, it's almost certain that forces from the front lines will have to be pulled back for defense. The number of troops surrounding the capital will surely decrease. Chang Yaojin said, "Even 10,000 men would be enough. I've heard that their capital was once destroyed, and the new city isn't that well fortified." "How could there be 10,000? Qingxiu still thought Chang Yaojin was being overly optimistic. "Let alone 10,000, I'm afraid even 8,000 would be hard to gather. If they need to suppress the uprisings in the rear, they can't just conquer and move on. At the very least, they have to leave troops behind to keep order. Otherwise, even logistics can't be delivered, and how would they keep fighting the war?" Chang Yaojin was shocked on the spot. Less than 8,000? With such limited manpower, there was no way they could take the capital. But this situation was roughly what Qingxiu had expected. After some brief calculations, he immediately ordered messengers to ride back quickly and request reinforcements. Not many were needed, just a bit over 2,000 elite troops, along with enough siege weapons. The capital had to be taken. He had made preparations for so long just to capture this capital and seize the critical route to Tubo. Since the vassal troops no longer had much fighting power, he had no choice but to step in personally. Ultimately, he had underestimated the will of the Jingjue people from the very beginning, but that wasn't a serious issue. "Uncle Chang, let's go." Qingxiu then rode out together with Chang Yaojin, leading their attendants straight toward the capital of Jingjue. Sure enough, things turned out just as Qingxiu had expected. The uprisings launched by the Jingjue people in various places gave the Allied forces a huge headache. Even though they were just a few days away from the capital, continuous unrest in the rear slowed them to a crawl. Often, just after capturing a city, by the very next night, hidden civilians would pull out pre-prepared weapons and engage the occupying soldiers in street battles. This scene repeated itself over and over. In the end, the various Allied armies had to station most of their troops to garrison these cities, and even then, they didn't dare relax for a moment. Finally, the 3 Allied armies joined forces under the capital of Jingjue, but they numbered only a little more than 4,000. The most devastated of them had fewer than 1,000 men left by the time they arrived. Not many had died in the direct siege battles, but the largest number of casualties came from the prolonged security wars that followed. With such a pitiful force trying to take a city, the outcome was predictable. They weren't Tang troops, without powerful siege weapons and with inferior combat strength. Even so, All 4,000 plus soldiers were covered in wounds, their armor in tatters, and morale was low. Judging by numbers alone, even the city's defenders outnumbered them by 3,000. The defenders had the absolute advantage in every aspect. It was hard to keep morale up, and some even wanted to retreat. When the new king of Jingjue, Xiao Dalan, saw that only such a small number of allied troops had come to besiege the city, he almost laughed out loud. I thought the allied forces would come in overwhelming strength, and this battle would be hard to handle. But seeing them now, this few people can't stir up any storm. Originally, Xiao Dalan had planned to defend the city to the death, but given the current situation, it would be a shame not to come out and fight. Just as he was about to rally his troops to attack, the Prime Minister came to report, urging the king not to act rashly and to proceed with caution. A distinguished guest asked me to inform you, it's best to continue holding the city and not go out. As long as we withstand this wave of attacks, the nation might be safe, the Prime Minister pleaded, even invoking the guest behind the scenes. Upon hearing the mention of this guest, Xiao Dalan's expression showed a trace of unease, but he quickly suppressed it and sternly rebuked. He's a guest, not the king. Why should we listen to him in everything? Follow my orders. Prepare the troops to go out and fight. We need a major victory right now. In a way, Xiao Dalan's thinking wasn't wrong. They had been losing all the way to the capital without a single decent win. The people had supported him to the throne in hopes that he would be tough and reclaim everything lost to the Tang army. And even go a step further, not having to bow to others anymore, but to truly become an independent power in the western regions. But after all the defeats, his prestige was almost gone. If he didn't win some battles now, he might not keep his throne for long. At that moment, the city gates swung open, and the defenders no longer cowered but launched a full-scale offensive with high morale. The allied troops, who had been putting up a front outside, didn't expect the Jingjue people to dare to go on the offensive. In a rush, the exhausted soldiers had to scramble to respond. But the allied army was already worn out and had no way to resist the Jingjue troops, who had been well rested and ready for battle. As soon as the two sides clashed, the allied army began to fall back, showing signs of complete defeat. Despite the efforts of various commanders to maintain order, the defeat was becoming irreversible. Qingxiu and Cheng Yaojin watched from a high vantage point, their hands clean, never interfering in this battlefield. From the moment the enemy surged out to engage the allied army, Qingxiu could see that the allies were doomed to lose. That king is quite bold. At such a critical moment, he didn't lose his nerve and dared to strike first. Qingxiu praised. Unfortunately, having courage alone is useless. He just happened to catch the allied army at a point of exhaustion, otherwise, this battle would have definitely been lost. Suddenly, Cheng Yaojin heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from behind. He immediately turned to look and saw that it was the reinforcements sent by Qingxiu. At a glance, there were only a little over 2,000 people, but each one was equipped with powerful weapons. More importantly, they brought with them Shinji cannons. If they joined the battlefield now, the tide of battle would surely turn. Qingxiu clearly realized that reinforcements were arriving from behind, but he didn't order the entire army to charge down and support, they remained on standby. Cheng Yaojin, being an old hand, immediately understood Qingxiu's intention upon seeing his reaction. "You brat, are you planning to jump in at the last moment to clean up the mess?" Qingxiu smiled calmly. "I once promised them, whichever city they capture, the people and land of that city will be theirs to divide. But the area behind this capital just happens to be the key route into the western regions. That has to stay in our hands." By this point, his intentions were self-explanatory. Cheng Yaojin chuckled. Qingxiu was still as reliable as ever. "But still," Cheng Yaojin added, "even if you want to wear down the enemy's fighting spirit like this, what if the whole city's forces rise up and fight us to the death? What then?" Along the way, Cheng Yaojin had seen firsthand the resilience of the Jingjue people. Once they took the city, there were over 100,000 civilians inside, with more than 50,000 able-bodied men. If these people chose to fight a prolonged guerrilla war, it would still be very hard to take control of the city. But Qingxiu had already considered this. He simply smiled calmly. "I only said I'd take over the city, I never said I'd take over the people inside it." Cheng Yaojin paused in surprise. He looked sharply at Qingxiu, but the latter didn't say anything more and simply motioned for him to keep watching. At that moment, the battlefield had shifted from its earlier intense clash to a one-sided situation. Jingjue morale was soaring. Even the civilians in the city, seeing hope in the battle, picked up farming tools and charged out to help. The allied army had hoped to retreat during the chaos. But the enemy numbers kept growing and soon encircled them, cutting off their escape and forcing them into a desperate melee. The allied army, seeing no hope, had tried to withdraw in the confusion. But with their retreat cut off, even those who didn't want to fight had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue. Forced into a corner, these troops unexpectedly exploded with ferocious strength and willpower, barely holding their ground in bloody combat. Qingxiu shook his head at the sight. This was total madness. The Jingjue army didn't have the overwhelming strength to crush the allied forces, so they should have used a surround three sides, leave one open tactic to avoid pushing the enemy to fight to the death. Now that the retreat was blocked, who wouldn't fight like a trapped animal to survive? As the battle turned into a chaotic melee, several of the allied army's top generals found themselves surrounded. They spotted Qingxiu on a distant hill, watching. They immediately saw him as their last hope and desperately waved flags to signal for help. Qingxiu hadn't planned to respond, but due to his position, he had to signal back. He replied, "I currently have no available troops at my side to join the battle. But the reinforcements from the rear have already received orders and are on their way. As long as you hold on, support will arrive." At this point, they completely gave up on hoping for reinforcements and had no choice but to throw themselves fully into the fight. Since death was likely anyway, they figured they might as well take a few enemies down with them. The more they fought, the more desperately the allied forces battled. Meanwhile, as casualties mounted among the Jingjue troops, the king began to panic. He hadn't expected the allied army to fight so hard. Even though their numbers were outmatched 3-1, both sides were suffering equal losses. The king had initially thought about recalling his troops to rest. But the longer the fight dragged on and the more the enemy suffered, the less willing he became to stop. If he just kept pushing a little longer and the allied army collapsed, he could claim total victory. While he was stuck in this dilemma, Qingxiu keenly spotted a turning point on the battlefield. The Jingjue army had committed everything, even the city wall defenders were gone. Though the city gates were locked, no one was left to guard them. "Troops, hear my command." Qingxiu gave the order. The soldiers who had been waiting on standby immediately perked up. "Charge down the mountain and attack the city. Your only target is the gate. Once it's broken, rush inside without pause and go straight to the capital's grain depot. Set it ablaze. Move out now." The moment the order was given, the fully prepared troops charged down in full force. The sound of Tang cavalry hooves and horns echoed across the battlefield. Everyone had been focused on the frontline battle, but now, attention shifted instantly. People on the city walls and in the battlefield turned to look. They saw Tang cavalry riding hard and entering the fight. At first, the allied troops thought the Tang cavalry had come to rescue them, but the next moment, they cursed loudly. The Tang troops ignored the embattled allied soldiers and rode straight for the city. They were clearly planning to break through the gates while the enemy was distracted. "The Tang bastards are using us as bait." The allied commanders suddenly realized the truth. Their fighting spirit collapsed. They wanted to retreat. But the Jingjue troops, who had been locked in combat with them for so long, were now in a blood frenzy. There was no way they'd let the allies pull out easily. The more the allied army retreated, the harder the Jingjue soldiers pressed, giving them no chance to leave the battlefield. "Get them back to defend the city." Xiao Dalan saw the Tang forces charging straight for the gates and panicked. He ran down from the tower and ordered the frontline troops to return. The horns on the city wall blared to call the soldiers back, but the battle was already at its peak. It couldn't just end with an order. Even those few soldiers who broke away and ran back couldn't possibly outrun the Tang cavalry charging at full speed. At the front of the Tang charge was still Li Jianshan. Holding the reins with one hand and a grenade in the other, he hurled it at the locked gate as he approached. The grenade exploded with a bang, but one alone wasn't enough to shake the gate. After throwing it, Li Jianshan immediately circled on horseback while the soldiers behind him threw more grenades. Hundreds of grenades rained down, gradually shaking the gate's foundation, until at last, the wooden gate shattered and collapsed. At the moment the city gate was breached, the soldiers pressing tightly against it were immediately crushed by the collapsing gate. After that, the Tang cavalry had no further obstacles and charged through the gate, slaughtering at will. Along the way, soldiers continuously tried to block the Tang army's advance, but they were all cut down one by one. Originally, they thought the Tang army entered the city to wipe out all remaining forces or even directly threaten the king. The clan generals inside the city immediately gathered the few remaining soldiers toward the direction of the royal palace and also called all the civilians they could rally, fearing that the enemy would endanger the king. Xiao Dalan was extremely frightened, terrified that they might storm into the inner city at any moment. However, they had miscalculated. After the Tang army broke in, they had no interest in attacking the royal city. After clearing the surrounding soldiers, they turned and charged toward the northwest corner. This move completely confused everyone. They couldn't understand why the Tang army didn't take the opportunity to press their advantage and instead headed in that direction. Regardless, Xiao Dalan, seeing that his life wasn't in immediate danger, finally let out a sigh of relief. Maybe there are too many defenders in the city, and the Tang army isn't confident they can take it, so they're pulling back for now. He could only comfort himself this way. But with an army already in the capital, just a few li away from him, how could he possibly feel at ease? While the Tang army charged toward the northwest, he quickly ordered the packing of valuables in the city and prepared to escape amidst the chaos. But just as he was making preparations in a hurry, a minister suddenly stepped forward and advised the king not to flee. "Your Majesty, something's off. I don't think the Tang people are targeting you at all. You must not run." Before he even finished speaking, Xiao Dalan pointed at him and furiously cursed, "If you're so sure, you stay and defend. I'm not risking it, this is the Tang army." The minister pleaded again, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Have you not considered why they aren't heading for the palace but instead rushing to the northwest?" His words left the king speechless for a moment. With a blank expression, he suddenly came to his senses. The city's grain depot was located in the northwest district. The Tang army never planned to settle things in one decisive battle, they came to destroy the food supplies. When Xiao Dalan realized this, his scalp went numb, and he frantically ordered, "Go quickly. All available soldiers in the city, move. Stop the Tang army." But it was too late. The Tang army charged ahead without resistance and quickly reached the grain depot. Only a few soldiers were guarding it. When they saw the Tang troops coming, they wisely chose to flee. They knew full well they couldn't hold it. Escaping to save their lives was the better choice. The grain depot was large, by rough calculation, it could support the city's army and officials for over a year. Previously, Ho Junji had stationed troops in the capital and had specially drawn a detailed map of the city's layout and defenses. Unexpectedly, this map ended up in Qingxiu's hands, allowing him to locate the grain depot directly. Li Jianshan didn't act rashly. He went down first, opened one of the warehouses, and after confirming it was packed with grain, he signaled to the soldiers behind him. "Do it." The soldiers immediately scattered. They poured kerosene over the grain stores and mixed in large amounts of gunpowder. To ensure the fire would be fierce enough, they held nothing back and used every bit of gunpowder they carried. Otherwise, if the fire was extinguished, all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Once everything was ready, Li Jianshan ordered everyone to mount up and retreat immediately. When they had withdrawn far enough, Li Jianshan personally drew his bow and fired a flaming arrow toward the grain depot. Following his lead, the soldiers fired volleys of flaming arrows, raining down like a storm onto the depot and igniting the gunpowder. Boom! An explosion erupted, and flames surged into the sky. The intense heat wave spread in all directions, hurling debris high into the air. Soldiers rushing over to stop the Tang army were caught right in the explosion's path and instantly engulfed by the flames. Those who arrived slightly later and weren't directly hit were still thrown back by the shockwave, left dazed and disoriented. The soldiers stared blankly at the towering inferno consuming the depot. After a moment of shock, they realized they had to put out the fire. But it was already too late. This fire wasn't an ordinary blaze. Kerosene burns fiercely and is hard to extinguish, and now it was mixed with gunpowder. Every few moments, another explosion would erupt, feeding the fire further. With such an intense blaze, even pouring water was useless. Even if they managed to suppress one part, another explosion would send sparks flying, reigniting it elsewhere. As the fire grew stronger, even getting close became dangerous. No one dared approach anymore, they could only watch from a distance, hoping the fire would burn out soon. Outside the city, Qingxiu heard the explosion and immediately knew that Li Jianshan had succeeded with the raid. Sure enough, he saw thick black smoke rising from the city just as Li Jianshan led over 2,000 cavalrymen out through the gate, awaiting his next command. Qingxiu originally planned to order a full retreat, but seeing the allied army still locked in bitter combat, he hesitated and then ordered Li Jianshan to charge the enemy and rescue the allies. Even if he didn't care about their lives, they were still fighting for him, it wouldn't hurt to save them as a favor. Li Jianshan accepted the order without wasting words. He immediately told the entire force to ready their bows and charge with him. This time, Li Jianshan used no tricks. He directly ordered all soldiers to equip repeating crossbows, shooting like a rainstorm while charging. The Jingjue troops had never seen such terrifying power and rate of fire. As their soldiers were cut down like grass, their morale collapsed. Even with deep hatred for the Tang army, they completely lost the will to fight under such a barrage. Their formation disintegrated, and soldiers fled in all directions. With the army broken, the civilians who had fought alongside them also lost the courage to continue and dropped their weapons to flee. In less than 15 minutes, the brutal battle that had dragged on for almost 2 hours was brought to a sudden end. And when the Tang cavalry arrived, the Jingjue people who didn't escape in time immediately knelt and surrendered. The Jingjue people did indeed hate the Tang army, but their hatred was also based on extreme fear. When the Tang army's sabers weren't swinging at their heads, they could still curse out loud. But now that the blades were about to come down on them, no matter how much they hated, it turned to fear, and soon, a large number surrendered. Those allied soldiers who had fought until they were completely exhausted began to rest on the spot. Looking back on the battle just now, they were all terrified. They had almost died in that fight. If the Tang army hadn't come to help, they'd have surely died. Once they calmed down, the allied commanders were extremely angry. The Tang army had clearly used them as bait. They didn't care how many of them died. Immediately, these commanders began loudly arguing, seeking an explanation from the Tang army. But the Tang soldiers didn't care what they had to say and directly blocked them, ignoring everything they said. Seeing the Tang army so arrogant, the already furious allied commanders became even angrier and started shouting. "What are you yelling about?" The Tang soldiers had always looked down on these allied troops. In their eyes, they were just servant soldiers, not worth mentioning. Now that these servant soldiers dared to yell in front of them, they couldn't tolerate it. They immediately drew their crossbows and aimed them at them. The moment the repeating crossbows were revealed, those people instantly shut up. They knew how powerful those weapons were. There were still many corpses on the battlefield full of crossbow bolts. Li Jianshan drew his sword and stabbed it into the ground, pointing at them and cursing loudly. "What do you mean by this? Looking for death?" With Li Jianshan stepping forward, no one dared say a word. But thinking of how many of their men had died, they couldn't help but feel extremely bitter. According to the previous agreement, they had to take the city in order to receive a share of the population and land. But now they had suffered the most casualties and had held off the enemy the longest, yet had gained nothing. And judging from the situation, the Tang army clearly intended to take the capital themselves. If so, how could the allies possibly get any rewards? Seeing that they were finally quieting down, Li Jianshan was satisfied and then sneered, "If you know what's good for you, back off early. If later the Duke of Qing, you step back." Before he could finish, Li Jianshan heard someone behind him interrupt. Turning around, he saw it was Qingxiu. Li Jianshan quickly saluted. Qingxiu motioned for him to step back. When the allied commanders saw Qingxiu, they immediately looked nervous and quickly stepped forward to salute. "Greetings, Duke of Qing." Qingxiu's expression was calm and steady. He looked them over. Each one was covered in wounds, their armor broken. It was clear they had also fought hard in the last battle, not much better than their soldiers. "I know it hasn't been easy for you to fight. You did indeed give it your all in that last battle. But you must understand, even if you had fought your way to the capital and taken all the cities of Jingjue, without the name of the Tang Empire behind you, could your kings rightfully take over these territories?" These words immediately woke the commanders up. It made sense. In the western regions, destroying a country wasn't as simple as just winning a war. The key was whether you could then justifiably take over the land. The 36 kingdoms of the western regions kept each other in check. Though rivals, they were also mutual allies. If one country was allowed to be devoured, who knew if they would be next? So, whenever one nation was destroyed, many other non-neighboring states would intervene and force the invading forces to withdraw. That's why, even with strong and weak among the 36, none had ever been easily destroyed. Jingjue was the same. But with the Tang Empire involved, it was a completely different situation. Jingjue was, in name, a vassal state of Tang. It had betrayed that status first. Tang had every reason to destroy it. Even if some small countries didn't want the balance disrupted, they wouldn't dare interfere with the Tang army. In fact, on that basis, the Tang army could openly divide Jingjue's territory. The allies could use Tang's name to justifiably occupy Jingjue's land. But if the Tang name weren't behind them, even if they destroyed Jingjue, other powers would support resistance in secret or in the open. The allies would never be able to hold on to that land. In other words, the Tang army didn't even need to act. They just needed to claim it, and they could reshuffle the whole western region. To the other kingdoms, that was already the highest possible favor. The commanders were speechless. They couldn't argue with Qingxiu. Qingxiu said flatly, "I'm not here to debate with you. The capital of Jingjue must be taken by me, and this city must become part of Tang territory. If anyone here still wants to claim the capital of Jingjue, feel free to try attacking it. I won't interfere." That was what he said, but who would really dare try it? Especially since Qingxiu had just said he was determined to take the city. The others exchanged looks and wisely stepped aside. With that, Qingxiu no longer held back. He ordered the whole army to rest where they were. After a short break, they would prepare to attack the city. While Qingxiu was preparing everything, the defenders in the city closed the gates again and quickly reinforced the walls. Qingxiu saw all this but didn't send troops to stop them. He let them carry on. There wasn't much food left in the city. Even if they held the gates, they couldn't last long. He didn't even need to attack. If he blocked every gate, in less than half a month, the city would starve to death. While Qingxiu was weighing which gate to attack first, someone inside the city suddenly sent a message, asking to negotiate. Qingxiu didn't even think about it. He ordered the messenger detained and burned the letter in front of the enemy walls to show that this battle was unavoidable and would be fought to the death. As the letter burned, panicked shouting came from the city walls, begging Qingxiu not to rush the assault. Duke of Qing. Everything can be discussed, there's no need to be hasty. King Xiaodalan stood on the wall himself. Even so, several guards with large shields stood in front of him. They feared snipers or gunfire might hurt the king. Qingxiu hadn't planned to respond, but this person was so noisy it irritated him. So he asked coldly, when you decided to oppose the Tang Empire, didn't you consider today would come? Everything that's happening now is what you asked for, this is just cause and effect. The king was sweating profusely. He knew nothing he said would work now. He could only order the prime minister to bring up the distinguished guest. Duke Qing. What do you think about letting this person speak with you? The king quickly stepped back, motioning for the person behind him to step forward. That person walked slowly, still wearing a robe, and once standing on the city wall, he took it off. What he revealed first was a large white turban on his head. He wore black clothes all over, appearing elegant and noble, not an ordinary man. At first, Qingxiu didn't recognize who this was, but when he saw the turban, he immediately understood, this man was an Arab. Although Qingxiu didn't know how the Arabs had connected with the Jingjue kingdom, the fact that this man appeared here made him instantly more alert. This meant that the Arabs also wanted to meddle in the western regions, and their reach was much farther than Qingxiu had expected. Thinking of this, Qingxiu signaled everyone not to act rashly and personally stepped forward. Are you Duke Qing? The Arab man spoke in very fluent Chinese. Qingxiu praised, your Chinese is quite good. Hee, I once followed a caravan to Tang and did some business there. I didn't make much money, but I had the fortune of learning the refined Central Plains accent, not a wasted trip, the man replied. What should I call you? Qingxiu asked. My Arabic name is a bit difficult to pronounce. Why doesn't Duke Qing just use my Chinese name, how about Luo Xining? Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh, that name is also quite a tongue twister. Mr. Luo, what do you intend by stepping into this matter today? Mr. Luo smiled, I know of Duke Qing's heroic reputation. Back in the Central Plains, I often heard of your great feats. Now that you lead a great army here, I believe it won't be long before this city is taken, and no one can stop you. At that time? Stop. Qingxiu cut him off, annoyed. Spare me the nonsense. I asked what you're here for today. There's no use in saying so much. Mr. Luo realized Qingxiu was not someone to be fooled, so he changed his tone. Since Duke Qing sees me here, would you grant me a small favor? Just on account of Arabia, what do you say? Qingxiu stared at Mr. Luo for a while without speaking. The atmosphere became so tense that no one dared utter a word. At first, Mr. Luo remained calm. But as Qingxiu stayed silent, he became increasingly uneasy. As an envoy, he was used to being respected and unchallenged in the western regions. This was the first time he met someone like Qingxiu, who looked down on him from a position of authority. All his past diplomatic experience was useless here. Sweat began to form on his forehead. After all, Qingxiu commanded a strong army and could storm the city at any moment. What's your request? Qingxiu spoke indifferently, if it's a small matter, I can grant it on account of diplomatic ties. But if it concerns national affairs, I'm afraid I can't help you. Mr. Luo hesitated, then had to speak, I know the Jingjue kingdom has offended the Tang dynasty. But half a month ago, they already swore allegiance to Arabia and are now our vassal state. Could Duke Qing perhaps stop the attack on account of Arabia? As expected. Qingxiu wasn't surprised at all after hearing this. These people had anticipated that the Tang Empire would not let this go easily and had already invited another great Western power to help. The little king had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Mr. Luo had been quite confident, thinking that Qingxiu wouldn't risk souring relations with Arabia over a small kingdom. This involved trade and peace between two great empires, surely not something one person could decide alone. Even if the Tang Emperor eventually insisted on taking down Jingjue, the time gained through negotiations would at least let the king prepare. But he never imagined that the decision to destroy Jingjue was Qingxiu's own. Almost immediately, Qingxiu gave him a firm answer, impossible. Mr. Luo was stunned. He hadn't expected Qingxiu to reject him on the spot and quickly said, "Duke Qing, there's no need to decide so hastily. Shouldn't this be reported to your emperor first, and then?" "No need." Qingxiu didn't bother explaining. He simply pointed his saber at the city gate in front of him. "I know you're trying to use the name of Arabia to pressure me. That might work on small countries, but you've picked the wrong target. Even if the Arab emperor himself were here today, this city must fall. No negotiation." As he finished speaking, the soldiers behind him stepped forward in unison, raising their matchlock guns toward the city walls. At the same time, the Shinji cannons were slowly rolled forward, displayed right before the city. There was clearly no room left for negotiation. "Mr. Luo, think carefully. Cannons have no eyes." Qingxiu shouted provocatively. The meaning was clear: leave now and you'll be safe. Otherwise, even if you're standing on the wall, he won't stop the attack. Mr. Luo was already getting scared. He had long heard of the cannon's power. He instinctively wanted to step back, but when he turned around, the king was desperately winking at him, begging him to persuade the Tang troops to stop. "I'm afraid I'm powerless." Mr. Luo quickly lowered his head and rushed down the side stairs from the city wall, terrified that he'd be caught in the cannon fire if he delayed. His swift and decisive escape left everyone stunned. A small kingdom like Jingjue wasn't worth risking his life for, that, at least, he understood. A wise man submits to circumstances. Looks like Mr. Luo really did learn a thing or two when he was in the Tang Empire. Qingxiu was very satisfied with this reaction. He then immediately gave the order to load cannonballs and gunpowder, prepare to fire. "Wait!" The king instantly broke the military banner on the city wall and threw it down, shouting in panic, "We surrender." He truly was a wise man who knew when to yield. Qingxiu suddenly found it boring. Was that it? "I thought this king was some iron-blooded tough guy. Turns out, he's just a coward." Li Jianshan spat disdainfully. With the king's order, the city gates opened. Even those who didn't want to accept it had to face reality. There was no other choice: either be slaughtered when the city fell, or starve to death. The allied troops, seeing them surrender so quickly, could only weep inside as they recalled how fiercely they had fought these soldiers earlier. So it was fame and reputation that truly scared the enemy. Just by showing their cannons, they had frightened them into surrendering on the spot. This kind of intimidation was something the allies could never achieve. The king surrendered so swiftly and decisively that most of the soldiers, disheartened, followed and surrendered as well. Everyone thought things would go smoothly, but once the Tang army entered the city gate, they found the citizens inside shouting furiously, unwilling to surrender even if it meant death. King Xiaodalan saw the chaos inside the city and was so frightened that his legs nearly gave out on the spot. He was already in the hands of the Tang army. If these people caused any trouble, it wasn't impossible that Qingxiu might execute him on the spot in anger. "Duke Qing, this matter has nothing to do with this king. No, has nothing to do with me." Xiao Dalan was so scared that he stuttered, quickly trying to defend himself. Qingxiu knew this man was just a puppet king. He waved his hand and had him taken away. "As long as you do exactly as I say, I guarantee you'll live." Xiao Dalan, hearing this like heavenly music, brightened immediately and said repeatedly, "Thank you, Duke Qing." Li Jianshan stepped forward at the right moment, waiting only for Qingxiu's order to act. Qingxiu motioned for him not to rush, and instead observed the situation first. At this moment, the city's civilians were all fired up, shouting furiously. Those with weapons picked up swords, those without grabbed pitchforks and hoes, and they were ready to fight to the end. There were about 50,000 able-bodied men in the city who could take up arms. Though they were disorganized, their numbers still posed a considerable threat. Although the Tang army had superior armor and weaponry, trying to crush these people by force would inevitably lead to casualties. Even a 1 in 100 casualty ratio was something Qingxiu absolutely couldn't accept. Ultimately, this was the fault of the previous king of Jingjue. After some thought, Qingxiu directly ordered the entire army to withdraw from the city and not to enter again. Of course, he didn't forget to demolish the city gates, so they could enter at any time. After withdrawing outside the city, Qingxiu summoned the allied armies and made them a new, generous offer. "There are over 100,000 people in this city. I have no intention of managing them. If you can get rid of them, whether by slaughter or selling them into slavery, I won't interfere, as long as you deal with them. And everything in the city, gold, silver, money, grain, supplies, I want none of it. I only want the city itself." This promise made everyone's eyes light up. At that moment, when they looked at the people in the city, they seemed like walking bags of gold. In the western regions, population was more valuable than land, especially since the city's population was mostly strong men and young women. Not to mention they could loot all the city's supplies while they were at it. Although grain was scarce, there was still a good amount of cloth and ironware, which were also valuable. Though Qingxiu promised huge profits, the allies stayed calm and didn't immediately rush into the city to kill and plunder. After all, there were only around 1,000 of them left. Rushing in blindly would be suicide. But that didn't mean they planned to give up on the city's population and resources. The various commanders quickly sent messengers to notify their rear forces or even request reinforcements from their home countries. This was a chance to get rich. Who would let it go? Seeing how excited the allied reinforcements were, Li Jianshan finally understood Qingxiu's strategy. So this was how he planned to deal with the rebellious civilians without shedding a drop of blood. Master, you truly have a plan. Otherwise, if those 100,000 people started rioting, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. Li Jianshan was genuinely impressed. Qingxiu smiled calmly. This kid still had a lot to learn. Chang Yaojin laughed and said, "So now you get it? That's why I had you charge in and burn the grain stores, so we could cut off their retreat. Now they have no food, no weapons or equipment. Let the allied forces fight over it while we save our strength." As they spoke, the allied army had already sent troops to guard every city gate to prevent civilians from escaping during the chaos. Clearly, in their eyes, everything in this city was already theirs, ready to be taken at any time. With less than 1,000 troops blocking 4 gates and trying to stop more than 100,000 people from escaping, they were really going for it. Of course, the civilians' thinking was even more naive. Without food or armor, thinking they could defend the city was absolutely impossible. Qingxiu saw it more clearly than anyone. The only chance these people had to survive was to flee the city, no matter where, to become peaceful citizens or tenant farmers elsewhere. That was better than staying and being killed or sold as slaves. But clearly, they hadn't realized this. Qingxiu didn't involve himself with these people. He simply stationed soldiers outside the city and waited patiently. And just as Qingxiu predicted, due to food shortages, unrest broke out by the second night. That night, many civilians fought among themselves over food. Though order was soon restored, it revealed to the enemy outside that their food wouldn't last much longer. As expected, the next day the Allied army moved beyond the city walls, pressing closer into the streets. Even though the civilians outnumbered the Allies massively, they made no response to these advances. Their lack of food and organization meant they couldn't deal with the tightening siege. Qingxiu stood on the city wall, watching the situation unfold inside. It was clear they were reaching their limits. If you ask me, these Allied troops don't even need to rush. Just keep the siege up another 5 days and those 100,000 people will collapse on their own. Chang Yaojin used a telescope to observe the city, commenting with authority. Qingxiu said calmly, "Uncle Chang, if it were you, how would you defend in this situation?" "Defend? Defend my ass." Chang Yaojin spat on the ground. "With nothing but a few scraps, they'll starve to death even without a fight. If they're smart, they should run while they still have the strength. Whoever makes it out alive, good for them." But Qingxiu shook his head. "I'm not so sure. Actually, in this situation, the city could still be defended, if the enemy is only those 1,000 Allied soldiers." "How so?" Chang Yaojin perked up. He was curious what Qingxiu had in mind. Qingxiu had someone bring the city's defense map and made a few marks on it. These 1,000 or so allies look intimidating, but if taken one group at a time, they're just scattered soldiers. If we first break the north gate and draw the rest of the troops over. Qingxiu explained seriously, leaving Chang Yaojin stunned. To him, Qingxiu's plan sounded wildly ambitious, things he wouldn't even dare to imagine. But if those people actually followed Qingxiu's plan, maybe they really could turn the current situation around. Of course, this is just talk on paper. At the end, Qingxiu put the map away. At least, none of them are capable of organizing themselves. Chang Yaojin agreed with Qingxiu's words. If the Jingjue people truly had someone exceptionally talented enough to turn the tide, how could they have fallen to this point? While the two were chatting, a messenger came forward to report that Shui Rengue had arrived with his troops to provide reinforcements. So fast? Qingxiu was very surprised. It had only been 2 days since he sent the message. No matter how fast they moved, it was impossible to arrive this quickly. He personally went outside the city and saw over 4,000 cavalry behind Shui Rengue, but they were not the main Tang forces. These were troops Shui Rengue had recruited from the Lulan and Gaochang regions. Though not as strong as the main Tang army, after training, they were still a capable fighting force in the western regions. Now that Shui Rengue had brought them here, it was clear he wanted to test their strength. "Boss." Shui Rengue greeted Qingxiu and originally intended to show off the army behind him. But as soon as he saw someone behind Qingxiu, he suddenly froze and couldn't speak for a while. "Old Shui, it's been at least 7 or 8 years since we last saw each other, right?" Li Jianshan walked out from behind Qingxiu. Seeing the spirited Shui Rengue in front of him, he felt emotional. It really is you? Li Jianshan. Shui Rengue's face twitched a few times, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. You're still alive? Nonsense. Li Jianshan laughed and cursed. If I weren't alive, what would you be seeing right now, a ghost? No. I mean, how did you survive? Shui Rengue walked forward and slapped Li Jianshan on the shoulder so hard that Li Jianshan couldn't help but curse. If you didn't die, how could I allow myself to die? The two of them suddenly burst into hearty laughter, both happy and relieved. It was truly a meeting of old friends in a foreign land. As youths, they had been both friends and rivals, often getting into fights. To this day, Shui Rengue still had scars left by Li Jianshan. Shui Rengue immediately suggested they have a good drink and said he'd prepare it himself. Tonight, they wouldn't stop until they were drunk. Of course, Qingxiu didn't want to interrupt their reunion. He ordered that all the wine and meat in the army be brought out. Everyone was to drink and enjoy the night. After several jars of wine, Shui Rengue was tipsy. He slapped the table and sighed. Back then, I left home and fled the village, thinking I was the only one who survived. I'm really surprised to find you still alive. Li Jianshan couldn't help cursing. What the hell? Sounds like you're disappointed I'm still alive. How could I be? I'm thrilled today. In fact, let's have a fight. I haven't beaten you up in years, it just doesn't feel right. Li Jianshan, riled up by his words, rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight on the spot. All right. I'll put something on the line. Whoever wins gets it. Qingxiu pulled out a dagger from his chest, its handle made of pure gold, and slammed it on the table with a loud laugh. If the Duke of Qing took something out, it must be valuable. The two got even more excited and stood up ready to fight. Here they go. The soldiers, seeing the two about to throw down, rushed over to watch the show. Shui Rengue was a veteran general of Tang, and Li Jianshan was the newly promoted, undefeated vanguard officer. Both fought barehanded, swinging their fists in a fierce brawl. Both were naturally strong and fought with full force, as if every punch had to be thrown with everything they had to be satisfying. At first, they fought with some technique, but as the alcohol kicked in, they stopped using any form, just fighting however they liked, holding nothing back. The soldiers around were thrilled, shouting loudly. The more intense the fight, the louder the cheering. Qingxiu watched the whole fight closely, occasionally shouting out tips like a spectator egging on the chaos. Shui Rengue. Didn't eat enough? Why do you look so weak? Use your strength. Why are you missing punches? Aim for the face. That's the fun part. The more Qingxiu yelled, the more excited he got. He almost wanted to jump in himself. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. He opened his spiritual sense and turned toward the city to observe. What he saw shocked him. The citizens in the city were no longer staying put like they had during the day. Instead, like madmen, they rushed out into the streets, running in all directions toward the edges of the city. These people were risking everything, desperately trying to break through every corner of the city. Clearly, they had realized that staying in the city was a dead end. At this point, the only thing they could do was let the people escape. Whoever survives, survives. The Tang army was stationed at the north gate, and fewer people were running in that direction. At first, Qingxiu thought they were afraid of the Tang army, so only a few were trying to escape that way. But on closer inspection, he realized it wasn't like that. Those running toward them were mostly the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Some old people were even carrying babies, staggering as they ran. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a group of people running to their deaths, and Qingxiu couldn't figure it out at first. But after observing for a bit, he quickly understood, this move was truly vicious. They were deliberately sending the elderly, women, and children toward the Tang army, forcing them to face the dilemma. The young and strong couldn't escape while dragging the old and weak. But their leaders also knew that Qingxiu valued his reputation and image in the western regions. He didn't want to be associated with massacres or looting and always tried to maintain a noble reputation in warfare. Even when killing, there had to be a reason people could accept. But now, with so many elderly and children charging at them, the moral burden was thrown onto him. If he chose to kill them all, the Tang army's image as a righteous force in the western regions would completely collapse. No one would believe anymore that the Tang army was a just force. If he chose to accept these elderly and weak, he would fall into their trap. They were hoping someone else would take responsibility for feeding this bottomless pit. Even if the Tang army chose to ignore them, these elderly and children would cling to them like leeches. Whether they helped or not, it would damage their reputation. These people are really poisonous in their thinking. Qingxiu sneered inwardly. They thought they could use moral blackmail to trap him. How naive. When it came to manipulating people and playing mind games, they weren't even on the level of Qingxiu's grandsons. Although Qingxiu understood the situation, he didn't show any emotion. He just told old Cheng to make sure the brothers had a good time tonight. Uncle Cheng, make sure the brothers enjoy themselves. If anyone doesn't get drunk, I'll hold you responsible. Chang Yaojin raised his cup and said carelessly, I was going to go easy, but since you said that, if anyone's still sober, I'll personally make sure they get drunk. Qingxiu patted Chang Yaojin on the shoulder, then called out to everyone, brothers, General Cheng just said, he's going to drink every one of you under the table. The soldiers burst into laughter and rolled up their sleeves, ready to challenge Chang Yaojin. Come on! We may not be experts at fighting, but when it comes to drinking, I've never lost to anyone, even His Majesty couldn't beat me. General Cheng, if you don't know how to fight, then aside from Duke Qin, who else here dares claim they can? Everyone laughed loudly and crowded forward to clink glasses with Chang Yaojin. Qingxiu smiled slightly as he watched their excitement, then quietly slipped away from the banquet. Under the night sky, Qingxiu found a warhorse, mounted it, and rode straight to the Allied camp north of the city. The North Gate was the main road out of the city, and the bulk of the Allied forces were gathered there. Though called the main force, it was actually just over 400 men, but still the largest defending force compared to the other gates. Before Qingxiu could dismount, the Allied army had already heard news of his visit. The various commanders came out to greet him. Qingxiu didn't waste time and said directly, the people inside the city are on the move. They plan to break out tonight through all 4 gates. Looks like they just want to escape, whoever can, runs. Is this information accurate? How do you know? The commanders were shocked. Of course, they didn't know that Qingxiu had been watching the city closely using his spiritual sense all along. You don't need to worry about that. If you don't get ready now, you won't be able to stop them when they rush out. The generals didn't dare be careless. They quickly sent out orders and mobilized troops for defense. When the soldiers heard that the people inside were going to force their way out, they immediately grew tense. They knew they were too few in number. If those strong men inside fought their way out, there would definitely be casualties. I know what you're all worried about, but don't worry, this time, all those coming out are women, children, and the elderly. Qingxiu's statement shocked them once again. But after he explained in detail, they finally understood the situation and started cursing the people inside for using the weak as human shields. Still, these men were no better themselves. In terms of character, they weren't much different from those inside. If they're just women, children, and the elderly, can't we just let them go? They're not a threat, just let them escape. Someone asked Qingxiu for guidance, but he immediately refused. How can that work? Who knows if strong men are hiding among them? For every one that escapes, that's one less you can capture. Besides, there are enemies now. You're just going to let the enemy run away? Can you justify that? Qingxiu shouted at them sternly, leaving them speechless. Then, do you mean we should kill all the women and children too? I don't think that's necessary. Just let them go. Yeah, wouldn't it be too much to? They all looked hesitant, trying to act like righteous men. Qingxiu didn't bother arguing. He got straight to the point, no matter who it is, bring me a head, and you'll get 1 silver tael. I'll keep my word. With those words, everyone went silent. No more hesitation, now their eyes lit up, as if they could already see piles of silver before them. 1 tael of silver might not seem like much, but to these poor soldiers, it was a fortune. No one cared whether they were killing soldiers or helpless civilians. As long as it brought money, nothing else mattered. Seeing they had taken the bait, Qingxiu added, I don't just want you to kill them. You must also make sure they don't escape. Every last one must be handled inside the city. If even one escapes and reaches our camp, everyone's reward gets cut in half. The commanders quickly assured Duke Qin they'd handle it. Each of them beat their chest and promised not to let him down. Qingxiu felt at ease seeing this. He smiled and said, everyone, I'm entrusting you with this because I trust you. These rewards have nothing to do with your kings, they'll go directly to you. So I hope you fight hard. Don't be fooled by appearances, show no mercy. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Of course they understood. Brothers, stay sharp and get ready to work. No matter who comes out, block the road, chop off their heads, and you get 100 copper coins per head. The more heads you bring, the more money you get, paid on the spot, no tricks. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. These soldiers came to war for money. Now that they heard they'd be paid for killing, they were thrilled. Especially when they learned their targets were just old people, women, and children, most of them unarmed, they got even more excited. They immediately picked up their weapons and, under cover of night, entered the city streets, hiding in buildings and preparing for the ambush. Meanwhile, the civilians escaping from the city had no idea what was waiting for them outside. They just hurried through the streets, desperate to get out of the city. They could faintly hear the sounds of shouting and fighting from other parts of the city. The sounds terrified them. They knew fighting had already started elsewhere. That made them rush even more, afraid that the battle would soon spread to their side. So if we get out quickly, we'll be fine. Will the Tang army take us in? Even if they don't, they care about their reputation. They won't hurt us. As long as we stay with them, they'll think about their image and won't leave us behind. Exactly. Worst case, if they really don't want us, we can just slip away, they won't kill us all. Life in the city is unbearable. A few more days and we'll starve to death. The wounded soldiers in front complained the most. But clearly, they weren't nervous at all. They really believed that as long as they made it out of the gates, the Tang army would help them. At this moment they did not notice at all the allied troops ambushed along both sides of the road in the night. In their eyes, these were not living people, they were just a group of walking coins. One of the disabled soldiers walking in front suddenly heard something wrong ahead. He intended to lean his ear and listen carefully. But in the next instant, an arrow suddenly flew out from the window of a civilian house beside him and struck his only remaining arm. Ah! The disabled soldier howled in pain and stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Before they could react and figure out what happened, arrows from the houses were raining down like a storm, in a moment killing a large group of people. We are not soldiers, we are the disabled and women and children of the city. Please, old Sir of Tang, spare us. We surrender and come to submit. Yes, don't shoot arrows, ah. These people had hoped to expose their identity and gain mercy from the Tang army, but the next second even more arrows rained down, leaving them no escape. After one volley, the allied troops guarding inside the houses realized that these people truly were unarmed women, children, and the elderly, and they relaxed completely. They came out of the houses at once, each holding weapons, faces fierce and brutal, full of greed as well. As soon as they emerged they were eager to go forward to cut off heads, but their commander ordered them to stop plundering the heads of the already killed enemies. The ones already shot can't count. Just share out equally among everyone, however much money you get. Now deal with all the living ones. If even one escapes, none of you will get head money. Under the command of the general, they had no choice but to abandon the dead bodies strewn everywhere and fiercely charge at the living people. Only then did those elderly and women and children finally see clearly, the people in front of them were not the Tang army, but the Western region allied troops who had deep blood hatred with them. Attack! At the command, the allied troops pounced like starving tigers on sheep, crazily hacking and killing. Whether the person in front was an old man, a woman, or even a child in swaddling clothes, they were spared no one. Under the large blades everyone was equal. Not only did the north gate become a river of blood, the other three gates were also in chaos. Only, unlike the allies at the north gate who had money rewards, the other three gates' troops got no reward money and faced all strong able-bodied men, while their number was pitifully small. Naturally they were unwilling to fight to the death. When they saw they couldn't hold them, they wisely pulled back and let those people flee. Only at the north gate was their blood flowing like a river, with no one to help. Qingxiu stood on the city wall overlooking the inside. Even though it was dark, he could clearly see through his spiritual eyes. His expression was cold and without a shred of mercy. He was just thinking firmly that absolutely no one of them must escape. Outside the city, the Tang army still did not know that an extremely cruel massacre was occurring inside the city. They were still drinking and feasting without any burden. Chang Yaojin remained the center of the crowd, one cup after another, not even slightly drunk, and even shouting that the pressure on him from everyone else was not enough. Brothers, don't blame old Chang for bragging. Even if the whole city comes up, they still can't drink me under the table. Chang Yaojin, dead drunk, spoke more and more boldly. The banquet continued until the midnight hour, and only then, weary, did everyone return to their tents. Old Cheng ended up passed out on the ground, and it was Shui Rengue who personally carried Chang Yaojin back. Their banquet ended, but the massacre inside the city only worsened. When the Allied generals learned that people had broken out through other gates, they simply gathered all the troops around the city and started a full massacre on the spot. Every person killed could mean another silver tael in reward. How could they miss such an opportunity? Although Qingxiu could hear the mournful cries inside, his face remained unmoved. In the western regions, when one must establish a reputation, one must establish it. When one must strike hard, one must not hold back. Though today blood flowed like a river, he also succeeded in not getting a drop of blood on his hands. The Tang army outside thought only of their drinking and revelry. They had no psychological burden about what was occurring here. It was only near dawn that the riot and massacre finally ended. Not because everyone was killed, but because the Allied troops killed only the elderly, boys, and the disabled, leaving some women alive as spoils of war. Those women, if taken to the slave market, could also be sold for 1 or 2 taels of silver, and many among the troops also wanted to keep those women for themselves, so obviously they didn't kill them. Qingxiu did not oppose this. He actually needed some alive to bear witness that these events were not about him, they were the Allies' own actions. While the Allied troops collected the heads, Qingxiu personally came before them. The people saw the Duke of Qing approaching and quickly laid down their knives and stepped forward to greet him. "Greetings, Duke Qing." Qingxiu did not refuse but accepted their salutation. Even Qingxiu, who was used to battlefields, frowned at the sea of headless corpses. It was truly disgusting. "Although I funded the purchase of these heads, you must also clean up these corpses for me. I give you 3 days. No matter how many you kill, you must clean the streets completely. I don't want to see a drop of blood." The Allied generals continuously agreed, promising everything as Duke Qing desired. "Look, roughly estimating, we killed over 10,000 people. This silver, hee. We've done exactly as you asked. Those strong men who fled we couldn't catch, you previously promised instant rewards." They all looked at Qingxiu longingly, they were waiting for him to fulfill his promise. "Nonsense. Do you think I'd break my word?" Qingxiu glared coldly at them, their knees weakened and they involuntarily stepped back. "Tonight, you may go and claim your reward with the heads. Furthermore, I'll give you 5,000 taels of silver." Qingxiu pointed at the city walls, "Then all the way to the palace. You will tear down the city for me, walls, houses, nothing left, destroy all of it." This command stunned the troops. Wasn't seizing a castle for loot and territory? And the Tang army's campaign was to seize the capital of Jingjue for themselves. Why now destroy it? Even if they disliked the size of the capital, they could modify or rebuild it. Destroying it entirely seemed a waste. When Qingxiu saw that everyone remained silent for a long time, he frowned. "Can't you understand human speech?" The Allied commanders were so frightened that their whole bodies trembled. They hurriedly said they would obey all of Duke Qing's orders. "Then don't waste time, get to work." After giving this order, Qingxiu waved his hand and left, no longer interfering. The Allied commanders quickly urged their soldiers to collect the heads as fast as possible. After finishing, they immediately began tearing down the city walls, moving as fast as they could. They didn't want to make Duke Qing angry. Shuiren and the others looked at the ground full of corpses and blood, and at the women, children, and elderly being driven out from the city. For a long moment, they stood there stunned, unable to react. It wasn't that they couldn't bear the sight of death, both of them had personally killed more people than they could count. There was no way a few corpses would shake them. But the people who had been killed were unarmed women, children, and elderly. They hadn't even been able to organize any resistance. Even though Li Jianshan always thought of himself as someone who could kill without blinking, seeing all these defenseless people slaughtered still made him deeply uneasy. Killing enemies on the battlefield, even in the tens of thousands, had never made him feel anything. Killing one's enemies in war was only natural. But killing those who had no ability to resist was a completely different matter. Even though they hadn't personally done it, looking at all the corpses still made their backs go cold and their stomachs turn. The slaughter of the weak was something they truly could not accept. They were used to a battlefield where strength was everything. Even though they themselves hadn't dirted their hands, it wasn't hard to guess that the entire thing had been arranged by Qingxiu. "Can't handle such a small thing?" Li Jianshan felt someone pat his shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Qingxiu. At that moment, Qingxiu smiled calmly, warm and gentle, as if none of what had happened inside had anything to do with him. "Boss, these people, you arranged for them to." Shuiren made a throat-cutting gesture. Qingxiu nodded slightly in confirmation. But those old and weak people posed no threat. "Why not let them go?" Shuiren asked, puzzled. Qingxiu sneered. "If they were truly harmless, why wouldn't I let them go? Their plan was to send the old and weak out first, stick close to us, and then what would you do? Kill them, keep them, or feed them with our rations?" At that question, Shuiren couldn't answer. It was the first time he realized that there could be such a thing as moral blackmail on the battlefield, and he had no way to deal with it. Li Jianshan stayed silent for a moment, then said, "I don't have an opinion about it. If Duke Qing tells me to kill, I'll kill." "Kill, my ass." Qingxiu smacked Li Jianshan on the head angrily. "Use your brain. If we had killed all these people ourselves, the Tang army's reputation in the western regions would be finished. No one would ever believe we were a righteous force again." Li Jianshan immediately realized his mistake, lowered his head, and said nothing more. Just then, Cheng Yaojin walked up slowly. Seeing Qingxiu scolding the two men, he immediately understood why. "You young ones have never seen real blood and storms. If you'd seen what Wang Shichong did back in the day, humph." Chang Yaojin patted the two on the shoulders and said earnestly, "Young men, you still have a lot to learn. All right, Uncle Chang, stop acting like some old wise master. Come with me." Qingxiu motioned for Chang Yaojin to follow him into the city. Only then did Chang Yaojin remember and ask, "You brat. I almost forgot to ask, why are you tearing down a perfectly good city? You'll see soon enough." Qingxiu didn't explain further. "Didn't you say you wanted to take part in more Ministry of Works projects? Now's your chance. You're keeping secrets from me, huh?" Chang Yaojin cursed with a laugh but still followed Qingxiu into the city. Qingxiu wanted to demolish the city not because of a moment of anger or revenge. This place happened to block the main passage into the western regions. With such a city standing here, the Jingjue people would never give up. Moreover, this city was their capital, the symbol of a nation. As long as other areas were still fighting to restore order, this place would never truly quiet down. The best solution was to destroy the city completely, so the Jingjue people would lose all hope. Of course, it was also to secure the transport route. After demolishing it, Qingxiu planned to build a new fortress right on the key passage, firmly controlled by the Tang army. That way, there would be no more fear of the mountain route to Tibet being cut off, and Tibet would become the Tang Empire's backyard. The people dismantling the city worked extremely fast. In only 10 days, the city was almost completely destroyed. Except for a few tall buildings in the royal palace, everything else was torn down to the ground. At first, the Jingjue people still had a faint hope, but when word spread that the city had been destroyed, they were completely shocked. They hadn't expected Qingxiu to be so ruthless, to actually destroy the entire capital. At the same time, news of the Allied troops massacring women and children also spread, filling the Jingjue people with fury and grief. Some regions that had only just been pacified erupted into rebellion again, this time even larger than all the previous uprisings combined. Many Allied forces were even driven out of the cities they held. The various nations, unwilling to lose the cities and people they had gained, had no choice but to pour in more troops, almost committing all their armies to suppress the uprisings. All of this perfectly confirmed that Qingxiu's plan had been absolutely correct, though the results were even more severe than he had expected. Shui Gue and the others were relieved that they hadn't been the ones to do such dirty work. Otherwise, they would have been haunted by guilt and endless consequences afterward. Some smaller kingdoms, unable to bear the cost of continued fighting, directly requested Qingxiu to send Tang troops to help them. To these requests, Qingxiu gave a very standard answer, explaining all his difficulties and reasoning in detail. In short, his final reply was, "No troops. No money. No food. The land and people are already yours, figure it out yourselves." Only then did these people realize how deep a pit they had fallen into. A head for one tael of silver, but in the end, for that silver, they paid nearly 10 times the price to make up for it. Even knowing they had been trapped, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep fighting. The other local garrisons and Qi army were fighting fiercely, but this side of Qingxiu was completely unaffected. He led the recruited laborers and most of his craftsmen to begin large-scale construction in full swing at the entrance of the valley. Under his planning and preparation, the city's progress was orderly. Although the construction speed wasn't very fast, it was at least within Qingxiu's expectations. During this period, Qingxiu did not forget to continue investigating the situation in other western regions' countries, especially the war between the Turks and the Kingdom of Yanqi. The two sides have been fighting for nearly 2 years by now. Although they are still in a life-and-death struggle, the intensity of the war has obviously decreased compared to before. The Turks want to end this war more than anyone else, but the Yanqi people refuse to stop fighting. It's not that they don't want to stop, but the countries behind them that support them don't want to see them end the war. Otherwise, if the war here stops and the support from the rear is cut off, and the Turks return again, they will be unable to resist. Although the two sides are nominally still in fierce battle, in reality the scale of the war has been greatly reduced. Throughout the year, only a small number of soldiers clashed at the border. The Yanqi people would fight occasionally just to show that they would never surrender or cease fighting. On the contrary, it was the Turks who got stuck in this indecisive war. They hardly had any ability to engage in commerce or farming. Over the past 2 years, they lived entirely on plundered resources from other countries. And now, as the countries in the western front of the western regions gradually unite against a common enemy, it is no longer easy for the Turks to obtain supplies through plunder. They even voluntarily withdrew from many remote areas that were difficult to garrison and released many civilians, returning them to the Kingdom of Yanqi. On the surface, it seems that the Turks have reached a dead end, slowly being drained of all their resources and eventually starving to death. It seems that the united resistance of the western region's countries against the Turks is gradually achieving results. Only Qingxiu knows that this tactic will not work. The Turks are not a people who can develop steadily on a piece of land. Even if they end up so poor they can't afford to eat, they will definitely unleash their terrible destructive power on surrounding enemies before starving to death. Ultimately, the problem lies in the Turks' own flawed strategy in the western regions. They originally thought they could seize land and let their descendants live and thrive there. But they didn't know that from the moment they entered the western regions, they had already fallen into Qingxiu's trap. Either they exhaust their forces in endless attacks and disappear from this land completely, or they garrison in one place and slowly starve to death. Now, the Turks pose no threat to him at all. He only needs to wait for time to wear them down. Besides this, another piece of news greatly delighted Qingxiu. Hou Yuanda actually became the prime minister of the kingdom of Yanqi. Even the king's major and minor orders had to be discussed with him first and confirmed before being issued. This was undoubtedly good news for Qingxiu. It meant that he could, to some extent, influence the kingdom of Yanqi's administration through Hou Yuanda. But Hou Junji was not so pleased about this news. He even worried that Hou Yuanda taking this position might affect his future promotion in the Tang court. However, Qingxiu gave Hou Junji a firm assurance that once this matter was over, Hou Yuanda would definitely rise high in the court in the future. Although Hou Yuanda had made mistakes, he had made great contributions for Qingxiu, so Qingxiu didn't mind rewarding him to a certain extent. If Hou Yuanda knew that Lord Qing thought so highly of him, he would surely be deeply grateful. Hou Junji was overjoyed upon hearing Qingxiu's promise and immediately responded. Qingxiu said calmly, "It's what he deserves. I have always been clear in rewards and punishments. By the way, how is the matter of managing the warhorses progressing?" Hou Junji immediately said, "Naturally. In the past month, 5,000 newly bred warhorses have been added, all of top quality. You may inspect them yourself." He immediately took out a booklet from his chest and handed it to Qingxiu. This person was obviously very dedicated to the matter, even carrying the booklet with him at all times. Although he only ended up managing warhorses, he still gave his full effort, showing his attitude clearly. Qingxiu was about to examine the booklet carefully when a messenger suddenly reported news from outside. Qingxiu originally planned to deal with it later, but after hearing the intel, he couldn't sit still and ordered them to come in immediately. The content of the intel truly required Qingxiu's attention. They had actually captured Mr. Luo alive amid the chaos. He was the envoy from the Abbasid Caliphate. After the city fell, he was held back by refugees and couldn't escape. He also completely lost contact with his homeland, and only when the refugees risked everything to break out of the city did he finally manage to escape. However, even after separating from the refugees, his situation didn't improve. He lost his way, had no horse or money, and nearly starved to death in the wilderness. It was sheer luck that the Tang army found him. They were originally recruiting laborers nearby to help build the city when they happened to come across Mr. Luo, who had disguised himself as a refugee to earn some money and survive. He thought his fluency in Chinese would be an advantage, but ironically, that's what got him caught. His overly standard Chinese immediately aroused the soldier's suspicion. He was detained and interrogated on the spot. Mr. Luo had always been treated with respect while serving as an envoy to the countries of the western regions. He had never been interrogated or detained like this and was so frightened that he confessed everything he knew on the spot. When the soldiers realized they had captured an Arab envoy alive, they were overjoyed and rushed to report to Qingxiu. Qingxiu ordered that the envoy be brought in immediately for personal interrogation. Hou Junji also showed great interest and asked to interrogate him together with Qingxiu. Qingxiu had no objection and even asked Hou Junji to sit beside him during the interrogation. When Mr. Luo was brought in by the soldiers, Qingxiu saw that he no longer had the confident demeanor from their first meeting. These days of wandering had left him disheveled and filthy, his face full of fatigue, and even his posture was hunched. He cautiously looked up at Qingxiu, but was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his neck, not daring to meet his eyes. "I say, isn't this a bit much?" Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh seeing his appearance. "You're the envoy of the Abbasid Caliphate. How can you lose your dignity? Besides, I didn't order you to kneel." Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo realized he had instinctively knelt before Qingxiu. Feeling deeply ashamed, he quickly got up from the ground. "A lowly one. I was just too tired. I didn't notice and accidentally lost my manners." Mr. Luo hastily tidied his clothes, trying to maintain the dignity of an Arab envoy, but no matter how he cleaned up, his disheveled and dirty appearance was laughable. "There's no need for such formality, honorable envoy. Although you previously urged me to stop the war, the great Tang and Arabia behind us remain friendly nations. You and I hold equal status." Qingxiu then ordered someone to bring Mr. Luo clean clothes and food. Having been starving for a long time, Mr. Luo could no longer care about dignity and immediately devoured the food ravenously. Ho Junji originally wanted to scold him to answer Qingxiu properly, but Qingxiu signaled that it was unnecessary. The honored envoy has been wandering outside for so long, naturally, we should let him have a full meal. Otherwise, how can we show proper hospitality? Qingxiu smiled lightly. After the feast, Mr. Luo couldn't help but burp a few times and tried hard to suppress it for the sake of decorum. Qingxiu said, "Mr. Luo, the cooks in my army are all from the Tang. They can't make your Arabian food, so I fear you're not used to it." Mr. Luo said with fear and gratitude, "For Duke Qing to treat me so kindly is already a great mercy. How dare I complain?" Heh, since Mr. Luo holds no grudge, then all is well. Qingxiu's expression changed, and his demeanor immediately made Mr. Luo tense up. "Does Duke Qing have something to ask me?" he probed. Qingxiu didn't answer directly, only smiled in silence and said nothing. Seeing Qingxiu's posture, Ho Junji instantly understood his intention. He slammed the table and roared, "Don't you understand? If you hadn't met Duke Qing today, you'd likely have starved to death in the wilderness, and even your king wouldn't know." Mr. Luo was left flustered by Ho Junji's sudden shout. In the past, with his status, it would have been impossible to be intimidated by a mere sentence. At least when he stood on the city wall facing Qingxiu's firearms and cannons, he could still keep a straight face. But now, after drifting for over half a month, his former spirit was gone, and he had become timid in the face of everything. Outrageous. Qingxiu frowned and immediately scolded, "Mr. Luo is my honored guest. Your insult to him is an insult to me, showing no respect." Ho Junji immediately lowered his head in cooperation. "Yes, I dare not. Mr. Luo, my men are all rough folk. Their words are often offensive. Please forgive them." Hearing Qingxiu's words, Mr. Luo didn't dare say more and quickly responded with agreement. "But back to the topic, Mr. Luo, you've come to the western regions on a mission to various countries, you must have seen and heard quite a bit?" "Not much, just a bit from all sides." "Is that so?" Qingxiu paused upon hearing this, then suddenly changed the subject. "As far as I know, quite a few Arab envoys have come from the western regions recently. I wonder what their true intentions are." At this point, even a fool would understand what Qingxiu meant. Mr. Luo, of course, understood that Qingxiu was trying to extract intelligence from him, which he absolutely shouldn't reveal. But in the current situation, it wasn't up to him. Not to mention that his life was in Qingxiu's hands. Even if Qingxiu kicked him out right now, he could still starve to death by the roadside. He had no choice, he was truly living under someone else's roof now. He braced himself and said, "Duke Qing, please forgive me. I fear I cannot answer the question you ask." "Mr. Luo, at this point, is there anything you still can't say?" Qingxiu looked at him with a smile. "I treat you sincerely, hoping you'll treat me sincerely in return. Don't you agree?" Mr. Luo sighed. He knew he had no choice now. "Duke Qing, ask whatever you wish to know." "Good." That was exactly the attitude Qingxiu wanted. He immediately ordered someone outside to prepare a room and bedding for Mr. Luo. He intended to have Mr. Luo rest here for a few more days. "I still have many questions for Mr. Luo. Please, don't hold anything back." Qingxiu spoke half threateningly, half invitingly. Mr. Luo forced a smile in response to Qingxiu. From this man's mouth, Qingxiu roughly understood the entire strategy of the Arab Empire's engagement with the western regions. They had begun interacting with the western regions much earlier than Qingxiu had imagined. When the Tang had just established the nation and were still fighting on all fronts, the Arab Empire had already started engaging with the western regions. After all, their country was founded on commerce, so they were highly sensitive to the geographic importance of the western regions. They even knew that the Tang at that time were troubled by the Turks in the north and Goguryeo in the east. Their intelligence was not blocked. Although they had early contact, due to frequent harassment by barbarian tribes in the north, they couldn't deeply engage with the countries of the western regions. By the time they began gradually trying to control the western regions, they found that the Tang army had already advanced rapidly and completely annexed the eastern part. Meanwhile, the Arab Empire's progress was astonishingly slow. They hadn't even taken the 10 western countries. It had to be said that Qingxiu's unique methods and the Tang army's formidable combat strength allowed them to advance rapidly in the western regions. They could even quickly convert conquered lands into their own logistics bases. This kind of high-efficiency warfare was astounding. Naturally, the Arabs couldn't match that, but they were unwilling to fall behind in the western regions. So they sent many envoys and infiltrators into the region, trying to penetrate areas the Tang army hadn't reached yet and spread their influence and religion. This was a slow process, but their efforts had indeed borne significant results. Many Buddhist countries in the western regions had already converted to the Arab faith. To Qingxiu's surprise, their influence wasn't limited to the west, they had also interfered significantly in the Yanqi Turkish battlefield. Yanqi had received considerable material support from the Arab Empire on the front lines. Why are you also trying to destroy the Turks? Qingxiu found it strange, the Turks didn't seem to interfere with the Arab plans. Mr. Luo answered, His Majesty the Emperor wishes to win over the Yanqi people, so we help them defeat the Turks, but there are conditions for this aid. After the Turks are defeated, all the remaining soldiers and nomads from their tribes, men, women, and children alike, must be taken in by Arabia. At that, Qingxiu immediately understood, the Arabs coveted the Turks' formidable combat ability. On the surface, they wanted to destroy the Turks, but in fact, they intended to take them over and incorporate them under their control. It seemed that the Arabs' understanding of the western regions was no less than his own, and their intelligence network was even more developed than he had imagined. Qingxiu stared at Mr. Luo in front of him and asked the most crucial question, what is your ultimate strategy in the western regions? This question immediately made Mr. Luo tremble all over. He almost wanted to refuse to answer, but Qingxiu kept staring at him intensely, making him feel extremely nervous. Regarding this, I don't really know. If you truly don't know, then why are you so nervous? Actually, I don't know everything, just a little. Didn't you just say you didn't really know? Qingxiu's persistent questioning completely flustered Mr. Luo, to the point that he couldn't even speak a full sentence. Only then did he realize that from the very beginning, he had been thoroughly controlled by Qingxiu. Mr. Luo, today I'm treating you as an honored guest. I hope you'll treat me the same, let's be sincere with each other. If you're hiding things, then it's meaningless. At this point, Mr. Luo had no choice. He could only tell everything he knew. He roughly sketched on a map, circling an area. As His Majesty the Emperor wishes, as long as this entire region falls under our Arab control, the trade routes will be safe forever. This region extended from Talas in the west to the Kingdom of Lulan in the east, and even included part of the Tubo, Tibetan, territory. The appetite of the Arabs was indeed far greater than Qingxiu had expected, and this area significantly infringed upon the Tang dynasty's interests. Your emperor has quite the appetite. Qingxiu glanced at Mr. Luo, who only gave an awkward smile and did not continue the topic. The intelligence Qingxiu obtained from Mr. Luo today indeed made him re-evaluate the Arabs. Although the Arabs and the Tang were currently on friendly terms and were major trade partners, this was only under the condition that there were no conflicts of interest between them. If each side followed their own strategic plans, conflict would be inevitable. Just like in actual history, when both sides had no way to retreat, a great battle eventually broke out in Talas. Of course, that was a matter for the future. What Qingxiu focused on was the present. In his view, even if the two sides were to go to war, it must happen entirely under his control, with absolute certainty of victory. Mr. Luo, you've been away for several years now, haven't you? Qingxiu suddenly asked out of nowhere. Mr. Luo quickly responded, about 3 years. After being away for so long, there's no need to rush home. Why not stay a while longer? We can have more conversations, and I'll show you the scenery of Lulan and Gaochang, how about it? The meaning between the lines was clearly that he intended to keep him there. Mr. Luo gave a bitter smile, thinking to himself, do I even have a choice? Since Duke Qing is so gracious, it would be impolite for me to refuse. I'll follow your arrangements. Qingxiu appreciated people who understood the situation. He immediately ordered someone to take Mr. Luo away. Give Mr. Luo more gold and silver, and assign guards to protect him. He is my honored guest. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible. At the very least, on the surface, Qingxiu gave Mr. Luo enough respect, which allowed him to maintain some dignity for now. General Ho, during this period, I'll trouble you to supervise the city construction here. Can you manage it well? Qingxiu suddenly asked. Ho Junji was slightly stunned, then immediately overjoyed, and quickly replied, rest assured. I have arranged everything here clearly. Given the current situation, leaving it to Ho Junji should pose no major issue. Qingxiu ordered his subordinates to gather all the soldiers from the main Tang army to return with him to Ding'an City. What he left for Ho Junji was only a little more than 3,000 soldiers from the western regions. Even so, Ho Junji was not discouraged. He still accepted the appointment cheerfully and repeatedly assured Qingxiu that if the city's completion was delayed, Qingxiu could just take his head. To make such a promise, he was truly bold. The construction of the city here not only faced challenges with the construction schedule but also required constant vigilance against the nearby wandering refugees. After all, most of the Jingjue people still couldn't accept their capital being destroyed. Even minor disturbances, burning a house today or tearing down some bricks tomorrow, were endlessly troublesome. That Ho Junji dared to make such a pledge shows how confident he really was. Several days later, in the capital of the Kingdom of Yenchi. Since being promoted to Prime Minister, Ho Yuenda was truly enjoying great fortune in the Kingdom of Yenchi. All the nobles treated him with utmost respect, and even His Majesty the King would yield to him in many matters. Almost all national affairs passed through his hands. To say his position was second only to the king's would not be an exaggeration. At first, after becoming Prime Minister, Ho Yuenda was so proud of his success that he truly became a bit arrogant. He even thought that if he stayed in the western regions and lived out his life as a prime minister, enjoying wealth and glory, that might not be so bad. Though the kingdom of Yenchi was small and couldn't compare to one circuit of the Tang dynasty, being second only to one person was far better than being a low-ranking official in the Tang, always suppressed by many others. But once Ho Junji was coldly sidelined by Qingxiu, Ho Yuenda quickly snapped out of his fantasy. He immediately realized that his current position in the kingdom of Yenchi was backed by the power of the Tang dynasty. Without that, how could a merchant like him rise so quickly? Moreover, his original role was to act as an inside agent for Duke Qing. If he went against Duke Qing's original plan, then a single word from him could lead to Ho Yuenda's death without a trace. That day, just as Ho Yuenda left the royal palace, he suddenly saw a group of extremely well-dressed and imposing individuals striding toward the palace. These people carried themselves with great arrogance, not even sparing a glance at him, the prime minister. Arabs? Ho Yuenda instantly recognized their identity. In the western regions, it was easiest to distinguish between Han and Arabs. Only these two groups carried a strange arrogance, placing themselves above others, and their clothing was far more luxurious compared to the simple dress of the western region people. When Ho Yuenda saw these Arab guests walking straight into the palace, his expression immediately darkened. It wasn't just because of their arrogance, but because the king had actually avoided him and was meeting the Arabs in private. Usually, all matters big or small had to be discussed with him before any national policy was made. But now, for such an important matter, the king had bypassed him entirely. Ho Yuenda understood too well what this meant. "Prime Minister, what's wrong?" The attendant nearby noticed that Ho Yuenda looked uneasy and carefully asked. Ho Yuenda's face became even more unpleasant. "Why was I not informed in advance about the king receiving the Arab envoys?" The attendant looked troubled. It was clear they had known early on but were ordered to keep it from Ho Yuenda. Ho Yuenda initially wanted to explode in anger, but after thinking it over, he suppressed it and waved his hand to indicate a return to the residence. He knew the king had seen how rapidly his own power was rising in the kingdom and had begun to lose trust in him. Whether the king wanted to use this event to warn him, or to use the Arabs' involvement to weaken his authority, it all meant one thing: he would no longer allow Ho Yuenda to hold power alone. Ho Yuenda realized that the current king likely could no longer be controlled as easily, so he simply pretended not to care about any of this. Upon returning to his residence, Ho Yuenda had not yet sat down when someone came in to report. A merchant had come requesting an audience, claiming to sell tea. "No time. Send him away." Ho Yuenda was in a foul mood and had no time for idle guests. The attendant was about to leave with this message, but Ho Yuenda suddenly thought of something and called him back. "Wait. Is that merchant a Han?" "He is. He said he came from Chang'an and claimed to be your fellow townsman." Hearing this, Ho Yuenda's expression changed at once. He quickly ordered the man to be brought in. The visitor was dressed plainly, but his demeanor was full of spirit, unlike the average profit-seeking merchant. Although Ho Yuenda had never met this man before, the moment their eyes met, he immediately recognized the visitor's identity. He dismissed the attendants and, only after the main doors were shut, the visitor smiled and said, "Young Master Ho, you've really made a name for yourself in the western regions. It's all thanks to Duke Qing. If I relied only on myself, how could I have today's position?" Ho Yuenda's response was watertight. The visitor smiled faintly and got straight to the point. "I'm here to gather intelligence, sent personally by Duke Qing." Hearing this, Ho Yuenda's face twitched slightly. "Duke Qing has returned to the western regions?" The visitor frowned at the question. "You're scared?" "Why would I be? I've always waited for Duke Qing to return. Only Duke Qing can resolve the situation in the kingdom of Yenchi." He promptly handed over a booklet, which contained all the intelligence he had recently gathered in the kingdom of Yenchi. This included, but was not limited to, the political situation of the western region states, population, and military distribution. Every half-month, this data had to be updated and delivered through personnel specially arranged by the Tang army. The visitor took the booklet without even reading it, preparing to leave immediately. But Ho Yuenda stopped him. "There's another piece of intel not written in the booklet." The informant paused and signaled for Hou Yuanda to elaborate. The kingdom of Yanqi has also begun to contact the Arabs. They probably want to borrow the Arabs' strength to wipe out the Turks. The informant smiled slightly. Young Master Ho, you just found out? Duke Qing already knew about the Arabs intervening in the western regions. Hou Yuanda was shocked. Duke Qing isn't even in the western regions. How does he know this intelligence? Duke Qing's intelligence network is far more complex than you think. Don't assume everything depends solely on you. The informant couldn't help but remind him. Only then did Hou Yuanda truly realize, he, who thought he was the key man in the western regions, was merely a chess piece arranged by Qingxiu. And Qingxiu probably had many such pieces. Hou Yuanda had mistakenly believed that, as Hou Junji's son, he was more valued. In fact, his position might not even compare to other chess pieces. I understand. After sending off the informant, Hou Yuanda reorganized his thoughts. He realized he could no longer behave as arrogantly as before. From now on, I must remember my identity. I am a chess piece placed by Duke Qing. He recalled that even his father could be shelved at will by Qingxiu, so how could he ever escape Qingxiu's control? Ding'an City. After returning here, Qingxiu's first task was to send people all over the western regions to dig mines and search for mineral resources. Besides the necessary iron and coal, Qingxiu was more focused on another mineral, manganese. Qingxiu remembered that the western regions had a very rich supply of manganese, and it happened to be in the eastern and western regions under his control. The importance of manganese needed no explanation. Regardless of its various unique chemical reactions, just its role in producing manganese steel meant Qingxiu had to extract it. Manganese steel was a product of the industrial era. Its properties far surpassed the carbon steel of this era. With the same weight, manganese steel's performance was almost twice that of carbon steel, while the weight remained similar. In the cold weapon era, this was an overwhelming advantage. If it could be mass-equipped for the military, the improvement in combat power would be significant, let alone the fact that steam engines also required this extremely wear-resistant material. Fortunately, not long after, Qingxiu's men discovered large quantities of manganese ore in the western regions, and it was very easy to mine. But finding manganese was only the first step, and the simplest one. Forging manganese steel was much harder than Qingxiu had imagined. He personally oversaw it for several days, trying various methods. But the steel produced was still very brittle, with performance even worse than wrought iron. Shui tried swinging a sword forged from manganese steel and frowned. This is too heavy. So what if it's heavy? The heavier the weapon, the more lethal it is. If it's light as paper, how could it kill the enemy? Li Jianshan took the sword from Shui hand and weighed it. It's only just a little heavy. Shui said immediately, nonsense. This weight is nothing to us, but for a soldier, it's not just a slightly heavier weapon. If the weapon is heavier, the armor will be heavier too. The burden on soldiers will increase a lot. It affects not only combat strength but also marching. Li Jianshan curled his lips. If you can't even carry this bit of weight, how can you call yourself a man, let alone a soldier? Though he said that, Li Jianshan also knew in his heart that Shui was right. Reducing the load on soldiers had always been one of the most troubling tasks for logistics officers. Besides, if weight increases and performance improves, that's fine, but this. Shui slammed the sword hard against the testing beam, and it snapped right in half on the spot. This scene left all the soldiers dumbfounded. None of them expected the weapon to be so fragile. Even the iron tools used by people in the western regions weren't this brittle. What the hell is this? Li Jianshan was stunned for a long time before he couldn't help blurting out, is Duke Qing joking? This kind of forging technique can replace the iron tools we made before. As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized he had misspoken. The next moment, he received a solid slap to the back of the head. I was only gone for a little while, and you're already talking behind my back? Qingxiu's slow voice came from behind, making Li Jianshan's scalp tingle. He quickly tried to explain, I just couldn't hold back and misspoke. I think you couldn't hold back and spoke your true thoughts. Qingxiu scolded with a smile, causing everyone to burst out laughing. Shui remained frowning. He picked up the broken sword from the ground and said, Boss, this is too fragile. How can we use something like this as a weapon on the battlefield? Qingxiu certainly understood. He picked up the broken sword and frowned as well. He had already ordered the craftsman to test it more than 20 times, each time with various flaws, and this time the issue was even more severe and obvious. It broke right upon impact, more brittle than ice. He honestly didn't know what use this kind of metal could have. Chang Yaojin saw Qingxiu lowering his head in thought and assumed he was doubting himself, so he said, maybe it's not a problem with your carbon steel. Like you said, incorrect ratios and flawed technique could affect the outcome. Let the brothers try a few more times, maybe it'll work out. Qingxiu shook his head, indicating that wasn't what he was thinking. As Qingxiu knew, the properties of materials often come with trade-offs. This material in his hand was extremely brittle, couldn't withstand impact. Chances were, it compensated in some other performance aspect. With that thought, Qingxiu suddenly tossed a piece of the broken sword into the furnace. This startled Cheng Yaojin, who thought Qingxiu had become so frustrated he was destroying the material in anger. Chang wanted to offer some comforting words, but Qingxiu kept his eyes on the furnace and didn't respond at all. Now everyone could tell something was up with Qingxiu, so they all came forward to watch the furnace. One glance, and they immediately understood what Qingxiu was observing. The broken sword piece inside the furnace was being burned by intense fire, but unlike normal steel, it didn't turn red or melt. Its surface kept the same color as when it was thrown in, not changing at all. In fact, the longer it burned, the darker the color became. Qingxiu's expression lit up with joy. He knew this likely confirmed his suspicion and immediately ordered someone to take the sword piece out with tongs. Looking at it, aside from being slightly blackened, there were no signs of melting or burning, and it still made a crisp sound when struck, just like before. Cheng Yaojin observed carefully for a while and couldn't help muttering, "This thing is really strange, it burned for so long and didn't melt at all. It wasn't like this before it was forged. This is the trade-off." Having confirmed his thoughts, Qingxiu relaxed and laughed out loud. That's the nature of forging materials, something is gained, something is lost. Even though it's as brittle as ice, its essence is extremely hard and resistant to bending or breaking. It can only shatter, not bend. That means it's heat-resistant, and probably wear-resistant too. Although it's not ideal as a weapon or armor, if used elsewhere, it might produce unexpected results. To confirm his theory, Qingxiu had someone bring iron sandpaper and repeatedly polish the surface, yet there wasn't the slightest wear. It remained perfectly intact. Just as expected. This thing is indeed wear-resistant. But where could it be used? To make armor? I don't think so, it's too brittle. If it's hit, it'll probably break even faster. Most of the people present were warriors. When thinking about uses, they naturally thought of weapons and armor first. Qingxiu motioned for everyone to quiet down, then smiled and asked, "Do you all know what a steam engine is?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin suddenly had an epiphany. He had completely forgotten this most important use. Although Cheng Yaojin hadn't been directly involved in making steam engines, he had seen the blueprints and prototypes and had some understanding. Now that they wanted to build steam engines, the most important thing was materials. The internal materials of a steam engine had to be wear-resistant and strong. The steel they had previously forged simply couldn't meet those demands. But this batch of manganese steel they had just forged happened to perfectly match the requirements for making steam engines. What a coincidence! Even Qingxiu hadn't expected this. His original goal was to forge durable armor and weapons, but by a twist of fate, they had created materials suitable for steam engines. It really was quite funny, but this was how material experiments often worked. With their current limited tools and methods, luck was sometimes more important than technique. Qingxiu immediately gathered all the craftsmen who forged this batch of material, first giving them gold on the spot as a reward, then ordering them to write down the entire forging process in detail for replication. The craftsmen were overjoyed to receive the reward and immediately followed his instructions, carefully recording every step of the forging process, not daring to miss a single word. Qingxiu didn't waste any time. While the craftsmen were recounting the process, he had another group of craftsmen start forging again based on those instructions. He used the method from one group to train another group on site, so more craftsmen could learn this forging technique. But when it came to the step of adding manganese powder, Qingxiu specifically ordered them to stop. He personally stepped in to adjust the manganese ratio. "Why are you adding so much manganese powder?" Qingxiu found it unbelievable that they added almost 10% manganese by weight. Although he wasn't an expert in material science, he understood the basic principles. Usually, adding less than 3% to iron can already significantly change and improve its properties. But that doesn't mean more equals better. Once it exceeds 3%, the material's performance often worsens, especially at 10%. A craftsman quickly explained, "We tried reducing the amount before, but the less we added, the worse the performance became. So we just kept increasing it." Qingxiu vaguely felt something was wrong. "How did you increase the amount of material?" The craftsmen immediately brought out the records they had kept during previous forging sessions and handed them to Qingxiu. This was also one of Qingxiu's strict requirements for the craftsmen. They had to clearly write down every detail of the materials and process used in each forging session. It was the first time they had encountered such a request, but after personally trying it, they realized how important this method was. With each review afterward, they could accurately identify or rule out problems, which was far more effective than randomly experimenting like before. After flipping through their forging records, Qingxiu discovered many issues in their methods. Why do you measure the manganese powder each time using qian, a traditional unit of weight? Qingxiu frowned. 1 qian per time may not seem like much, but relative to the total forging volume, it's actually quite a lot. Everyone was stunned. Normally, when they added carbon powder in steel forging, they also added it 1 qian at a time. So they didn't think it was excessive. Then in your opinion, how much should we add each time? Someone asked. Qingxiu thought for a moment, then ordered various standard measuring tools to be brought to him. He first took a 1 qian weight, waited briefly, then took a carving knife and carefully cut off a piece. A 1 qian weight was already very small. Now, Qingxiu had cut off such a tiny piece that it was almost invisible in his hand. It had to be observed very closely to be seen. If we only use qian, liang, and jin, traditional units, as measurement units, it's far too imprecise. Material research is delicate work, even the tiniest increase can lead to drastic changes. Qingxiu showed the nearly invisible piece of weight to everyone, then carefully put it down. From now on, forge a new type of weight based on this size specifically for measuring forging materials. A craftsman picked up the piece from the table and truly couldn't understand how such a tiny amount of material could affect forging results. But since Duke Qing ordered it, there must be a reason, so they followed his instructions. Then what should we call such a small unit? Qian, Liang, and Jin all have names, this should too. Duke Qing, why don't you name it yourself? They asked. Well then. Qingxiu examined it carefully and said, let's name it Fun. From now on, pieces this size will be measured in fun. After another round of busy work, the craftsman finally replicated the previous wear-resistant metal. This time, Qingxiu directly had them follow his blueprints to forge wheels, levers, and other parts needed to build the steam engine. Although the materials and supplies available in the western regions were not as good as in Chang'an, these craftsmen were trained by Qingxiu himself. In terms of skill, they were even better than those in the Ministry of Works in Chang'an. However, when Qingxiu tried to reassemble and manufacture the steam engine, he found it wasn't as easy as it had been in Chang'an. Back then, in Chang'an, he had arranged for craftsmen to cobble together a steam engine in less than half a month. Even though it only lasted a few hours, it still functioned. But now, several days had passed and they hadn't even completed the most basic connecting parts, let alone built the machine. Chang Yaojin even personally helped the craftsman, but in the end, as he looked at all the scattered parts, he was helpless. Is this thing really assembled like this? Did you remember it wrong? Chang Yaojin had never seen a steam engine before, but he had heard some rumors and didn't believe it was impossible to forge. He thought maybe Qingxiu had made a mistake. It shouldn't be. Qingxiu bent down to examine the parts closely and muttered to himself, the materials we're using now are far better than what we had in Chang'an. Back then, even the cylinder was made of wood. Chang Yaojin sighed, then is it because the brothers here aren't as good as the craftsmen in Chang'an? But I think our guys are just as capable. Exactly. And these materials are much better than before. As he spoke, Qingxiu's eyes suddenly lit up, he seemed to have figured out the problem. He immediately spread out the blueprint on the ground and roughly grouped a few parts together based on the drawings and his memory. He didn't intend to assemble them completely, but the unique feel and connection patterns between the parts made him realize the issue right away. It wasn't a problem with his blueprints or assembly method, the problem was with the materials. Back then, in order to quickly build the steam engine, he used wood whenever it could substitute metal. Sometimes when there was no time to carve wood, he even used fabric or thick paper. These materials were fragile and would collapse after a few hours of operation, but they were very malleable. Every part forged had some degree of error. Usually, craftsmen's skill would compensate for these. But as errors accumulated, they could eventually prevent the entire machine from functioning, or even from being assembled. And these steel parts were too hard to be forced together by hand. In the end, the precision of their handmade parts was simply too low, the components couldn't even be assembled. Though it was frustrating, Qingxiu quickly accepted the truth. After all, they were still in the handicraft era, how could they compete with the industrial age? Besides, the world's first steam engine was also created by manually adjusting and refining its parts over and over. Understanding this, Qingxiu immediately ordered Chang Yaojin to destroy all the parts on site and recast them. Chang Yaojin was baffled, why destroy them? The craftsmen spent 7 or 8 days forging these. Isn't it too wasteful to just scrap them? With the current precision of these parts, it's impossible to build a steam engine. Have them recast. This time, the processing techniques must be improved. Otherwise, we'll just keep producing scrap. Chang Yaojin picked up a lever and measured it against a ruler, frowning. It already has precision down to a SI, still not enough. The SI was a unit Qingxiu invented, roughly equivalent to the thickness of a sheet of paper. Originally, their forging process didn't require such extreme accuracy, but under Qingxiu's persistent insistence, they found ways to achieve it. A precision of 1 SI was what I previously estimated. Now it seems it might still not be enough. Qingxiu thought for a moment, then said, "Have the brothers try again. See if they can achieve precision to 1/10 of a SI." Chang Yaojin initially thought Qingxiu was joking and looked at him in disbelief, until Qingxiu's next words shocked him even more. If 1/10 isn't enough, then try for 1/20th, even 1/50th. If that's still not enough, then improve further, reach 1/100th. We must be able to achieve it. Just imagining that level of precision made Chang Yaojin's scalp tingle. He really couldn't imagine how one could reach that precision by hand. In fact, Qingxiu had exaggerated a bit. 1/100th of a SI was unrealistic. Based on his calculations, achieving 1/10 of a SI should already be enough. If we're aiming for that precision, we might have to try hundreds of parts to get just 1 or 2 that meet the standard. Who knows how much time and material will be wasted, Chang Yaojin said with concern. No problem. I'll give you enough time. If a month isn't enough, then take 6 months. If 6 months isn't enough, then a year. Once the craftsman can produce the right materials, then we'll reassemble the steam engine. Qingxiu had already anticipated this would be a long battle. Even if he had to pour in a mountain of gold and silver, he didn't mind. Industry, by nature, consumes both money and time. If one can't even bear that cost, then what industry is there to talk about? Seeing Qingxiu so determined, Chang Yaojin stopped arguing. Since he was willing to throw money at it, Chang would just throw in more time and give it his all alongside him. He immediately gathered all the craftsmen and, in front of them, personally picked up a large hammer and smashed all the parts to pieces. Everyone, Duke Qing just tested it himself, 1 SI of precision is far from enough. These parts are all useless scrap, not a single one can be used. From now on, Old Cheng, will work with you to reforge everything. We must reach 1/10 of a SI precision, even if we need to make 100 pieces to get just 1 or 2 that pass, we'll try. I'll be right there with you. The craftsmen were stunned when they heard this level of precision. They thought Duke Qing was joking. But when Old Cheng showed them how the current parts couldn't even be assembled into a complete steam engine, they realized it really was just a pile of scrap. I know you all put a lot of effort into this. But to improve, we must grind day after day. Seeing the difficult expressions on their faces, Qingxiu promised, "Everyone, as long as you put in the effort to forge these parts, I'll pay each of you 10 taels of gold per month as compensation. If anyone can forge materials that meet my expectations, your reward will double, and I'll add another 100 taels of silver to be divided among you." Great rewards breed brave men. The moment the crowd heard the offer, their faces lit up with excitement. Money makes everything easier. With this kind of payment, they were willing to forge iron for a full year. Once the promise was made, everyone gathered around the shattered parts, preparing to remelt and reforge them. This 1/10 SI precision is hard, but if we take more time, it might be possible. Try more times, and eventually, we'll get it. I say, let's just put all our energy into this for the rest of the year. I don't believe we can't figure it out if we give it our all. Seeing everyone so motivated, Qingxiu thought to himself, money really does work wonders. At that moment, Shui Rengue rushed in with a group of men, all looking hurried. It seemed an urgent military matter had occurred. "Boss, our scouts just spotted something strange. People from the Abbasid Caliphate have arrived," Shui Rengue reported grimly. "Their envoy?" Qingxiu wasn't too concerned. If they've come, it should be for talks. Let them in. No, it's not an envoy. It's an army. This statement from Shui Rengue surprised Qingxiu, but he showed little emotion. This situation was within his expectations. After all, the Arabs had a strong military. They couldn't possibly rely solely on envoys to subtly influence the western regions. Not everything can be settled at the negotiating table. Some things can only be taken on the battlefield. What do they want? Qingxiu didn't think their intention was to attack the city. Although there was competition between them in the western regions, it hadn't yet escalated to a full-blown conflict. He didn't believe the Arabs would start a war on the spot. The Arab army said they wished to send envoys into the city to speak with Duke Qing about discussing how to stabilize and govern the western regions. Shui Rengue replied, "Govern the western regions?" Qingxiu couldn't help but find it funny. It seemed the Arabs had already dismissed the authority of the kings of the western region states. They even thought they were now in a position to easily control and manipulate those countries. Even if that idea wasn't naive, it was certainly overly optimistic. Wasn't it the same with the Turks? They always thought the people of the western regions were just weaklings who could be easily bullied and crushed. When war broke out, they slaughtered like madmen, even treating civilians who surrendered like animals. That behavior forced the people of the western regions to unite completely, setting aside all their differences to fight the Turks to the death. As a result, the Turks could no longer gain ground in the western regions. If they want to talk, then let's talk. Qingxiu didn't refuse and personally went outside the city to meet the Arab group. This Arab force numbered over 3,000. Perhaps to avoid provoking the Tang troops, they had deliberately sheathed all their weapons and did not display any killing intent. This was Qingxiu's second time directly facing the Arab army. Standing on the city wall, looking down, he saw their formation was orderly and the soldiers radiant. It was obvious these were well-trained, battle-hardened troops. In the entire western regions, perhaps only a force like this could be compared to Qingxiu's army. Greetings, Duke Qing. The Arab commander saw Qingxiu standing high on the city wall and immediately dismounted, bowing respectfully to show he meant no harm. Sir, you suddenly brought a large army to my gates without prior notice. I thought you came to storm the city, Qingxiu said calmly. How would I dare? The Great Tang and my country are friendly nations with diplomatic ties, our statuses are equal. You are a duke of the Great Tang, equivalent to a duke in Arabia. I'm just an ordinary military officer, how could I dare offend you? This person clearly understood the situation well and spoke appropriately. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't seem like an ordinary Arab military officer. His choice of words was more like that of a seasoned court official. Your words are quite pleasing to hear. Qingxiu was rather satisfied with him and immediately gave the order to open the city gates and allow him to enter. The general was overjoyed and ordered the soldiers behind him to follow him into the city, but they were stopped by the guards at the gate. What does this mean? He asked in confusion. The soldier answered directly, this is territory of the Great Tang. Foreign soldiers may not enter the city without permission, not even half a step. But Duke Qing just gave the order to let us in. He only allowed you to enter, not the soldiers behind you. The Arab general immediately frowned. I cannot be separated from my soldiers. This is a regulation in my country, soldiers must stay by their general's side at all times, or they will be punished for dereliction of duty. The soldier looked toward Shui Rengui for guidance, since the man was a guest of Duke Qing and he couldn't decide on his own. Shui Rengui didn't show any courtesy at all. Duke Qing only allowed you in. Those others absolutely cannot enter. If you don't want to go in alone, suit yourself. But if you insist on bringing those soldiers in, it will be treated as an invasion. Don't blame us for showing no mercy. No mercy? The officer flared up with anger. Shui Rengui had a fiery temper, and he wasn't easy to deal with either. Both had fought on battlefields for years, hands stained with blood. Who feared whom? Seeing the man get angry, Shui Rengui raised his eyebrows and gripped the hilt of his sword. Their gazes clashed sharply, neither backing down. Truth be told, Shui Rengui was itching for a fight. He had never fought the Arabs before and was curious to see what this man was made of. Enter the city. Don't waste time. Qingxiu saw the standoff from atop the wall and frowned slightly. This is a rule of the Great Tang Court. No exceptions for you. If you refuse, then leave at once. Since Qingxiu had spoken, the man knew he couldn't afford to offend him. Fine, there was no real danger in going alone. He had no choice but to remove his armor and hand over his weapons as a sign that he meant no harm. Only then was he led into the city by the guards. He thought he would be taken directly to Qingxiu, but instead, they brought him to a residence to rest. Not long after, someone brought him a chest and a set of clean, elegant clothing. What is this? The Arab general was confused. For me. In our Great Tang, when a friendly nation sends a guest, it is our custom to offer gifts and arrange accommodations and meals. This was indeed a rule of the Ministry of Rights, but only applied to nations of equal status. Looking around the Tang Empire, neighboring countries were either submissive or conquered, none stood as equals. Only the Arab Empire, separated by 10,000 miles, maintained a sense of mutual dignity due to distance, and each regarded the other as a major power. The soldier gave instructions, and food was brought in. He was told to eat first. Having marched for so long, the general hadn't had time to eat. The smell of the food overwhelmed him, the unique flavors of Central Plains cuisine made his mouth water, and he began devouring it heartily without hesitation. The meal wasn't just abundant, it also included wine, specifically a regional Western grape wine, though stronger than the kind in his homeland. Good wine. The Arab general burped. He had been leading troops in the western regions, often eating and sleeping in the open, surviving on dry rations. It had been ages since he'd enjoyed a proper feast. If nothing else, the banquet alone was worth the visit. The clothing was of excellent fabric, smooth to the touch and very light, seemingly cotton. In Arabia, such fabric was extremely expensive, and this was also Han-style clothing from the Central Plains, likely even more valuable. As for the chest, he opened it and his eyes widened. Inside was stack upon stack of high-quality silver coins. The Tang people are truly generous. He casually picked up a coin and marveled. No wonder so many envoys from small western countries dreamed of visiting the Tang dynasty. While entertaining the guest, Qingxiu also ordered someone to summon Mr. Luo. After arriving in Ding'an City, he had brought the man along, always feeling he might be useful one day. "Greetings, Duke Qing." Mr. Luo bowed carefully. He was now truly submissive to Qingxiu. Qingxiu explained the situation with the Western region envoy, which surprised Mr. Luo. They came with troops? Aren't they afraid of causing trouble? Who knows what they're thinking? Maybe they thought bringing soldiers would intimidate us, treating us like one of those tiny Western countries. Qingxiu chuckled. That laugh made Mr. Luo break into a cold sweat. He quickly replied, "I don't know anything about that." "I know." Qingxiu had already considered it. "You've been wanting to return to Arabia, right? Good timing, have him take you back." Mr. Luo was stunned. He never expected Qingxiu would let him go. But thinking back, it seemed Qingxiu had never actually said he wouldn't let him leave, it was just that he never had the means to leave, so he had stayed. "You don't want to go?" Qingxiu asked. "Not at all. I've been away from Arabia for too long, of course I want to return. It's just..." Mr. Luo smiled bitterly as he recalled everything he'd been through. He had lost contact with Arabia for far too long. When he first entered the western regions, he was carrying many special missions. Now, after over a month of silence, much had been delayed. Even if he had valid reasons, Arabian law was strict, he would have to accept punishment. He was scared to return. Moreover, he had revealed too much information here. Even if no one back home knew, if word got out, he'd likely be a dead man. All things considered, going back now might not be such a good idea. "Thank you, Duke Qing, for your concern. It's just that recently my body is truly weak, I cannot bear the carriages and horses, so I'd like to rest for some days before returning." He said this, but Qingxiu immediately heard something amiss. This was only a pretext. No need to guess, he must surely have some unspeakable difficulty. Qingxiu did not press further. Since that is the case, then let him remain here for a while longer. Perhaps he will still have things to help with. You also need not rush to go. Wait outside for a moment, following my orders. Qingxiu merely arranged for him to wait in an antechamber. Although called an antechamber, he could clearly hear all sounds from outside. This was deliberately arranged by Qingxiu. He also specially had people summon Cheng Yaojin and Shui Rengui together to meet this envoy. Just as Mr. Luo had seated himself, the newcomer came inside, bowed to Qingxiu on the spot. "My name is Harlan Ding. I am originally a commander stationed in the western regions, and now under my king's order I have come to pay my respects to Duke Qing." Harlan Ding was well-mannered. Not only did he bow to Qingxiu, he also bowed one by one to Shui Rengui and Cheng Yaojin, showing plenty of face. Cheng Yaojin and Shui Rengui were both very interested in this man and kept appraising him. Cheng Yaojin, rather socially bold, asked straightaway, "How long have you people been stationed in the western regions? Why have we not heard any intelligence of your arrival until now?" Though his words seemed rough and lacking subtlety, they were in fact deliberately probing for intelligence. The man was not foolish and did not answer Cheng's question directly. He merely smiled and said, "I was also just recently dispatched to the western regions. Before that I was at the border campaigning against the barbarians. I only know it's been quite some time." "Border barbarians?" Shui Rengui was very interested in that subject. "It seems your border was not all that peaceful either. Before we came to the western regions, we likewise dealt with the barbarians at the border, otherwise we really couldn't have freed up our forces to focus on the western regions." With these words he was deliberately revealing intelligence, letting it be known that our Tang border is no longer under threat, so we can devote full energy to the western regions. Harlan Ding detected the undertone. Though startled in his heart, his face showed nothing. "I've also heard of this. It is said the current Turks escaped from Tang's border." Shui Rengui snorted coldly. If Duke Qing had not shown mercy and spared their lives, they would have all died on the plains long ago. How could they live to this day? Harlan Ding wished to further gather information, but before he could open his mouth, Qingxiu interrupted, "Let us return to the point. Your Excellency, this time you have come, what precisely is your intention?" Facing Qingxiu, Harlan Ding assumed a serious expression and said, "Some days ago I heard that Duke Qing led a large army, destroyed the kingdom of Jingjue, and divided its people and territory?" "It is indeed so." Qingxiu did not deny, he admitted it in one gulp. But then he mockingly asked, "I heard the kingdom of Jingjue once requested help from Arabia. According to your meaning, you are intending to help Jingjue restore its country." Harlan Ding suddenly realized the danger of these words and hastily changed his phrase, "That is not so. This time I come because my king wishes to express congratulations to Duke Qing. Destroying the kingdom of Jingjue was Tang's pacification of a rebellious region, entirely justified, and if Jingjue was destroyed, it was by its own doing." These words astonished Qingxiu greatly. This person was not here to press Arabia's name against Qingxiu, or to threaten with a posturing attitude. Instead, they had come to offer congratulations. This was different from what Qingxiu had previously imagined. But thinking further, he immediately understood. The kingdom of Jingjue had already been destroyed, the deed done. The Arab Empire and Tang had mutual wariness, they would not make trouble with their biggest trade partner for the sake of a tiny border state. Rather than risk unpleasantness with Tang over this affair, it was better to change attitude. The Arabs likewise were strategic experts of this era. They knew that conflict with Tang would eventually emerge, but absolutely not now. And if possible, an entire year delay would be good. Qingxiu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly recovered and put on his trademark smile, "Please thank your king on my behalf. Since he came 10,000 miles to offer congratulations, naturally I must respond in kind." With a single order, the attendant went away. Shortly after they returned, holding a brocade box. "This is a return gift to express thanks. Please deliver it to your king." Inside the brocade box were gifts specifically made by the Ministry of Rights for foreign envoys dealing with external affairs. Harlan Ding accepted it and thanked him. But Qingxiu knew that this man's business was not yet finished. He had traveled 10,000 miles, there was no way it was merely to deliver one sentence of congratulations. Indeed, after accepting the gift, Harlan Ding continued, "My king heard that the Tang army in the western region's campaigns are almost always victorious, not only due to strong Tang troops, but it seems there is a special weapon involved." Qingxiu vaguely guessed what he was referring to. He didn't speak and simply gestured for him to continue. Having obtained Qingxiu's permission, he said, "This object, it is said to be called gunpowder. My king is very interested in it. Might Duke Qing allow me to view it a little? To take a look is of course no problem." Qingxiu did not waste words. He immediately had someone bring forth a handgun, huachong, and presented it to Harlan Ding to examine. Harlan Ding had not expected Qingxiu to hand it over so unguarded. He was so startled he did not dare reach out to take it, thinking there might be a trap. Such an important military secret, should it not be kept under lock and key? How could it be so readily shown to an outsider? Now the handgun lay before him. He looked at it carefully, then at Qingxiu, who smiled and gestured for him to pick it up. "Didn't you wish to have a look? Now it is before you, why not try? Duke Qing speaks truly." He picked up the handgun. He had expected it to be extremely powerful and heavy. But to his surprise, its weight was only equivalent to a long spear, or even lighter. Moreover, its shape was extremely unique. It didn't look as powerful as he had imagined. The Arabs had never clashed with the Tang army, they had only heard descriptions, that the handgun can kill instantaneously from hundreds of paces. That even armor cannot stop it, and compared to bows it is not even in the same league. He wanted to test how powerful it was, but didn't know how to ignite this weapon, and in the present situation he also wasn't free to use it. He looked at Duke Qing, who immediately understood his meaning and then ordered, "Prepare a target, gunpowder." Chang Yaojin's brows tightened on the spot. Quietly he said to Duke Qing, "Boy, this is a handgun, how can you let a foreigner touch it casually?" Duke Qing replied that there was no need to worry at all, and told the soldiers to just follow his instructions. Harlan Ding was overjoyed and thanked Duke Qing on the spot. He had assumed that the latter would refuse his request. Duke Qing truly is generous. No need for such words. "A guest has come, since you are interested, let you see more is no harm. Come." Duke Qing and the others personally went to the firing range. At that moment, a unit of soldiers happened to be training with the pulley crossbows. Using a pulley crossbow is somewhat more difficult than an ordinary bow or crossbow. The accuracy when firing consecutively is hard to control, and the operation is more cumbersome. Even the most elite soldiers must train frequently, otherwise after a long time idle they could become less practiced than with a handgun. Harlan Ding had never seen a pulley crossbow before, he only saw the strange bows in their hands. Fire! At the order of the officer, the soldiers immediately pulled the trigger, arrows consecutively flew out, and soon the targets looked like hedgehogs. At first Harlan Ding paid no mind, but when he saw that astonishing rate of fire he was stunned on the spot. After firing one arrow, they didn't need a long time to reload. They only needed to pull a latch on the magazine, and automatically another arrow was loaded. In just a moment, they could fire a dozen arrows. The rate of fire compared to bows was beyond measure. Harlan Ding couldn't take his eyes away. He stared at the pulley crossbows in the soldiers' hands, but however he tried he could not picture what the mechanism was. Such a fast rate of fire, if on the battlefield facing the enemy, as long as a few thousand of these crossbows held the line, no matter how fast the cavalry were, they could never break through. In the cold weapons era, as long as you are fast enough and can strike from a sufficient distance, you have absolute battlefield advantage. He had not yet seen the power of the handgun, yet he was already stunned by these pulley crossbows. General, why not try? Duke Qing's single sentence pulled Harlan Ding's thoughts back. He then noticed that Duke Qing had ordered a target placed 300 paces away. At that distance, if with bows, even the strongest Arab bow couldn't reach. Even with the naked eye, at such a distance Harlan Ding could only see a very small dot. But he was after all a commander used to battle for many years and was fairly good with bow and arrow. He aimed at that dot from afar like using a bow, and following the method taught by Duke Qing, pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire erupted. The sudden sound startled Harlan Ding off guard. He almost dropped the handgun. Fortunately one shot had been fired already, otherwise his trembling hand would have meant total misfire. Who knows who might have been hit. Just after the shot rang, the sound of iron striking was heard at the target end. Harlan Ding had not expected the shot to hit the target. It wasn't that he doubted his aim, he simply did not expect the handgun could shoot that far. While he was still amazed, Duke Qing gestured whether he wanted to inspect the target. Since it just so happens, let me also have a look at your shot's accuracy, General. Duke Qing made the invitation and Harlan Ding gladly accepted. Before seeing for himself, he found it hard to believe the handgun could shoot that far, so of course he had to see it with his own eyes. Originally Harlan Ding thought the loud bang he heard might not even have hit the target. But when he personally approached and looked, he was utterly overwhelmed and could scarcely believe it. His shot was very accurate, hitting the target exactly. But what surprised him even more than the range was the fact that the target had a layer of iron plating. His shot had penetrated the iron plating. The lead bullet struck the front side, leaving a hole only about the size of a finger, but on the back of the iron plating there was a hole about half a hand wide. A bullet hitting the front of a target and still leaving such a large hole penetration. Harlan Ding was shocked beyond measure. If this shot had hit a human body, the bullet exiting the rear leaving that kind of big hole, death would be certain. And he could clearly see inside the target many fragments of destroyed bullet. Those fragments remaining in a human body would be impossible to extract. If they were scattered uniformly through the internal organs, one might only imagine the death would be painfully torturous. With such range and such power, he now fully understood why the Tang army could dominate an area just by relying on this weapon. And more importantly, the handgun was very low cost in training compared to bows, far easier to mass produce. Harlan Ding held the handgun. The shock he felt was beyond words. He could not imagine, if one day he led the Arab army against the Tang army equipped with these handguns, how could they possibly fight this weapon and win? General, what do you think? Duke Qing saw Harlan Ding's shock but did not point it out. Instead quietly asked. Harlan Ding didn't speak for a long moment, then awkwardly laughed. Today I have really opened my eyes. First time seeing the Tang army has such weapons, no wonder they can sweep an area. Ho ho. General flatters me too much. It isn't so much that, it's just that your surrounding barbarian enemies are too weak. Harlan Ding avoided the topic yet still held the handgun in his hands. He really wanted to take it away. But he was not a fool. How could Duke Qing so easily part with such a weapon? He had to reluctantly hand the weapon back, then accompanied Duke Qing back. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at the soldiers using the pulley crossbows. He really could not find the words. Today he had truly opened his eyes. But this also caused his interest in gunpowder to rise even more. He knew the power of the handgun all came from gunpowder. At this moment his thoughts were no longer just to get some gunpowder, more so how could he obtain the formula for the gunpowder. Even if it required thousands, even millions of taels of gold, he must find a way to get it. Afterward Duke Qing also did not hide things. He took him through the army camp to have a good look at the Tang army's size and formation. Our Tang army in the western regions should count as a top-class elite force. But I'm sure your Arabia isn't weak either. If talking purely about size and formation, you should be comparable to our Tang. Duke Qing is modest. If the Tang army has this sort of formation, it would probably take the finest elite of Arabia to match it. The two automatically began a round of mutual flattery.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.